Good morning, everybody. How you doing today? Welcome, welcome. It's Steve coming at you. I hope y'all having a great day. Today is the final day of trial for the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard deal, and I'm really excited for it. As I understand it, closing arguments. It's 4 hours. Each side, the Depp side and the Heard side, each get 2 hours for closing. Where they're going to be talking to the jury specifically, and probably to the cameras out there as well, but mostly to the jury, because the goal is to try and convince the jury that their side is right. Now, as I normally do with you guys, try and get you caught up on what happened yesterday. For those of you who didn't see, that don't know what's going on, yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was crazy. The day ended early, so my stream, of course, ended early because even though the trial was still going on, it was basically just jury instruction, and then I'm not a lawyer. That part's boring to me. My background, I'm actually an analyst. So I wanted to cover what was going on with the trial. And it was the Heard team side, because Johnny's team had already had their rebuttal to what Amber Heard said, because she's got a counterclaim going where she's suing Johnny for $100 million. She has no way of proving where those numbers come from, but it is what it is. And so that's what's going on that side. Now they get to go up, and Johnny's team got to rebut or cross-examine Amber Heard's witnesses. And they brought back that Dr. Hughes, I call her Karen, Dr. Karen, who was there essentially to rebut the things that Dr. Curry, who is phenomenal, had said about her testimony. And I think it was a mistake, because Dr. Karen did not come off well, especially in cross-examination, because what Dr. Curry said was basically that she did not follow the proper instruction for psychiatric evaluation. Dr. Hughes got back up there and said, well, no, Dr. Curry, I've done this for 25 years. Dr. Curry didn't follow the proper instructions. And so Dennison was on his game yesterday. I'm telling you, Dennison is probably, for me, one of the weakest links as far as when it comes to Johnny's team, but he was phenomenal yesterday, because he does all the cross-examination for the analytical parts of the trial. He ate her lunch, because he basically, when she talked about how Dr. Curry didn't get the understanding instruction, he went through the directions for the documents that she was filling out to say, well, you didn't even follow the directions. And he just pointed out it was awesome. On top of that, they had another guy come in for Amber's side. They had a guy come in who was a forensic specialist when it comes to metadata and that sort of thing. And he got up there and he said, oh, these pictures seem to be originals and blah, blah, blah. And Dennison got him too. And the thing that Dennison got him with was the two pictures that Amber put up of her face with bruises on it. One picture was more reddish, so it showed up a bruise more than the other picture. And apparently there were two different pictures taken at two different times, according to what she testified to, because there were two different items, pieces of evidence in the trial. He showed the metadata for those photos to this forensic expert and said these pictures were taken on the exact same date, at the exact same time, the exact same hour, the exact same minute, and the exact same second. But before he said that, he showed him the two pictures and said, what do these pictures look like? He said, they appear to be two different pictures. Essentially, that's what the expert said. They appear to be different pictures. But then we showed them the metadata that said they were taken the exact same second. But you're saying they appear to be two different pictures. So he just ate that guy's lunch too. Yesterday was a good day for the Depp team. And I know this had to be a decision that Amber had made herself. I think I get the feeling she is dictating how she wants her legal team to do things without taking very little advice. And so Amber got back up on the stand, and I know when Johnny got up on the stand, he didn't do great. He didn't do as well as he did the first time, but it wasn't a kill shot type thing. Especially on cross-examination, he got really annoyed with Rottenborn, but it wasn't a kill shot. He got to tell his side of what was going on. And I think that's why Amber wanted to get back up there. I don't think she wanted to just leave it out there, just have Johnny go back up, and she didn't get to go back up, especially while when Johnny was giving his testimony, especially on direct, she was smirking the whole time, especially when he was talking about really painful things. She was smirking. It was a bad look. So she got back up on the stand and she gave her little, people are threatening me and people are threatening my child and people are threatening and Johnny's orchestrating. And I was like, oh, jeez. So anyway, she got up, did her little pity party thing. And then on cross-examination, Camille ate her ass. I mean, Camille lit her up. It was crazy. So I really enjoyed that. But two things about it. Camille got her to admit two things. That she actually did write the op-ed about Johnny. And they were trying to say on Amber's side that the op-ed wasn't really about him. But Camille got her to admit on the stand that it was about Johnny. Brilliant. And then Camille just pointed out, you said this other person said this, or you said this, and here are the facts. Let's look at this picture. You said you're bruised. Where's the bruise? You said these were two different pictures of wine, of a fight with wine spilled or thrown on the floor. These are the same picture. And it came down to Amber basically was everybody else is lying but me. No joke. She said the guy at Hicksville Park was lying about what he said he saw. She said they essentially, and she didn't say the word lying. She just said they don't know, or I don't. They're mistaken, or that's not right, or that guy. I don't even know that guy. He wasn't there. She said the guy from TMZ was lying about copyright and how they do things. Essentially, everybody was lying but her, and that's really what their case is going to come down to, in my eyes. In the closing, is to be, in order to believe Amber's telling the truth, you have to believe everybody else is lying. That's a problem. That's a problem because a lot of people showed up in person to testify. People who don't know Johnny Depp, people who have no dog in the fight, showed up to testify to what they saw that favored the Depp team's side. Very few people showed up for Amber. She has some views. I'm not saying nobody showed up. A lot of her testimony, though, was deposition from previous times, and that actually worked the Depp side, for the Depp side too, because one of her best witnesses was Josh, the friend of, or the ex-husband now, but the husband at the time of her friend Rocky. He testified that the house was trashed and blah 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 and all this other stuff, right, with wine spilt everywhere. But when the police, he did his deposition video before the police video cam was shown, when he talked about how the house was trashed and they showed up and all this other stuff with wine spilled, broken bottles. But in the police cam video that he's in, the house is fine. So that hurt Amber as well. Although he seemed very confident what he was saying was a complete lie. In my estimation, that's just how it is. I mean, and the video proves it. So now we're going to go over to one of the other legal guys. Don't worry, I'm going to have my own commentary. There will be commentary. There will be reactions. I'm looking really forward to the closing. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of close the Hurt team goes with. Are they going to go with the whole, like she did yesterday, American apple pie, free speech, I'm a victim and I'm just being victimized more by this whole thing? They're going to go with that close, or are they going to try and go with a, well, we were both bad people, and try and muddy the water so the jury gets confused? I think they're going to go with the first, the whole Amber did nothing wrong, Amber's a complete victim, American apple pie, me too, blah, 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 blah. That's me personally. I think they have a better path to win going the other route, trying to muddy the waters, but Amber does not want to be the bad person. So it'll be interesting to see if her lawyers are able to convince her to go that route or not, but I think they're going the American apple pie, Amber did nothing wrong, Johnny's a monster, and he's still victimizing her to this day route. The Depp team has a little bit easier closing because they can just walk people through everything that Amber said in the trial and show how she has no evidence for it, or it's completely contradicted by the evidence or contradicted by other people who were involved in the process. So it'll be interesting to see. So I'm put my glasses on. Yes, I have readers. I'm an analyst, and when you work on computers for years and years and years, the odds are in your favor, forever in your favor, that you're going to end up wearing glasses. So let's see. I'm going to see what's going on before I get us over to these streams to see who's up and ready to rock and roll, who's going live. I usually go with the Legal Bites team first. That's kind of my go-to because they have a lot of opinion on their show and several different people. So I usually kind of like to watch them. There has been some drama, by the way. just before we get started, amongst the legal law tube community, Legal Bites, Alita, and another law tuber named DUI guy, have been having some beef. Hopefully that's simmered down. I'm not going to get into that now. Maybe when we take a break, I'll get into it more. Maybe they'll even get into it. Right now, let's hope they're discussing the trial. And let's see if I can get us over there. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and start it here. Let me go ahead and share. Sorry for the delay, guys. Give me a moment. We'll be with them shortly. And there we go.
Entire panel. I've learned so much from y'all, and the commentary has been superb. Can we sneak in one more Star Trek reference today, Hogue?
If you think I'm stopping at one, you haven't been watching. So yeah, we'll beam ourselves right up into closing arguments today. Don't you worry.
You know, there you go, right there. We'll beam ourselves up. I mean, we could start a tally of like all of the nerd references that we can make, nerd/movie references that we can make.
I don't think the tally boards have enough tally marks for the references we do in these streams. So
good morning, Jeff, Bridget, Sophie. Great to have you on board.
Natty J, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says Alita and Co. Thank you so much for your commentary and education every day. You all are the best. Thank you, and I'm glad that you've been watching. I'm thrilled. Abby Libby says, Alita, wanted to let you know you still have all my appreciation and support. Your drama was silly, your concerns are valid, and no one communicates perfectly all the time. Keep your chin up. Thank you. And so all of the super chats that have come in, like we'll bring them in, but I don't want to dwell on that stuff as much as possible.
It's closing argument day. You don't need to dwell on anything.
Exactly. But thank you, Abby Libby. It's very kind of you.
I don't know. I say we dwell away. We get jury instructions. Come on.
We have hours to kill.
I want to hear your whole life story today.
I mean that I can do. My pre-law tube life. Katie P says, thank you all for your insight throughout this whole trial. Can't wait to see what happens today and in the future. Love you all and get some rest after this. Thank you. Erica, thank you so much for the super chats. Good morning, lovelies. A token of my appreciation for all your work. Wisconsin native here and found you guys during the Rittenhouse trial and will continue to subscribe for life. Thank you. Let's all have a great day. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All have a great day today.
Lawyers who've been doing lawyers and non-lawyers alike, people all over YouTube and
agreed.
Doing it.
So let's see here.
Now it is 9, Alita. Do we have anything coming in?
I've got
usually Judge A has already materialized.
Usually, but this is the court feed so
I
far.
usually like to show them Johnny going to the court.
We're waiting on it.
So funny to see just the dichotomy between him going to the court and Amber going in.
Tucker, thanks so much for your very generous super chats. It's truly admire and appreciate you. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. You helped me through a rough few weeks. I hope you all get some much deserved rest. Go Giants! Thank you. I appreciate it. I will respond to that with I will respond to that with Go Dodgers.
It's like the people that pay me money to say Go Buckeyes.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Sophie, there will be comments and reactions.
Daryl Nikolovsky says, question, panel's gut feeling on verdict prior to closing.
I promise you there was a lot more reaction yesterday.
What can I say? I've been team Johnny this whole time. Right? Like and that's just confirmed for me.
Alita
was crazy.
Yeah. I do want to tell you that they're in court, so I don't know about this stream.
What is going on here? Oh, I'm sorry. We gotta find.
Oh, that's tree bark decaf.
See if I can find another one.
Yeah, if you want to drop a link in the chat, that would
be. Just
come on now.
Be helpful.
You gotta have to let it, bro. Not that unleaded
streams are constantly randomized just to make things a little bit trickier for you.
Popcorn.
Says Law and Crime has it, but aren't they?
Yep.
Nope.
They're yes, they are. Okay, let's see here. Sorry, guys.
Law and copyright strike. Maybe they could change their title.
Maybe they could learn how to read the DMCA and fair use.
Okay, let's see here. We could do maybe this one, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, we'll do. We'll just.
I got one if you need it. If you're otherwise,
I've got
kind of ahead of time. I
this one. Hopefully,
dip in and out of legal advice because
whatever. It'll be whatever
really
it is.
Good channel as well. There's others. Another
Okay.
guy I really love.
1
you
second,
know,
I'm gonna get through the
his
ads.
logic is
Okay.
hilarious. He's like
Your
New York
recollection
lawyer.
of what the evidence
He's
in the
very,
case
very
was.
New York.
It is your collective
So I made
recollection
Depp
as
in
7
the
jurors
challenges
of what
to
the
fans.
evidence
We'll
in the
see.
case was, which shall govern your
But
deliberations.
looks like the
In
trial's
addition,
getting
your
started.
notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the
God bless
jurors
you, bro.
for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay?
I'm actually going to use this other one. I'm sorry,
As
guys.
to the following jury instructions that I'm
1
going to
second.
Okay.
Sorry.
you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you.
Alita, what's up?
Arguments, the court, you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them. But I
Please don't
would ask
try.
for your attention while I read them to you, okay?
Alita, what's up?
With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily
Thank you.
follow any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay?
Right.
All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, bias, if any have shown prior inconsistent statements, whether they have knowingly
Been a lot of those.
as to any material fact in the
There's
case.
one on the herd side.
You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court.
Mm-hmm.
Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them. And on
I've
the
been in
law containing
several
all
trials
these
as a
instructions.
juror. I've heard
With
these
respect to plaintiff
instructions
John
before.
C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized
Including an
below.
attempted murder
Number one,
or manslaughter
Whether Ms. Heard
trial.
made or published
I'll
any
tell
of
you
the
about
following
that sometime
statements.
if you remind me.
Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3,
There's
were
your
Ms. Heard's
instruction that you can
statements
tell me
seen by
about for
anyone
7
other than
weeks.
Mr. Depp?
I don't
Number
agree,
4, did
Jeff.
Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory
I think these
implication
people
to
want to be
someone
out of
who
here
saw
by
them
this
other than Mr.
afternoon
Depp? Number
because
5, are the implications or insinuations
it's a
about
three-day
Mr. Depp
weekend,
and Ms. Heard's
and
statements false?
I think the
Number
only way
6,
it
did
takes
Ms. Heard make the
days
statements
is
with
if
actual
they
malice?
have
Number
certain
7,
jurors
if Mr. Depp
who
is
are
entitled to
on
recover,
Amber's side.
what is the amount of
But
Mr.
if
Depp's
six,
damages?
they're only going to be
On
7
these
jurors.
issues,
There's
Mr.
9, but
Depp
you're
has
going to
the
get rid of like
burden
2,
of
like
Your
9 or 10.
decisions
They're
on
going to
these
get rid
issues
of
must
3
be
of them.
governed by the instructions that follow.
So if there are
With
1
respect
or
to Ms.
2
Heard's
people who
claims
are on
against
Amber's
Mr. Depp,
side,
the issues in this
or
case
at
are
least let's say
summarized
there's
below.
6 people who are
Number 1,
pro-Depp and
did
1 is
Adam
pro-Amber,
Waldman, while
they're going to
acting as
probably
an
be done
agent for
today.
Mr. Depp, make the following
They're going to go
statements?
through whatever
A,
evidence
Amber
they need to
Heard
go
and her
through
friends
to
in the
bring
media
that
use
last
fake sexual
person or
violence
last 2
allegations
people
as both a
on
sword
board.
and shield,
That's what's
depending
going to
on their
happen.
needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They
But you
set
could be right.
Mr.
I
Depp
mean,
up by calling the cops, but the first
If I
attempt
was in
didn't
the
do
jury,
the
I'd be
trick.
like, this
The officers
Memorial
came
Day
to the
weekend,
penthouses,
get me
thoroughly
the hell
searched
out
and
of here.
interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to
Okay,
face
we
or
got to go
property.
to 8 tonight.
So
Let's
Amber
get
and
the
her
hell out
friends
of here.
spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Miss Heard? Number 3, were
You
any
might
of
be
the
right.
statements
They
seen
might
by someone
decide
other
that,
than Miss
hey, we
Heard?
can't get it done today.
Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual
We're going to go
malice?
ahead and
Number
review
6,
this
if Miss
starting
Heard is
Tuesday.
entitled to recover,
We'll see.
what is the amount of Miss Heard's damages? On these issues, Miss Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Miss Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Miss Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Miss Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4,
There's going to be a movie about this.
About Mr. Depp.
I promise.
And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the
Great
statement,
title, though.
it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr.
But
Depp.
it's of,
And if
well,
Mr.
of
Depp further
7
proved by
angry
clear and
jurors.
convincing evidence, number 7,
Like
that
of
Miss
12
Heard made the
angry
statement
men.
with actual
I read
malice.
that book, by the way. Great
If
book.
Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Miss Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Miss Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Miss Heard with respect to the above statement.
Right, like.
I'm sure
You
the
shall
jury's
only
right
return
on
your
top
verdict
of
for
it.
Miss
So
Heard on her claim for defamation about the following
getting every
statement
detail.
if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Miss Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that
By the way,
statement
for
by
those
Mr. Waldman
watching,
was made with actual
This
malice.
seems really
If Miss Heard
specific,
failed to prove any one or more of the 5
but what's
elements
going to
above,
really
you
come
shall
down
find
to
your
when the
verdict
jury
for
gets
Mr.
in
Depp
there
with respect to
is
the above statement.
who's most likely
You
telling the
shall
truth.
only return your verdict for Miss Heard on her
That's
claim
what's
for
gonna come
defamation
down.
about the following statement
I'm
if
just
she has
telling you.
proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp,
Now, if they have
made
to
or
go
published
through
the
each
following
one of these
statement.
7
Quite simply,
different
this was an
steps
ambush,
for
a
each one of
hoax.
them that
They
the
set up
judge is
Mr. Depp
describing,
up by calling
Jeff,
the
you're
cops,
right,
but
it
the
could
first attempt
be
didn't do the trick. The officers came to
Thursday
the
by the time they
penthouses,
come up.
thoroughly searched
Next
and
Thursday
interviewed,
by the time they
and
come
left
down
after
with the
seeing
decision.
no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Miss Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Miss Heard. and 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's police hopes against Johnny Depp.
You know,
and number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard.
Coming for her.
And number 3, the statement was seen
the
by
wall
someone
is
other
not
than Ms.
far
Heard.
from her.
And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence
That's an
that each
easier
statement
path
was made or
for
published,
Johnny Depp than
one,
it is for Amber Heard.
knowledge that the statement
Sure.
was false, or number 2,
But
so
listen to
recklessly
Drew's
as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another.
Right.
In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 9, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
Which is what she
You
did.
must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
She definitely
Further, if
republished
you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, But by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion.
It's some long-ass jury instructions,
In
man.
considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words,
to
you're
some
not limited
friends out
solely
there
to
in
what you
YouTube
see and
land.
hear as
I'd
the witnesses
appreciate it.
testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts
And Facebook land as well. I appreciate that.
reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole.
You may be right. That does happen.
Made in
Jeff,
one part
I've been
of his or her
involved in
testimony in
several
light of
juries,
any
and
explanation
they may
or
reread them,
clarification
but I
made
think
elsewhere
that's
in his
only
or her testimony.
if there's some
Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be
misunderstanding
proved by
as to
circumstantial evidence.
how they need
That
to
is, you
find.
may draw all reasonable and
The
legitimate
first thing that's
inferences
likely to
and
happen when they go in
deductions
there
from
is
the
they're going to
evidence.
take a vote
If you believe
Who
from
do
the
you believe?
case that a witness other than Mr. Depp or
to
Ms.
see where
Heard
they're at,
previously
to
made a
get
statement
engaged for where they're at.
inconsistent
Well,
with his or
first
her
thing they'll
testimony
probably
in
do
this
is pick
trial,
the foreman.
the only purpose
or
for
the
which that statement
foreperson.
may be considered by you
Second
is
thing
bearing
is,
on the witness's credibility.
Who do you believe?
It is not evidence
And
that what
then
the
they're going
witness
to get a feel for the room,
previously said
in other words,
was true.
and see what if
If you
most
believe from
people
the
on
evidence
the
that Ms.
Heard
Heard or
on the
Mr.
Depp
Depp
side,
previously made a
they're
statement
going to talk to the
inconsistent
people who
with her or
who
his
have some
testimony at this
issues
trial, that previous statement may be
getting swung
considered
that
by
way
you
to
as
find out
evidence
what
that what
evidence they
Ms.
need to
Heard or Mr.
retake a
Depp
look at.
previously said
At
was
least
true.
that's how
In
I
reaching
did
your
it for
verdict in this
rereading.
case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not
God,
evidence.
I hope
and
there's
should
a
be
decision
discarded.
today.
Any amount of damages requested
And I
by a
hope
party is not
Johnny
evidence in this case. You should not
stays
consider
there
it as
for it,
evidence in arriving
regardless
at your
of what
verdict.
it is. I think
If
it's a
you
better
find your
look
verdict
if
for
he's
Mr.
there
Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or
for
she is
the
entitled to recover compensatory damages
the
without any
for the
proof of actual
decision
or
than if he's
pecuniary
raised.
injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed.
Oh yeah, man.
If you find either
Yeah,
party
we get some
liable for
coffee delivered.
defamation, then in determining the amount of damages
Depending
to
on the
which
strength of your
opposing party is
coffee, I can
entitled, you
make a
may take into
recommendation.
consideration
I'll
all the
get mine
circumstances
delivered.
surrounding the defamatory statements, the
Just let me know.
occasions on which they were made, and the
And I
extent
believe
of
they
their
have
publication,
decaf.
the
People
nature
I
and
get mine
character of
from,
the
I
insult,
believe they also
the
have
probable
decaf.
effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number 2, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number 3, any injury to his or her reputation. And number 4, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020.
That is quite the
Ms. Heard
time,
can
don't
recover
you?
damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published.
That'll
The
wake
burden
you
is
up
on
in
the
the
party
morning.
seeking
Well,
damages to prove by the
If that's
greater
the
weight of
case, she ain't getting nothing.
See, I chat and I broke it.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Kurt and Natalie, welcome to Jury Instructions.
Hey folks, how's it going? Happy Friday.
Oh,
Jury
man.
instructions.
2020.
What?
Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that
Okay,
occurred
let
after
me-
Mr.
All right.
Waldman's statements.
Happy
were
Friday to you
published.
guys.
The burden is on November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of these and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages.
And that's what I think.
If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Here we go. The Depp team's up first. Here we go.
Wow, those were more svelte in Virginia than I was expecting.
I thought they were going to be much longer too. I remember the written
Nice,
ones were
nice job,
hours.
Commonwealth of Virginia.
You thought they were gonna be longer?
Very, very similar to Maryland.
Seems kinda long to me.
Our jury instructions are similarly abbreviated.
Oh,
There you go.
that's good to hear now. All right, let's go, folks.
Wow, she looks great in that dress.
Wearing white in closing means you feel good about your case and you think you're going to win.
Johnny's like trying to help her.
Good morning.
Really?
She's got her powerful on.
Good morning.
I'm not sure about the
On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later,
Playing into the poetry.
we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies.
Big time.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of heinous crime, and the life he could live
Stop
when
it,
he was
Jeff.
vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp.
15
It
months.
was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph.
Yep.
And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
So far, total God mode.
It's going well.
I love closing statements.
2 years
Closing
later,
arguments.
when promoting the biggest role of her career, until this
Scott
trial,
Fitzgerald, very generous.
Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to.
Yeah,
She
yesterday.
inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, a mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom,
That's
but
facts.
it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser.
Yep.
Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable. Never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse.
That's right. She did say
said it
that.
in her own words.
Well, they started with it. They didn't end with it.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild, an emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control.
She said that.
You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington. That
They
Ms.
have to
Heard
remind the jury of all
Ms.
this.
Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
She said that
Anytime anything goes wrong,
many times.
I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. We split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clog Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson.
I've known women like that in my life, unfortunately.
That when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there, because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him, because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening. It's worse. In Australia, we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger. At least.
Sorry for the audio. They're playing
5 bathrooms and
the
2 bedrooms.
the video or the audio from their tapes, and it's hard to hear.
To escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Beck, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Beck testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard.
I said the same thing yesterday, bro.
A cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clap.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to.
Wish the audio was better.
In the head with the door, but you meant to.
I didn't
punch
mean
me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I didn't.
For punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I didn't mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response.
That's the thing. She keeps talking about how he beat the hell out of her, but you never hear her say in any of the audios
admitted again and claimed Mr. Depp
that
was a baby.
you beat me up. You did this to me.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
don't tell me what abuser.
That's what an abuser says.
You know, a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
Oh, when you fucking have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby. You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny. I did start a physical fight. Because, yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know, you're admirable.
And that would have been the point to say, well, what about the physical fights you start with me? What about the times you punched me?
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording.
Oh.
Let's play one more.
Oh.
That is
such
quite a point.
Argument.
Ooh, this one.
I'm not gonna laugh.
Look at his face.
This is the audio that really freaked me out the most.
Yeah.
Look at the pain in Johnny's face.
I wasn't not ready for the laugh this morning.
Man. Painful to listen to.
Oh, God. What else other things you want to add? You fucking like it. What? Oh, God, I want to know. Get out of your room, girl. Wait, you know what? Place you running your 15 in the house to go, John. Come on.
This is the real Miss Heard,
Yep.
the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Miss Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Miss Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Miss Heard that repeatedly admits to violence.
Yep.
By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party, because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious.
Oh, I think you're going to talk about the poop.
Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
Mm-hmm. I knew it was
Miss Heard
coming.
denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016,
Wow.
to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp,
It was
she did so in front of
6
paparazzi
years ago today.
with a mark on her face.
Yikes.
The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Miss Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Miss Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Miss Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Mm. Somebody took that picture for her. She didn't take that picture. Somebody took it for her. Probably with her phone. Yeah,
In
but
the
they took
end,
it
she
for her.
walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to charities, the ACLU
Oh,
and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
she did say that.
The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Miss Heard from telling the world that she donated everything. Because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Miss Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued. But you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp.
She did.
She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Man, powerful so far.
There allegedly were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, and I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform. Right. And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard.
I wanted nothing.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting.
Oh.
You saw it.
Oh.
Yep. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times.
I'm in love with Camille, bro.
The entire course of their relationship.
Don't tell my girlfriend.
But as unmute yourself, I'll adjust your volume.
The evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse. But there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing.
Camille was killing it.
Oh my
She
God.
shows pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage.
This is really smart.
Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Yep.
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in the kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you
She
heard,
probably will, bro. She's probably watching now.
Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
Camilla is destroying her. Yikes. Yikes.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp.
That's right.
Because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when
Chris,
he slapped her.
You've been missing out, bro. Keep watching.
Punch her in the face. But you have not seen
Keep watching. You'll see why.
a single photograph that reflects serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one.
It's true.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Bro, you need to be on your IT game. Get it up there. There you go.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face. Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
No bruising. These old Hollywood guys gotta stay away from these
Ms.
young
Heard
Hollywood
testified
hoes,
that
man.
After an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here's what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
I'm just gonna leave this Camille as a boss
Out of
up here,
Australia,
Jeff, because you're right.
where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard, Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
She did say that.
And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom.
That's true. She did not.
When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries,
or mute their computer,
and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no request for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around, not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom.
That's what she said.
Swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These 2 photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same filing, but they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th.
Jeff,
And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp,
yes, she is.
Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
That's right. There it is. No bruise. Day before bruise. This day, no bruise. Very next day.
Nice moment of pacing there.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
That's it. She
It
did.
is disturbing to think
She
that
did,
Ms.
Jeff.
Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom.
It is.
But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and
She's
Aaron
naming them
Malone,
off.
Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin,
I'm so happy they went with
and
this.
Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story.
Back to
It was
Camilla's
an
box.
act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
I don't know why it's really over there. 9.8 out of 10. You're pretty much crushing it.
That was good. Good way to end it
You
too.
just got a 98% on the exam, girl. Damn.
Damn, that was good. Sun's all up in my face. What's up? Maybe if I
Big Ben's gonna come in and clean things up here.
what needs to be cleaned
What's
up?
to clean up?
Yeah, no, she did a really nice job.
Ben's gonna get to the technical elements, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Just
She
like
got
in the opening.
Yeah.
Ever smiling? I can't believe she's not like overwrought with.
Thank you, Camille.
Concern.
Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth. And to finally, after so many years, to correct the record.
Yep.
As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard.
Okay.
Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. you've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be
There's a sister. That's Johnny Depp's
music
sister.
had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you what she said.
That Ms.
Ooh, closing argument objection.
Very frowned upon closing argument objections, unless there's
that
a
motion.
reason. Yeah.
Bro. Will he get to finish his thoughts? Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice.
He wanted.
Suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified
That's
to.
exactly
We just
what she
discussed that.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're still on it.
What is happening?
Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have.
Yes, sir.
He has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny it. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser.
That's true.
Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown.
Man, they got way too many people on this stream. I might switch to another.
And those false
Nicodemus.
accusations have caused.
I'm trying not to do that though while they're
That
testifying.
her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has
Or give him
admitted,
closing
unlike
arguments.
Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them. She has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people. And those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy.
True.
Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. An iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community.
His agent's there.
And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions.
Yep.
But as you've heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing.
Let me know if you have any more
By the
audio
way,
problems.
Mr. Wyatt is
Thanks.
not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence in the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights.
Kelly
And
Faria,
in that
thank you.
op-ed,
Very generous.
Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that they were that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage. Unquote.
They did say that.
Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything. And she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter. And Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women to speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I just read that super chat. There was a woman who had been sexually assaulted twice. She said this sickens her what Amber Heard's done.
Domestic abuse.
Disgusting.
Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context.
Alita, at least let that kind of stuff stay on the screen for a while and deal with the super chats later.
For instance, this line.
Come on.
Imagine a powerful man is a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp. And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Yep.
That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier on May 27th, 2016. Ms. Vasquez said that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title, in particular. That's true form. She's testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
That was
Ms.
your tweet.
Heard, as you all can see on the screen,
That was her tweet.
retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis, unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet. She posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Unquote.
Get the damn super chats up the screen, Alita.
So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of.
Forgive me, y'all. I'm going to switch to Nick Ricada real quick.
Taking on the role of
It'll be real quick.
the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, a public figure representing abuse. And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up a special verdict?
Sorry about that, everybody. I'm going to go with Ricada's stream for a little bit here.
This is great. Yep. We've talked about this in other cases.
Yep.
Go through the form.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Tom, Mike, please blow it up.
If only you could hold the jurors' hands with the pen in it. You got to step them exactly through what you need them to do.
Here's the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim.
Been fantastic so far.
The
Closing.
3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times.
I agree.
They're repeating.
Camille was great.
Here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a
Right now, Ben Shoe's showing the jury what form they need to fill out.
Force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions
good.
protect men accused.
They'll know how they need to fill the form out when they get back there.
Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard?
Yeah.
2, was the statement about Mr. Depp?
Yep.
3, was the statement false?
Yep.
4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp?
Yep.
5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp?
Yep.
7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice?
Yep.
Which is, Her Honor explained, meaning, did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers
I know the feeling,
to
Lori.
those 7 questions
I know the
are
feeling, believe me.
Yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation.
What's great about this is
inflicted
he's
by
already
Ms. Heard
assuming the jury's going to say yes. Now he talks
While
about
Mr. Depp certainly
how much
is
money
entitled to
you guys
monetary
should.
compensation.
Oh, wait, here we go.
The case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money.
Say $1.
This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Freeing
took
him
$1.
from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years.
Just give him $1.
Yep.
The most important
I'll
question,
take care of the rest.
the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
That's how you ask for $1 without asking for $1.
Yep.
Amber's going to be asking for dollar bills.
Lori, I think there will be a verdict today. Jeff says not till next week. What do you
While
think?
Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1,
Nice. Perfect.
when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember.
Ben's on it.
They pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp.
They did do that.
That's how they pitched it.
Yep.
2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have.
Yep.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is headed for a European tour. On May 27th, 2016.
That's the same thing Jeff said.
Everyone knew
Lori.
exactly who and what Ms. Heard was
I think the jury comes back
referring to Mr. Depp.
this evening around 5 or 6.
Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
I see questions about time. They're at about an hour and 15 minutes.
False? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again,
yes.
Your answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations.
That's true, no matter what.
This case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack.
It's only
the truth is worth fighting for.
I think they usually break for lunch there around 1-ish.
It is.
So they'll take a 15-minute break. Jeff, I agree with you. And then after that, it'll be Amber's.
And it's about restoring
turn.
Mr. Depp's
And
name,
they'll
and
get
standing in the community to the fullest extent.
everything before
can't
lunch
miss
or around lunchtime.
And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him.
But this bench
You
is doing
heard
a
from
great
Mr.
job
Depp
of breaking
yesterday
down. This is what this comes
Comparing
down
these
to.
outlandish,
If you believe the
outrageous
answer is
stories on
yes
his
to
back.
all 7 of these things,
Pretty
you got to
strong.
find in his favor.
And living them with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Let's go ahead and
magnificent. Not a single dollar. Don't give a shit. Just
Case is not
give us a verdict. Give us a buck. Call it a day.
arguments may come back. So
And they're going to do more than that.
Don't do any outside research, okay?
That was good. Yep. Now they
I
take
mean,
a break.
that's what you want, man. They
Solid work.
they hit the narrative. There wasn't theatrics. It wasn't absurd. They didn't ask the jury to go too far. And then switching over to Benchu to calmly and precisely walk through the jury instructions. Here's how you apply the facts you've seen to the yeses that you need to write down.
That was good.
Okay, sure.
That was really good.
I thought that was, yeah,
I'm telling you.
that was excellent.
If I was on the jury, that's
Excellently
what I
done.
would have wanted to hear. I mean, how do we
He's
go
like,
through these?
Your Honor, can we just erase all that from the jurors' memories? Hold up the pen, you know.
They're going to put up a poll opening. I think that's opening. I'm going to give 3 options. I'm going to give not good.
If Disney was
Adequate.
smart, Jeff, they would
And
definitely
5.
rehire him.
Those are the 3
because
options.
Disney is hurting right now.
It leaves a
And
little bit. You
if
know,
they were to
if you
announce
didn't
that
think
he's
it was
gonna
good,
be back for the 6th
put not
and
good.
final,
If you think it was
Pirates,
only okay, put
they would
adequate.
make a miss.
If you thought it was excellent, put down fire.
They make a
Now
miss.
what happens with Heard? I mean, whatever they do, it seems it could only possibly get traction with people who bought all that nonsense, right? Who are believing all this garbage that Heard's been trying to sell.
Oh, and by the way,
that was
total aside for just a second, but yesterday on my Twitter, I was coming up with nicknames
Yeah, look
for
at all
all
the
of our
flames.
lawyers, and we have some of them I didn't create, I just repeated. So
90%
Camille has
fired.
been called Camille Cross Boss Vasquez.
She's just
Wayne,
the crazy cat lady here.
Wayne has been named Wayne
I'm gonna
Gigachad
give him some fire,
Dennison.
too.
And this one I did create with the help of my followers on Twitter. Ben Candyman Chu. Because of the power move that he did.
Fire.
Nice. Man, that was. I'm just sitting here looking for things that I really had any problem with in that cross, and I'm not finding any.
I saw nothing.
And usually, in these trials that we watched, I've had some sort of problem with somebody's cross somewhere.
I mean, Camille did make one reference to Depp as an abuser.
Yeah.
You know, clearly misspeaking.
But she covered nicely for it.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, it's not a big deal.
The
I
jury
mean,
doesn't
in the
think
context.
that. The jury does not think that
She's
Johnny Depp's
arguing.
lawyer is arguing that. So yeah, it's no, I thought it was very well done. Okay, we've got a little bit of a break here. I'm going to
Thanks,
try
Jeff.
and hit some of these super
Appreciate
chats
that.
to
Good
let
point.
people
They
know.
haven't been very
I will
smart
be
lately.
partaking in a little bit of whiskey. I figured this bottle was
That's what I love
appropriate.
about Nick,
I
man.
don't
Nick is
know.
always
this the right
drinking,
one?
bro.
Legal Visors, you're my whiskey.
Nick likes to party.
That's a private
That's what
select.
I
Wow,
do.
nice. Yeah, I thought I'd go for the smoky. I just opened up an Ardbeg Corey Vrecken for the
Damn, I
evening.
wish I had bought.
I
some.
figured
I
for-
lied me.
I
do
figure
have
I,
some booze here.
on a day like today, you got to have Maker's
It's 5
Mark
o'clock somewhere,
for
y'all.
unrelated reasons.
I will be right back.
That no reasons related to the case.
No implication there.
I did
Yeah.
my JD for JD yesterday, so
Certainly not a metaphor. Okay, let's see. We've got Marta Joy says, what percentage do you have the outcome at, and any predictions on their careers? I mean, I went into today with the idea that Johnny had about a 75% chance, which jury percentages are impossible, but significantly better than 50-50 chance is my thought. So I put it at 75. There's no like rationale behind the number beyond that. So don't take it too far. What are their chances on their careers? Well, I think Amber Heard's career is over either way.
Regardless. Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think that it had much to do with this trial. I think her career was over the moment she was not with Johnny Depp.
She can act. She's 35 years old. And, her career was based on being young and super attractive. So,
well, if there was a chance of having a career, she destroyed that yesterday when she says that she's triggered by everything. She has special rules on how to talk to her. She melts down on set. She has panic attacks.
Yeah.
She has all these problems.
sounds like a lot of work.
That was the world's worst job interview I've ever seen in my life.
Yep. That was a terrible play. I think Johnny Depp, I think winning is critical. I think he has to give the producers, the directors, and the studios a shield to say, no, this is all lies about him. And you know what? We heard the accusations and we acted on them. We protected our other actors. We protected our staff. We protected ourselves, but we protected everybody who might be in danger of this abuser. But turns out it was all false. He went to court. He proved it was false in the hardest thing you can do, which is win a defamation case as a celebrity. So, we're happy to work with Johnny Depp again. And man, the amount of celebrities who have come out in support of Johnny Depp, on Twitter and stuff. Legal Vices retweeted something from
this
the
is
Post.
Scotch whiskey. A buddy of mine gave it to me.
And just
hard to
the
get.
fact that there
I'm
are
looking forward
any
to,
is telling.
having a little
The
swig.
fact that people like Chris
In
Rock
honor, let's hope
and
Johnny wins this
Robert Downey
deal.
Jr. have
By
been
the way,
willing to
for all
speak
those out
up
there,
on
drink
behalf of
responsibly.
Johnny Depp
I'm not normally a
even
day
weeks
drinker.
ago
Just
is
not
very
normally
telling
my
in a
thing,
case
but,
like this. This is a risk averse
close was
industry.
Unbelievable.
Two
Someone have a
things.
little
One,
drink
as
of
soon as I
Stella's
finish
here
my Isla, I'll
on the
join you with
screen.
my bottle of the
Feel free to
Makers.
join me
I'll
if you
open that
want.
and
Not,
join you when
I
I finish this
understand.
thing of Isla. But
There's people out there who like, Steve, you
it was
shouldn't
last
be
Sunday. The
drinking.
Independent
I'm
came out with a
grown-ass
list
man,
of
calm down.
the headline was all celebrities
So
that
I
support
understand. I'm not
Amber
gonna
Heard.
drink much. I guess I'm not much
Oh,
of a
was it
day
5?
drinker at all. Or night
There was a
drinker that
Howard
much. This
Stern,
has been on
Ellen
my
Barkin,
for about a couple of
two people
months.
I'd really never heard of, and I can't remember who the other
still
one was. There
half
was
full.
5.
Stern's
The
still a
Not much of a
celebrity.
drinker at all.
Yeah, I guess. And
But,
the headline was all
cheers to
celebrities
Johnny.
that support Amber Heard.
And his
I think Stern. I think what
team,
Stern
they've
is
been outstanding.
he's like a 5-year remainder contract that Sirius regrets.
Anyway, let's see what
The
we got.
guy's star is gone. Royce Amatique says, "Hey, Ricada, I love the coverage. I've been
All right,
following
Jeff.
you since OJ. Is it true? Is it true Philip Seymour Hoffman is going to be
His
playing
career's
uncivil
over.
law in the upcoming LawTube
I'm
dramatization of
interested
Depp
to
versus
see
Heard?"
what her team does.
he's
I'm
dead.
gonna
I
try
don't
and
think
be
he can play the
objective
part.
and
Well,
give them
It's
props.
that's
if they
like
can
that
make her
episode
look
of Tales from the
good.
Crypt with John
I'm
Lovitz
gonna
when he
try
shows up
and be objective
to be in a production of
because if
Hamlet.
They can
And
come
he
back
looks
with
in
a
his
good close.
he looks in his
A lot of
costume and
times,
says,
these things are won
Yorick.
and lost in closing arguments. They really, really are. They're won and lost in closing arguments.
We're all educated here.
That was.
I knew him.
I hope he's off the sauce too.
Wow,
and
this seems to
especially
be a
the drugs,
problem.
but definitely the alcohol and the
That
drugs.
was such a good
I
episode.
think he's really into weed now.
Siobhan
because he's
says, "Hi Nick,
in
amazing
that
content
calming
and channel.
period of his
Watching
life.
from London,
And I
found you
think
via the Friday
he
Night
says that's
Tights
his drug of choice.
and
He's
Geeks
into
and
the
Gamers
weed.
Fellowship. The unbreaded stuff is hilarious. Amber Heard is a scumbag and
Thank you.
disgrace to all real survivors.
Martini,
Love to my
good
man
job.
Dino
Good job,
Wheels.
Lori. When it's martini
Cheers,
time,
Nick. Hey, cheers
let me
back
know.
to you, Siobhan. Thank you, David Tate. Is Amber Heard likely to be found guilty of perjury? No. And what, if
I
any,
have
consequences
more than
could
enough
she face?
scotch here,
I mean, she's
Jeff.
just not.
I'm not a big drinker.
She's
I'm
facing
very
the
much a,
consequences.
Yeah, the Amber Heard's lies
mostly a
will do
social
her in.
drinker. Even then, I don't
if,
drink
if
much
there was a
because I'm usually
there is
driving.
a really outside
So
possibility
I
she
make
could
it
be
a
found
point
guilty
not
of
to drink
perjury.
to the
It's
point
so
where I even get
unlikely at this
the whole
point.
buzz thing because
You
I
got to
don't want to take
remember
any chances
the
when I'm
difference
driving. I'm
between the
usually the
shit
driver.
that she
So
does outside the
I'm
courtroom
not the
is one
designated
thing,
driver. I'm not going to have
but
anything to
everything
drink.
that she does inside, she
I
does
usually
under
am
oath.
I'm
So
gonna have a
every
little bit of
single
wine,
word of every
and I mean
single
like a little
sentence
bit,
of every
and that'll
single
be it for
paragraph
me.
of every single
And
second that
depending on
she
the circumstance
testified
of people
to
I'm with, I may
will
not
be
have anything.
analyzed
If
in the
I
coming
feel they're going
weeks.
to get
And
shit
all
faced,
the meat,
I don't.
they're going to
I don't
take
even
away the
bother
potatoes,
at
they're going
all.
to take the meat,
It's
and
just
whatever she
I've always
has
been that
said
way.
that is going to be directly contradicting
That
things
doesn't
that
mean
she
I've
has
never been
claimed in
like
the past that
sloppy
she has
drunk,
done.
but
See
it's not
the
my normal
donation,
state when I'm
pledge,
drinking.
whatever. For example, those are all things that are going to start coming back to haunt her. This just
I'm gonna
shows
post
to
this.
me the caliber of individual who does not understand, has never had to face consequences for any actions, and truly does not understand
You
how the
agree
legal
with me?
system
Let me know.
works and what it means to
agree?
be under oath and
Let
how
me know.
powerful it can be used against you later on.
Yeah, but I don't think we're actually going to see
What are your
perjury
thoughts on the
charges in
close?
the U.S. on Amber Heard.
No, I don't think so either. It's going too far. She's already dead by public media, essentially. That's enough.
What you said,
but internationally, she may.
Yeah, well, she's facing perjury charges unrelated to this trial in Australia, and she may be charged with perjury in the UK for her lies about the
perjury charges in Australia.
But I mean, hanging on that pledge versus donation argument, it's an argument, but I wouldn't want to be making it.
Well, I mean, here in the U.S., I mean, you have to be congressional, general, presidential level stuff before it's worth prosecuting for
or
return on
anybody lying
investment
to
is
the
nothing, yeah.
or anybody lying to the FBI. Then they'll fuck you.
Right. Then they'll
But
screw
other
you
than
over.
that,
Exactly.
what if any consequences could she face? I mean, the public and everybody hears under oath.
Thanks,
They
Jeff.
listen to her story. They
I had a
line
little
up the
bit, I'm good.
consistencies or
I'm
inconsistencies,
much
and
more
they
a
hold her
coffee guy in
to
the
have
morning.
lied.
I'm
And
switching
that
over to the
that is
coffee.
what will do her in. No one would want to work with this person. And this person's
Much better
a
for me in the
walking
morning.
liability for a relationship too. That's the thing. Also,
I mean,
do
she
you
may
like-
be as well be like someone, a guest trying to get into your house who's literally on fire. It's like, sorry, you can't come in.
Yeah, please back away from the curtilage, ma'am. DUI guy, can you check your Instagram messages when you get a second?
Yeah, sorry.
No. You're cool. You're cool. No worries. The Big Sleepy says justice for DUI guy. Jay Lama says my
Well, I'm
closing
glad you're with me,
donation,
Lori. Thanks.
Gonna miss the daytime entertainment. Well, you don't have to leave.
This has been an
There's more
incredible
daytime
trial to watch.
entertainment coming.
This The Rittenhouse
Thanks for
trial,
keeping
like
me
the
entertained
Delaware,
all
all the way
day while
back
I'm working
to,
for the past
those
6 weeks.
Simpson
Love you,
trial,
Nick, and
really.
whoever else is
Court
on by
TV
the time you
days.
get to this.
This has been an incredible trial. to watch.
Scott Randall, hey Nick, hope your day goes well. Can't wait to hear the closing arguments. Wish me luck, though. I might be stuck at Love's for 3 days from scheduling errors, waiting to unload. Hoping dispatch gets back to me soon. That sucks.
I'm happy to
buddy. I
hear
hope
that
they clear
she's
that
facing
up.
perjury charges in Australia.
get to know
and
that
she
Loves
may be
pretty well.
facing them in the UK.
Yeah.
And if use case smart, they'll bring her up on it.
Fritosa
She
says, hey
most
Nick, I don't
definitely
normally
lied
do
to
this, but a
them.
false
Part of
team
the ruling judging that trial
me, Sid Alpha, and several small
in
creators.
favor of the
Alpha has
son
videos going in depth
was
on the
that
situation
Amber,
with links
why
to
would she
crowdfunding
lie?
for legal
She'd already
defense.
donated the
Yes,
money to
it's
charity.
something I meant
Big
to
lie.
get into prior to this case and didn't get around to it. But hopefully, when this case winds down,
And
that'll be something
this
that,
case is
that I
making
can
the
speak
UK
to and
judge
speak to Sid
ruling,
Alpha about.
and the
Maybe
UK courts
we'll
look
see.
really,
Evie Warner,
really
to this talking smack
inadequate,
about
I'll say it
DUI
that way.
guy, please stick one
A
of
better way to
Amber
say it is
Heard's
stupid.
bottles where the sun don't shine. Oh, to those. He put himself through law school and works his butt off. Talking snark online is your only 15 minutes of fame, and Nick does it way better. Oh, damn. Ooh, high praise to me. Lisa Wong says, thank you for letting DUI guy on your channel. Oh, of course. G-Man, hey, Nick, I'm a dumb Nigerian guy from Minneapolis, and I absolutely love your content. But for the love of God, your last stream was only a couple hours ago. You psycho. Praying for you, man. Stay on bread.
I concur.
Well, all the way from Minneapolis, Nigeria. That's pretty awesome.
Look. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you to my Minneapolis brother. Jesse Kine. Hey, Nick. Been following since Vic. I've just started getting into 40K. I'm trying to get into the lore of it all. I have the first 3 Horse Heresy books. Do you have any book recommendations? Keep up the good work, man. Just keep going through the Horse Heresy. It's good. Otherwise, get the Eisenhorn series. Max Tribe. During DUI guy's story, why didn't he give us details on the grass, bricks, and etc.? Sounds like he's lying. Yeah, DUI guy.
So foul, man.
Joe the Great says, okay, Mr. DUI guy, if it really happened, why don't you remember how dirty the floor was?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for drifting for me yesterday, Nick. Yeah, actually, when they removed you from the line, did you go back to your car and sit and see the fog of your breath?
Did you know what color the lights were?
Oh
that was
okay. I thought you were asking me a legitimate question.
I got here late. I actually don't know this. Did they pull you out of line this morning? Is that why you're not in court?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Wow.
He paid $4,000 for a spot.
And
$4,000.
this wristband that she still needs to collect. I'm trying to find her on Twitter because I was rushing. The deputies were showing up. Everybody was lining up. And I didn't have time to get her contact info. And I have her Cash App, but I can't reach out through Cash App. So I'm trying to find her so I can give this to her because she didn't even have the decency to help me. Like, hey guys, this is my spot. Let Larry in. But everybody already knew what was going on, so it didn't really matter. But she could have at least stayed back, given me her phone number. She just bolted the fuck out of there as quickly as I could. And I didn't know why, but I found
the
out.
bank, man. She had to withdrawal to make.
She went to go see Johnny in the back. That's what she was rushing to do.
Does Cash App let you?
That's what people are telling
send
me.
Did they let
Oh
you
yeah,
send a message
AH's
with,
team is
money
gonna.
that PayPal does?
Her team is gonna.
No,
destroy
I
him.
can't. I can't. I tried. I'm like.
You got
Did you
pulled
send
out
like
of
a
line.
dollar
He's been in court every
with,
day,
with
and
a
he got
message
pulled
says,
out of the line.
"Hey, please reach out to me."
Dude, I'm such a fucking dumbass.
That's why I'm your lawyer in this situation. Here I
Thank
am, a
you, Nick.
professional.
You are fucking brilliant. How did I not think of that?
I don't know. Maybe you haven't harassed enough strippers through Cash App.
Maybe that's the dollar that Johnny needs.
The dollar that Johnny needs.
Mike the Dad Crosby says, Amber Heard told me the DUI guy punched her. Look for the bruise on her face. Hope everyone has a great day. Art Mills says, how come I subscribe to you, watch you every day, but your live feed never is recommended to me, but Legal Bites is, and I don't watch or subscribe? Free Nick. Look, YouTube, guys, I read a highly offensive holy text every single night. It's like YouTube is going to shadow ban me the majority of my
He
days.
curses a lot.
That's my
Now, if you
dream.
guys don't
Is
like that,
one day to be able to
like
partake.
this, I will switch back to Legal
Oh,
Bites.
don't
Just
worry.
let me know.
That's my dream.
You guys would prefer I go back
Art
to Legal
Mills,
Bites? I
wait,
can
read
do
that one. Tracker Basson. Does anyone wish we could fast forward past the jury instructions? The judge did. The judge had the little option, right? Like she clicked on the cog and it said playback speed, and she had 1, 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, 2.0, and then she went straight to Ben Shapiro. I mean, we got through those jury instructions in like 29 minutes. It was amazing.
I was expecting at least an hour on them.
Me too. Me too.
Thank God. That was boring.
That
I'm
was
glad it only
credit
took 20
to her.
minutes.
That was nice.
I got nothing out of the jury instructions, but I was expecting an hour.
Which is why it was good.
And I mentioned this Nick offline, but how lucky is Depp that this trial was delayed until 2022 and didn't take place in the hysteria of Me Too in 2018?
Jesus.
Yeah. And I responded back, "You bigot woman hater."
Yeah,
that's what I responded back. No. It was if it was 2018, this trial would have already been over, and we'd be pouring water on Johnny Depp's ashes after the public burning.
Yeah,
I mean that's how bad Me Too was.
It was horrible.
And that's why it was done in this way.
Well, and I think it's important to mention at this point that none of us and none of the other legal YouTubers that are Team Johnny Depp or Team Amber Heard. It's Team Law, Team Justice, Team Honesty.
There you go. Exactly.
I mean, if the roles were reversed, I personally would be all over Johnny Depp shit like nobody's business.
Yeah,
but it's where the
I'm
evidence
the same way.
is. It's where the
just so you guys know, I'm not a huge fan of Johnny
logic
Depp. I
is,
like
where
him
the
in Pirates of the
reasonableness
Caribbean.
It's not
I
a
don't even think I
him or
watched the
her.
last two.
It's what is the truth? How do we get to
and he's a great actor. He's a phenomenal character.
And
but I'm
importantly,
not a fan
I
of
think
his. I definitely don't like
speaking
his
for myself
politics.
only.
But this is about
like
justice.
Johnny Depp's
This is about
political
right and
positions,
wrong.
even
And
on
what
things like
happened to
Me
this
Too.
man
He and I
after
would not see
years
eye to
of
eye
abuse
on
is
much
just
of this
flat
stuff.
out wrong.
Now I know Ben
And
Chu
I just
had
wanna
to
see justice.
say, well, he believes in Me Too. It's very important because you got to kind of say that at trial.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's that false. I think he probably is a guy who, at least until recently, fully supported the idea of Me Too, just as sort of a matter of course. Well, yes, of course we want to hear victims, and this is a movement about victims, not knowing the sinister implications of what's behind it. But so yeah, it's not like
Right.
Johnny Depp and I would be. I mean, I could probably get along with him just fine, but we would not be eye to eye ideologically.
Isn't that what being a human is about, though? I mean, I could sit down. Politically, I probably don't side with him, but I could still sit down and have a good discussion with him and still respect him as a human being.
Right.
You don't have to hate someone just because of their political ideology.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't have to be team this person or team that person because of something they said.
Right. Absolutely.
Snuggle Struggle says, Rackets, please rate Legal Mindset's rear side toot from earlier this morning. The pitch of D minor, if I'm not mistaken.
Just
You
so
did
you're
Ethan.
aware,
Now rate his, please. Let's
Jeff,
show Ethan how to handle
absolutely
these
what you
matters
said
with grace.
about,
I've got I need a clip,
Camille
and
doing an
we're
A-plus
not going
job.
to do
Let's
it,
get back to
at
what you
this
said
point,
about
but
Camille earlier.
later in the show, that's certainly possible. By the
Yes,
way, for
sir.
those who don't know, I will
Absolutely.
be here for all of the arguments, and then I will be sitting in this chair, unless I have to go to the bathroom, until the jury goes home. So I'm here until the jury goes home tonight.
Nick is
The
a
jury goes
beast,
home
man.
at 7.
This dude,
I'm here till
he's
7.
got almost
The jury goes
450,000
home at
subscribers.
11.
He
I'm
is
here till 11.
A complete
in
stranger,
his
by the
seat.
way, just texted me. The stenographer has been scanning the gallery several times today. I think she is looking for you. I'm sorry you didn't get in. Wish I was closer, as I would have sat for you in line. If that speaks volumes. Thank you.
Yeah, and
She's
still
super
trying-
cool. Her name's Judy, and she's independent, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Nick, or if anybody. I know you've been streaming this trial for a very long time, so I don't know how much intel you personally have.
Right.
She is an independent contractor. She doesn't work for the court.
Sure. Oh, the stenographer?
Yeah, Judy.
Oh.
She is going to Las Vegas after this. She's got some gigs over there.
Oh,
And then she might be going to Gitmo. She's been offered a contract and
Wow.
to get a clearance and do 2 weeks to 4 weeks. It's in sessions. You come in and you do 2 to 4 weeks, and then
Wow.
you leave because it's draining and exhausting. And you're
I'm going to
surrounded
see what
by,
the legal bites folks are
So
saying.
she's considering it, but she doesn't know.
So they don't work for the
Let's
court.
go
then?
see.
Not this one, no. And yeah, they have a contract. So I asked her when she leaves, who comes in, and she said the court has a contract with
Okay, legal bites. I'm going to give you a shot here.
doesn't include lying about
Yeah, but they've already said that. They've already spent an hour saying you're a liar who lies. It doesn't change anything from their closing.
Yeah, but I think it's just if they try to bring up the First Amendment, I'll bet just say defamation. You don't have the right to defame people.
I'm willing to bet the First Amendment pops out in the closing.
They will. I think that's ill-advised.
Well, that might well be, but yeah, they've definitely laid the groundwork.
The battle hymn of the Republic is about what you got. Why not?
I'm just saying. Look, if they could play music to backstop their speech, it would be Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Music would make it more popular, but no, I don't think.
From sea to shining.
Human First Amendment, you don't have the right to defame someone.
I see the chat saying that court is back on.
Court is back on.
It's not according to what we can see here.
Is our feed delayed?
Oops, that maybe.
Having fun with me.
If they still say, very still said this tyrant. John Depp is a tyrant. Put a boot on him. You know, that'd be great.
When the court starts back up, I think I'm going to go back to Nick Ricada's stream. I just like that he has more of his screen showing what's happening in court. I don't like Alita has a little bit too much blue space going on.
I've still got recess on the.
And I know I'd say that if somebody's got a bunch of black space, but that's one of the reasons why because of the black space I've got showing up, I'd rather have somebody fills up their screen with
I found the
everything.
jury instructions fascinating. Love to you all. Go baseball. That's the brown egg.
Miss you, Lori. Love you.
Jokes, not a sports fan.
Come back and see us when you
By the
can.
way, I have many muffins. I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. Let's see here. Mary Hickey asked, who's the woman always arriving and leaving with JD? That her name is Joelle. She's one of his attorneys from the UK case.
Oh, cool. I was wondering who she was too.
Next one.
That's
There's
great.
a pink one that was going to come up here.
Oh, thank you. I wonder who she was.
Walter Beasley says they keep saying May 27th. They want the verdict today.
The anniversary. What a crazy coincidence.
That is a great point. They keep saying this is the anniversary. That could be a subliminal way of saying we want a verdict today. We want a verdict on the anniversary of the date that she filed
And Walter Beasley,
the
thank you.
TRO.
It's very generous of you. And
We want
John
it.
Guittari,
We
he said,
want
thank you. Very
it
generous.
today.
Says
That
if
is
Johnny
really
wins
a
this
good
and
point.
gets some minimum of $7 million, he should donate that $7 million Children's Hospital and publish receipts just to stick it to Amber. Well, I'm not going to tell him what to do with his money. But you know, if he did do that, like, I mean, obviously that would be a total mic drop moment.
Yeah.
Tara Mary Watson Lawless says, what's the etiquette with objections on closing argument? Big love from Ireland. Well, they're generally frowned upon, and it's like you only want to object if you really think that it's necessary and if you really think that you're going to win.
And they did.
So the objections to this closing were a bit of a fail.
Big time.
Oh, yeah.
Also, there's a big difference between a civil trial and a criminal trial where, you know, you might lose, but you still need to make sure that things are done properly. But yeah, in a civil trial, you need to be very, very careful with those.
Yeah. Emily, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, all yes, wins $100 million if I was a jury. At the end of the day, Johnny Depp consistently stays with what he said. Let the truth set him free. Even if he wins or not, his actions as of today is for the truth to prevail.
That's right.
Lisa has 12. Wow, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Thank you. Amanda Ister says, question, does the jury have to explain how they came to their decision? No, you don't.
No, you saw the boxes. Just check the box. Check the box right in a number.
Okay, here they are. They're back.
Ready for the jury? Okay.
Here you do have to
Chrissy
vote,
Anderson.
by the way.
The jury's
Chrissy
back.
Anderson says,
You have to fill the
should
blank.
they have done this in reverse? I know it's just started, but seems like you'd want to end with Camille. I would have thought that too. I was going to ask folks on the panel about that too, their thoughts on that. If they would have, I mean, I know Natalie said that she wasn't really a fan of breaking it up that way at all. But I wonder if maybe it would have gone over a little bit better if Camille had.
Oh, I like that they ended it. I thought Camille would have been stronger. I agree with Jeff. You said the same thing. But I like that they did it the way they did it because
what stops them from breaking the rules the judge laid out?
then you got to tell the jury
gotta be
how
careful
to
about it.
fill out
Kelly
that
says, thank you
form.
so much for everything
And I
you
think
do.
that is
I feel like
going to
every
be
day the
huge.
past 6
That's
weeks I
going
got
to
to hang
stick
out with new
with
friends
them
that I look forward to seeing
in
every morning.
their
You all do an amazing job.
deliberation.
I learned so much about trials and legal stuff. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's see what we got here. Get back to these guys. Come on, let's get back to them.
So the likely thing is, they were in an unfamiliar courtroom, maybe a little shaky to get started. Over 6 weeks, they've gotten to know the judge, they've gotten to know the jury.
Their confidence is boosted up because they're getting positive feedback from the jury, from the public, from everybody.
Oh, I don't
and
know.
and they're just rolling hot.
Like I'm in a stream.
That's my.
There we go.
I'm surprised Rottenborn's going first. I thought Elaine would go first and he would follow to sort of watch the taste of her out of everybody's
trying to
mouth.
convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion. Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen.
Yes.
If you did take pictures, they're fake.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. If you did tell your
If there's no evidence, there's no evidence.
If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment,
Kind of hard to prove any of these
you're
things
crazy.
without the evidence.
If you do everything that you can,
if you take pictures of the blanket but not the blood-soaked pillows,
you're crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster.
Except quitting yourself.
And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough
Is
of
this
the
really
pain,
the angle they're going with in the close?
to save yourself, you're a gold digger.
That she doesn't have to
That
have
is
any
the
evidence,
message
just believe her?
is asking you to say.
Okay.
But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign.
Russia doesn't leave you.
A smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did,
Objection.
I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of the member and our legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors.
Sure.
You paid attention to
Maybe Rottenborn looks older than I thought he
every
was.
piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving. And we
Yes,
thank
it
you
is.
very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about
Is he asking them to ignore the evidence?
defamation against
I think
you.
so.
And Elaine will
Literally.
do that in a few minutes.
Pay no attention to the bullshit. That's my case.
Question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right
First Amendment.
to write the words that she wrote
I knew it.
in this article on
He's
December
going to ask the jury to do a First
18th?
Amendment analysis?
That's the question.
Without a jury instruction,
And you
that's
cannot
not going to help
simultaneously
you.
protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp.
You don't have the right to lie under the First Amendment as far
Right,
as
right. They're going to get this on rebuttal with exactly that.
Like that in the United States of America.
Accurate description.
I'm American.
Argue First Amendment.
Let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have.
There's still certain things you can't do with the First
sit here
Amendment.
quietly and drink.
You can't lie.
This is
You
the
can't
op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in
purposely
opening
injure
statements.
someone.
And
Is
I
that a
would
different
urge you
headline?
during the
A different
deliberation
article. Look at
to read
that.
it.
He brings up a
Apparently it's
newspaper
different.
article,
And I know we
not the
focus on
one
it
That was
you know,
posted
here and
online.
there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of the trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again.
Technical difficulties. Your case is weak,
This
bro.
is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning. And I know it's a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the cases, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find. And you have to answer yes. Mr. Chu said you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning. But you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp.
So it was about Mr. Depp.
Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women.
This seems a complete departure from their argument the last 6 weeks.
A temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words
using legalistic terms to try and win this thing.
Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered.
It always would have been different.
Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is.
That's what she wanted
He has
to
to
do.
show you
She wanted to make it
that
about
any
herself.
defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people
It was
might read
designed
the
and
article
intended. She
and
worked on it with
remember,
ACLU.
oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse. That doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And
If
that's
it's
clearly not what
false and intended to harm them,
she didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me.
I like
And
Nick.
you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
You put that name on the
That's the only
byline.
evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp, fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience.
You know what? I can't be mad at them because they got a tough sell.
And then talk about legislative measures that can
Heard's
help
team
protect
has a really tough
in those
sell.
positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about.
That's what she meant. But
There's
that's
no
not what
hidden
she
meaning
said.
here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
Really?
Sure, it's not.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
Really?
And you can end
How come you lost everything after that
end
piece
there
came out then?
by saying the statements that she wrote. were
Everybody
not
else thought it
false.
was about Johnny
First
Depp.
Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it.
But she did
She was not
republish it.
given notice of the headline.
She did republish it.
She testified. You saw her testify.
Where are the witnesses to
about
testify
sexual
to
assault
that?
She experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp.
Yeah,
You
there
saw
are
her
witnesses to
testify about
testify to that. Good point.
They're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth.
Yes,
With
she's
her
a
own
liar.
mouth. Exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about
So
that.
far,
earlier.
I'm gonna be
That's
real with you.
ridiculous, and it's
This is
insulting,
kind of
it's
weak.
just victim blaming at its most
Maybe
disgusting.
it'll pick up. It'll get
What
better.
about the retweet?
The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline. Republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that
screenshot
she'd
it.
written this article, what choice does she have?
Right.
She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have,
Shouldn't have to attach a link.
make clear that A hyperlink
at all
is not replication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
She added content.
Added content was intended to reach a new audience, and if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article.
Yeah, there is.
This is what you're hanging your hat
above the article, simply saying, "Today I published this." That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have
Except
added
for the "today I added this"
courtroom to it. She could have said, "Not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered." That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable.
Somebody should start playing Star Spangled Banner.
But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any.
Importantly, they could have objected there, but they didn't.
The Constitution does not say
evidence
that,
that you
actually.
heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard.
This sounds like a Saul Goodman
So
defense.
that's where you want to make your decision. That's where the road ends for Mr. Depp.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins.
Nope.
One time.
That'll be subject
We're
to
not just
rebuttal.
talking about physical
Maybe.
abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse.
Oh yeah, I hit this on rebuttal hard.
Financial abuse.
But it's actually a very good strategy to argue that it's not
That's
just
what we're
physical,
talking
verbal is included. That's what I think
of
the
the
weakness
evidence.
is.
You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself,
But it's not a compelling argument.
worse than what.
It's either you believe the physical claims of abuse or you don't believe anything.
You'll remember his expert.
You're not going to just believe those, but believe the other stuff.
In many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence,
She was
psychological
ridiculous
aggression,
witness.
sexual violence,
Very
coercive
bad
control, and
witness for Amber.
surveillance behaviors. She
Very
tested Ms.
unlikable.
Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard.
Based on what Amber told her.
That impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked
never
about the role of
reviewed,
coercive
she never
control
interviewed Johnny.
that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring.
And now they're going to go that Amber's not perfect.
Don't fall for that trick.
That's smart.
None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time.
She actually has pretended to be
one
perfect.
time.
He definitely pretended to be perfect.
Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine.
Oh, don't look at my text.
He said to her at the beginning of the relationship.
He didn't say that to her. He
So
said
let's
that to
look
Paul
at
Bettany.
How the relationship was bookended.
Yeah.
You remember Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that."
Oh, hit him on the incoming thing.
This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over.
I hope they actually noticed.
I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read. He immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course, he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship.
Holy macro!
Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore, decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. She's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good.
Yeah.
When the monster was gone, and then the monster would return. You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo. He used to say Winona forever and it had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, "And he slapped me across the face." She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, "I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before." That's what
Nobody believes what she says. Bro, stop it.
According to her.
But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
Sorry.
What was that?
Look at that back there. It's like, yeah.
And
no lies detected.
The bottle fits.
Miss Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up.
Rottenborn's
Remember,
trying,
he texted
bro,
Elton
but
John, or
it's
sent
not
an email to
so
Elton
far.
John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within." He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he likes to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine. He admitted to that. But that means him using cocaine, "has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, "Need to discuss the news helicopter. It's a monster. I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that.
Does he have a history of
He
shooting a
knows that.
motherfucker?
He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Him smashing cabinets.
Oh, yeah.
This is the monster. I mean,
Look at the monster destroying his own property and not touching her.
Because he found out he lost a bunch of money.
What happened?
Listen to her egg him on, too.
I mean, anybody who's had a bad day looks at this and goes, "Wait, this is the extent of the monster? Like, you've never slammed a cabinet or a cupboard or a door?"
Yeah. This
frustration.
Bro, if somebody stole $600 million from me, I'd have broke a lot
No,
of
maybe
shit.
some people find this like, horrendous. Do they know anyone who's Irish?
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not
She is so clearly trying to elicit a response from him.
Something happened to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you a fucking version. Much crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Cheers, Justin.
Got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me?
No, before I didn't. You were smashing shit.
You see Miss her laughing in that? She's not laughing in that.
Well, I said she was
Depp
laughing.
in his courtroom right now is laughing, making some remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that?
Never said laugh, they said
Who does
smile.
that?
Nobody says she laughed.
Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him when
He's definitely-
because when he's sober and sweet, you
He can
never
definitely
love
be a
anything
politician.
more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes
Right,
drinks,
Warren could
he
definitely
turns
be a
into this
politician.
man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship, and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's domestic abuse.
You always find a way to make me laugh at the most inappropriate.
And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the
for him saying the term.
Miss Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything.
To try and mess with
who would want that?
Johnny Depp's lawyer Wordman said online to Johnny Depp. What are the odds?
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser.
She's so
every
sad
single
now.
time.
Look at
You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that.
Stop it, Amber. Stop it.
But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's
Speaking to all the jurors who've never lied on an insurance form before.
role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Is this abuse too?
That passed out in the Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for the Lone Ranger in 2013.
Abuse.
Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help.
Because she never took any drugs.
I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
That's a weed.
What a violent monster.
And all you hear from Mr.
Smoked some weed and passed out.
Marijuana is known to cause people to freak out and beat the hell out of each other.
Victim blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture up, for trying to help.
Exactly, Jeff. Everybody's been pissed off.
So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine.
Cheers to brown liquor.
That was March 22nd. March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute.
Do you have any proof of that?
This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having.
He wasn't talking about that picture.
He didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast.
That doesn't actually show that he
And
had
then,
lines of cocaine.
on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary,
This is actually one of the pictures that made me sway completely into Johnny's.
their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse.
Yeah, Amber said a lot.
That's abuse.
If it's true.
Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, Almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is,
Nobody was.
He didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, and it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's
Anybody ever.
Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Beck, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Beck was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think
that's violence.
It's like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Beck who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged.
Everybody's lying except for Amber.
Pictures.
That's what it comes down to. Everybody's
Just
lying.
like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that.
This is the Heard
She wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Beck and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Beck testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified about a video link on the stand, and I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Beck. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here.
Couldn't he have done both?
We're here in person. They're here in person.
Go visit his mom and then go get a
Almost
gift
all of them.
from the house?
And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side.
Everybody's lying except for
Just
Amber.
as we previewed they would do in the opening.
That is.
I just want to let you guys know, as Ron Moore was doing his closing, it started pouring down rain in Fairfax.
Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard
Finally, Amber's tears.
after detox on the island in 2014.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
He says, there were more than a few times when I thought
It just started raining in Fairfax.
that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There's no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. And there were times like this.
Like in any
This is
relationship, you
March
mean?
9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Ms. Heard says, "Is that about last Friday night by any chance?" And Mr. Depp responds, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?" He testified on the stand, "I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Ms. Heard sure did." And this is what one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you.
That's not a 15-day-old girl by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's get to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville? Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard, maybe had her arm around her at a campfire, and everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking.
No one there knew Kelly Sue.
And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. That was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer.
What she called a cavity search.
The little smile, that was funny.
And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago who said,
you mean the owner of the place?
You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to
look at the woman. Look at the other lawyer in the back. Dark hair. He's like, what?
On social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial.
Not a text. It was a tweet.
There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Heard, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he smashed those rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day.
The owner of the trailer said $60 worth of damage.
Doesn't care about the repercussions.
Don't believe the invoice.
Didn't use the security deposit.
This is
the piggy fee or what?
This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so bareheaded after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh,
yeah, there's a storm brewing.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay.
Oh, shit.
They're getting it, I guess, on their phones that hadn't silenced that.
Okay.
Amber's case just got kidnapped.
Your fucking phone. What are you doing, you dumbass?
That's after Hicksville. This is what I was
from Andrew.
That was good.
Remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013.
Kick him the fuck out.
When Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware.
Look at how many people are turning off their phones.
Making his kids aware of this.
Turn them up when they walk in
slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment. That's what he said.
Man,
And then
Johnny
you remember
Depp
what
is
happened.
Crazy strong.
Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her
That's actually funny.
for trying to protect his daughter.
A lesbian camp counselor. That's kind of funny.
Sickening.
DUI guy, did you set up that Amber Alert? Tell the truth.
Let's fast forward a little bit to actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson.
What
when he
guy?
hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez,
Where's
again,
the flight attendant?
just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some ring. He's wearing a ring on his finger. And so in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, in London, Mr. Depp was filming with Paul Bettany. He missed a few days of work, going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control that Don Hughes testified is abuse. That is abuse. And there's been a lot mentioned.
Was it a male friend,
by
a
Mr.
hot
Depp
male
about Miss
friend?
Heard not wanting
Not
him
really
to leave.
abuse.
Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it.
Lesbian
Goes
camp
on a
counselor is
multi-day bender.
hilarious.
That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that. She could see the monster coming.
My favorite
So
though
let's
is
fast
when,
forward to the
when
Boston plane
one
incident.
attorney said
Mr. Depp was
Amber's
jealous that she
case
was
is
filming
being
a movie
kidnapped.
with James Franco. Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board the plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window.
According to
she was seated.
Amber.
When she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
Listen to that abuse.
So
What animal is that?
So he's throwing up and getting sick in a bathroom. That's abuse.
What the sheep back home sound like to me.
It's what it sounds like when Johnny Depp's having his soul sucked out of him like one of those monsters in the Harry Potter movies.
He expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. What do you
Floppy
get?
fish.
An
was
angry
good.
aggro
But
engine and a fucking
lesbian camp
blackout,
counselor is
screaming
hilarious.
obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text of Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice in the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response
That doesn't mean he abused it. It means he was drunk.
Blaming Amber, saying he's just placating.
Bro, you didn't have anything when he says, I whipped your ass. I'm sorry for beating the shit out of you.
This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. Case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Etiquette, right? That where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
I think every man ever in the history of mankind has made that joke
on his wedding day.
Or something
Then we
similar.
fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting in drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine.
He chopped off his own finger.
So, and no, Miss Heard was in touch with
this is what they got to do this. They got to do this.
She was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. Horror. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. He took a hand.
I do the same thing, brother. I tell
she did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The
The
second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said,
there's no man on the jury that believes that has any validity whatsoever.
Testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which is different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash the phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it.
Smash my phone into pieces.
Vocoder.
Then you heard Miss Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Miss Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside.
That was the most ridiculous part of the story.
But no doctor appointment.
And you repeated it.
This is
Man.
the next morning.
I think you
This is
know.
what he wrote with the
Yeah,
bloody stamp.
pretty sure.
And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off, but frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that can is. And
it wouldn't matter if she chopped his finger off with an axe,
managed to
by the way.
damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. He talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Don Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote Paul Carly Simon. She didn't write that.
That looks like her handwriting.
It looks like her
Who was the
handwriting.
lunatic in the house? Who was writing?
Her. Kind of begging the question there.
And she's still in the house.
So she was told.
We traced the phone call.
This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass.
Why does she look like she's going to cry still?
More abuse on the right. Imagine
What
having a painting.
You didn't look like that a few
area where
moments
you're
ago.
drawing two canvases, and you and your husband get in a fight.
She feels guilty about cutting off his finger that
He takes
night.
the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career.
What career?
He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture, what is it?
irrational when you do movies. I become jealous and fucking embarrassed and weird. You know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth.
Sounded like a calm conversation.
This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein.
Yep.
His therapist called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil. Jealous. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous. You see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which no one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write.
That's not what he was talking about.
But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines because you saw these two texts.
That was a sex.
That he sat on the stand.
She's working so hard on that chair. She can hear the rain outside. She's like, I just need one drop.
Vile writing you can imagine.
All my
So
tears
that's
are falling
I
outside the
would
courtroom.
write like that. Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced.
Stop it, Amber.
He gave to Amber and
Yeah.
our team in this litigation.
I'm so bored
from
with this
him
cross.
to his personal
I really am.
Stephen Duders. This is the
Bro,
one.
that's exactly what it was. It wasn't even pillow talk. It was
This,
sex talk.
not
Like,
what you heard on the stand. That.
I got something for you, girl.
It's disgusting.
All those women in other relationships with him, no problem.
This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber.
Look,
I cut the top of my middle finger.
I mean, sometimes
Says that to Dr.
couples
Kipper.
talk dirty
Says it
to
again
each
Dr.
other.
Kipper. The bottom one he
I
says,
know Rottenborn
says to
doesn't
Nurse
know this,
Pilati,
but
I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember we played this one.
That's what the lawyer just behind Amber was thinking. The guy with the scratcher.
Let's hear it one more time.
He was like looking sideways, like, "Oh man, don't look at my phone." Look at him. He's right there. He's like, "Oh man."
So let's fast forward to March 23rd.
Great internet history.
After 2 weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician And our experts
Come
say
on, Amber,
it's not
squeeze out a
silicone,
tear or
but
two.
it's a hard
It's
plastic
raining outside, for
clasp
God's
over
sake.
the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the
Trying
wedding.
hard to cry, she may end up killing herself.
No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a red.
Now, which version of the story is this, Rotten
She
Boy?
and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run. This time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door. But he runs up the stairs. And Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say
She doesn't deny the actual evidence of abuse.
Yeah.
Upon Johnny.
How are you going to deny it?
This animal who's
Seems to
running
have
it.
left the reference
This
to Kate
person
Moss out
basically
of this, too.
Couldn't possibly.
Johnny's like, this script sucks.
Yeah, he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet.
Amber, I'm going to
I
rearrange
know what
your
you all do
closet.
when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this.
In a way that doesn't cause injury.
Upstairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard.
It'd be an improvement to my closet, to be honest.
That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you
Because
set
the
them
cast
off. That's
was a
what's
hard
right.
cast at that point.
Eggshells
It's
so thick.
ridiculous, bro.
Eggshells.
I think he meant thin.
Disgusting.
But his entire clothes is based on everything.
But sometimes he
Amber
would
said.
apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low.
What they have in
Such
common
vicious
is
untruths for the sole purpose
Camille's
of hurting you.
clothes
Grievous
was
error,
also
shameful.
based on
So he
things
went
that
in
Grievous
these
error.
cycles. He went in these cycles.
General
He thought
Kenobi.
he changed for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't
Broke her
even know what
nose,
he's doing.
blood coming out of her
He's out of
nose,
his mind.
no blood on the bed.
And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have
It would have been done
worse
better.
injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they
Unless you
existed
didn't
when she could.
plan
at the time
a
of abuse.
hoax.
And yet Miss Vasquez has the nerve.
Never thought you'd be challenged.
Retrofitted the hoax.
What, if she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one
Women
of
do
the
it all
audio
the time.
tapes talking about when she
Yeah.
as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims.
How much time has he used? It seems like it's been about 18 hours.
He's their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault.
That's because it's so
You're
boring.
coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I
Really
have to
is boring.
get away to protect myself. Yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim.
My God, your case is so weak.
There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using. but she testified
911 was
about
called
exactly what she did to
when the
cover
police
up
showed up to her place.
the red lipstick that
I
she
think it
put
was
to
in
cover up the busted
2015
lip.
or
You heard the
2016.
testimony of that.
Twice,
From a
and
neutral
Johnny was
party
already gone.
who said exactly what she did.
That's
She
the
talked
only
about
time
how she
911
looked
was
at the
ever called.
color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the
pocket
bed
knife
out
on
to
the bed.
stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Enriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Me
We don't know
too.
where that, if it is a pocket
That's
knife.
just,
where that-
that's just an American thing. Every especially like west of the Mississippi
this
carries a
incident is
pocket
the
knife.
text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now.
I think
And he
mine's on the
says,
kitchen table.
I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at DX58. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas. And on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video. She didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet. He said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom. And she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out.
The only woman in almost 6 years of life who's ever had this kind of relationship.
Yeah. Claims she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony. It was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter. Yeah. Come on. We talked about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck. And he was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt. He rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck, a giant knot in the back of her head.
No evidence.
Let's fast forward to
No evidence of any of that.
her birthday party, just very quickly.
Apparently, he's used slightly more than 1 hour and 5 minutes.
They got into a fight.
She
There's
said she had
conflicting evidence
sensitive
about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I
All
fell
this
to
is
the floor. And
bullshit.
when I got back up, he held
But
me
it's
down
all
by the
that.
shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down.
I
You'll
would be
remember Miss Vasquez
right
showing
back. I am
her
still listening.
interrogatory answers where
I'm
she
gonna go get some more
details a
coffee.
lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Miss Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Miss Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim.
Oh, good.
These are the pictures afterwards.
It'll be
These are
great.
pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks.
Yes, there was.
Including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked.
There's been no testimony.
Mr.
lined
Depp
up
went
with
through the
phone
house. He
either.
destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, it in and of itself is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway.
Spilled
And
wine,
he
more
said
abuse.
She never said anything to her.
I don't believe the police said there was no spilled wine.
These are the texts
They
that
said there
she
was no
sent
signs of
to
it.
her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom.
Sad
I'm not
Amber.
gonna play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016, threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not going to play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive.
So him threatening to
This is the document
harm himself is abusing her.
divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film.
To his
Ladies and
sister.
gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time, that's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you
Well, if
always
you document some actual abuse, that would be
no matter
helpful.
how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that you have to find in order to prove or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and
How much
convincing
higher is it?
is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way.
Thank God attorneys never give bad advice.
They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying. But even if that
should let Waldman know.
They will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here.
Again, it's the liar's lying lie defense.
Amber utilized her.
Well, she would have been much worse if she meant it.
To make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative,
The agent was
Tina Newman,
working with the
said
business
there was
partner
no
that he sued.
record
by the
in
way.
Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day, the paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract.
Jack Wiggum did identify an oral contract.
Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm and fire them and blame them for things.
Wait, Adam Waldman was in charge of Johnny Depp? I thought Adam Waldman was Johnny Depp's agent.
Had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber make hers.
Welcome, Mr. Depp. Glad to have you on board, bro. I'm eating a little breakfast and I have a little cereal.
This trial is about so much.
I haven't eaten yet today.
Than Johnny Depp versus.
But you're right, Mr. Depp.
It's about the freedom of speech.
This is
Stand
terrible.
up for it, protect it, and reject
Terrible.
Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
Because they know they got no case,
Now
bro.
you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hawk about the counterclaim.
Oh, hope you're all right there, Jeff.
How much time are you going to burn on this?
Hope you're right,
Not
bro.
right now. I think he means metaphorically, not like immediately.
tornadoes
Right?
here today.
He said now. She's up.
There she comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you'll hear from Miss Brenhoff. He just used an
Oh my
hour
God.
and 20
Getting
minutes.
the microphone out of his butt. It's
I
awkward.
thought they were going to
Ass
squeeze the
where he was
counterclaim at the end.
I mean, they're limited to
Oh, look,
rebuttal on
Camille's
the
Camille's
counterclaim
got a big
only.
smile on her face.
Oh, they're ready to shred what just
Sorry,
happened.
Misador. I just reread what you said.
I
That's
get to say
funny.
good afternoon.
Meow, 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 meow.
So Ben's
Lady Elaine Fairchild.
very strong thank you to all of you.
Boomerang, toomerang, schmoomerang.
Yeah, bro, definitely. I've been there.
I'm going to go
We get
really
tornado
fast,
warnings here in Texas.
and try to go
I've
as
been
quick
there.
as I can so that you can
I
get
still love this
a
comment,
break
though.
from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down
Okay,
to the
let's see.
last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing, only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going
Wait, the
after
trial itself?
for nothing. because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard of this whole thing. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the
I just
world.
realized my mic was off.
His manager, his lawyer, Amber,
Sorry.
his friends.
I was saying that
everybody.
she said
But he's never accepted responsibility for a
they're
thing
bringing this
he's done
case
in
as
his
abuse
life.
for Amber,
But
but
he
you can't
wants
judge
to
anything
feel
past
to
2020.
accept,
December
to make
2020.
him
So what you're
accept
talking about.
responsibility, to hold him
And,
legally responsible.
I also said, Jeff,
for his
be
actions.
very careful
And to fully
out
and
there,
fairly
brother.
compensate
Take care.
Amber
Stay safe.
for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else.
Sure
We want
don't.
to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life. and
Leave
raise-
Amber alone.
So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear.
What you just said.
We'll show them to you in a
What you
minute,
just said,
that he
Jeff,
says
exactly.
Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's
Here
attorney,
comes
says these things. Now,
the
Mr.
Depp Waldman
says,
statements.
oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was
This will be shredded
2
on
months
rebuttal too.
before those statements were made in February of 2020. Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all 3 of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make
Adio.
like
Adio.
Amber was
Spliced?
the person who was
When was the last time
committing
someone
the abuse.
spliced something?
He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the
Spliced
timing of
audio
this,
tapes.
We're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial
What
was
is she
July
talking
of
about?
2020. So they're launching an attack. to
It's
try
like
to
one giant run-on sentence.
before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp.
Wow.
Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement?
They're going to do lunch between rebuttals, right?
It says, Amber and her friends in the media.
They're overtime now. It's
take
like, what, 12:34 there?
Allegations is both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this.
Yeah.
Now, the
Yeah.
first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your
He's
evidence
treading the
book.
thinnest
At least
line
some
she
of you
can
will
on
remember
saying he
it
lost the
being
UK
shown
case
at
without
one
saying
point
it.
in the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding, and it was treated confidential. She did
Is
it
Camille looking at the judge?
opposite. She didn't want to tell people this, and you know that. You watched her on.
Why? She told him everything else.
Heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less.
Oh, she hates cameras.
What else is going on?
Cameras hate her.
Her reflection doesn't show up in mirrors either.
Statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, no, this didn't happen to at least a couple of them. And he can't remember anything likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house.
Look at Camille's face, man. Camille's like, what?
Those canvases and how long that took, how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something.
To paint a canvas.
Walls, tearing up her nightgown,
Solid color, even.
wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it.
My heart feels empty as she's speaking.
Never that she was, why did he cook her clothes?
Zero effect.
Well, the same with Rottenborn. It's like there's no connection.
These things happen. With respect to the malice on this one, he knows.
You know that he knows he was out of it for
3 days. And that's all we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of
What?
here. But you can find
To prove malice, you have to prove that he knows that he knows he was out of it. What does that even mean?
Both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating
Their case is
they
weak.
stand in each other's shoes. When you
Where's that Charlie Brown teacher sound effect?
say you can go there was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actually
Defiantly.
That's not actually malice at all.
I heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend.
Bruce Willis, what?
Until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said.
He also allegedly stole $4.5 million.
Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. And he didn't care. He is an attack on all.
I don't like Elaine mansplaining things to me.
And put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober? He's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to
Lord
find
have mercy.
additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber.
Based on how long this is dragging out, Jeff, I think you may be right. They may not get this.
Oh, no.
That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny
They may
Depp's,
get this case in not
social
till
media that is
2 p.m. their time.
So much credit.
And he also
Advisory, I get the case at 2 and make sure I was out of there by 6.
So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set this up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to.
You don't have an implication jury instruction, Elaine.
And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here. and went away, and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine, and they, busted the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist.
Sounds credible.
And tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false.
We all know that.
Because
we all know.
after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know
Because we
Amber
have
did
to.
everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month. And remember how I talked about when he gets
They brought it up again.
Induced things. He gets into these paranoias and he gets some idea in his head and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that.
Imagine being seated next to Elaine on a
That was
flight.
his spin. So she did kill it on the
Yikes.
phone. He's in
No.
New York at the time. He's going.
Amber certainly let it go on the bed sheet.
And by the way, Boo has the chief problem. He's always doing this, but Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, "Ow! You just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts." Io says, "Amber, get out of there."
Why are you hitting yourself, Johnny?
Pulls her hair, grabs her, and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times.
Oh my God, where's her C-3PO off button?
Get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly. Then his bodyguards
Just
here,
amateur
they
cream,
come in,
Elaine.
they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a,
This is really, is it me or am I just so tired or is this really disjointed?
Just like a glob of talking. There's no structure. There's no order. There's no narrative. It's
He's
awful.
splashing the wine.
Yeah,
His bodyguard-
Good. I mean, this seems like so disjointed.
I feel bad for them, man. They got no case.
This is it.
This is it.
They
yeah.
gotta go this route.
And he says, "Get your bitch out of here." And he's got the big magnum and
Well,
he's
they-
that. And Elizabeth,
that-
just
that-
like
that
Donald
Rocky
Trump,
probably
met
wants to bring-
him 4 times, and she goes ripping out
How
of
it
it as
is.
fast as she can. And Josh gets out.
Well, not
of it.
demonetized.
Then what does he do?
Sorry.
He rearranges the furniture, or he might have knocked something.
Is it true Elaine has a twin
One
sister?
of the countertops or something. I think is
Lady Elaine Fairchild, I'm telling you, from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
trash that place again as he left.
Let's try and
Now,
hear her.
the next
shitty
part of
argument.
this
Talking
is-
about people using cocaine.
Io
Elaine,
calls the police.
get help.
He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there. The police haven't come and that Johnny's going to kill him. So he calls a friend in LA and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls.
this is like a closing designed to ensure that you can't remember what she was talking about 3 minutes ago.
Oh, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up.
It's like the mainstream media closing.
Up there, but it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, that Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was 3 years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report.
You think Elaine thought she'd have more time, and now she's got like 2 hours of stuff to get through in 40 minutes?
This is not good.
There you go. Mischaracterizing a whole lot of testimony, I think. I mean, this is absurd. You guys nailed it. It's a word salad. It's just like her opening. It's this fucking plate of spaghetti that people are supposed to navigate. And it literally sounds insane. If it sounds like you've gone to Thanksgiving and your aunt got drunk and wanted to tell you about her last year in a multi-level marketing campaign, I mean, this is what you get, right? Well, I went to the show in Las Vegas, and when I was there, I learned about this new product.
This is the neighbor you don't like's Christmas letter about their children.
But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime, because domestic violence has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set. It doesn't make any difference.
Everybody's either wrong or incompetent or lying. Only Amber is telling the truth.
Try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. They're
okay.
And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see, there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite.
What about the line that was in the hallway? How come those police officers didn't see that?
Everything's fine. The wave, everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement.
They probably really don't want him to investigate a false report.
Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody.
If this shit actually happened, why are they not pressing charges?
But
Why
the
would you
other thing
not
that's very
press
helpful,
charges?
and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773, because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember,
He was automatically apologizing for all the things.
in the hallway. The police, none of the police officers.
Sorry for original sin.
And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going on.
Apologizing for everything, up to and including the fall of the Holy Roman Empire.
Sorry you gave me that apple.
So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp.
That doesn't
Nothing
make it
could be
malice.
further from the truth on that one. And there's not, she did
She's
not
misrepresented the
want
law
police officers to
at
press
least
charges.
3 times.
Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman?
Who are the ECB people?
Plant in all of these people's
Objection,
minds.
Your Honor.
Somehow
Eastern Columbia building.
She wasn't.
Did you approach?
To Elaine's credit, Rottenborn sucked up probably an extra 25 minutes of time than he was supposed to.
Yeah, I suspect that's what's happening here. And she can't adjust her own, what she wants to communicate. So she's trying to pack, 10 pounds of bullshit into a 3-pound bag.
Yeah. But she has misrepresented the law on several occasions. She has misstated the testimony and completely misrepresented the testimony of the domestic violence expert, who did not at any point testify that they should have issued a police report.
Say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing he planted. And that's because It's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing
They all heard
any
what you said,
makeup.
Elaine.
She was natural.
She got
wasn't
caught.
wearing a stitch of makeup.
She got
Everyone
caught.
says it.
A
She
stitch
got-
of makeup.
Why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth?
You did to the restraining order.
4 years. Why on earth would
That's
she not
exactly
put
right,
makeup
Jeff.
on? So that
Complete
she-
Elaine
speculation.
just looked at her watch.
Why on earth?
This is not unusual. Elaine tends to get real
You know what,
close
you
to
guys
telling
saw
a
her.
lie
You guys saw her.
every time. So the fact
You
that she
saw Amber on the stand. There were days
lying
where
or
she
or
didn't
Well, she knows she's running out of time.
A lot
How much
of
does she have left, Nick, according to your
She got
estimate?
nothing
not
else.
wearing makeup
Minutes?
when she doesn't have mascara
15 minutes, maybe.
and eyeliner on. She has
By
different-
my estimate, it was about an hour and 10
Some
minutes for
of
Rotten
them-
Born. So however long she's been going.
And people misunderstand, especially people that
Shot
are
to the rescue.
a lot of men, frankly, go, oh,
We
that's. then she
don't
probably
trust the
didn't
20,
have makeup.
20 minutes left,
And
but they
that's
still
where
have
that
rebuttal.
mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at
You're
telling
saying
you
somewhere
what
between
colors
145 and
for the different days.
140, 145.
This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you
This is
honestly
the
think
fastest
she
I've ever
just
heard
will
Elaine
walk
talk.
around for the
I don't
world
think she's
with her
breathed yet.
bruises exposed? Of course she's not.
There's a lot of bullshit, but
Now,
Why? Why not?
Let's go to
I mean,
the third
she
one.
did the one day
speaking to the
when it
bullshit.
mattered, and then
And
why
this
would she not
is-
after that?
The abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms.
this
Heard's
whole thing is an abuse hoax.
against Johnny Depp.
Man, I'd be so
Now,
happy, bro, if the
obviously,
jury
the
comes.
defamatory meaning of that is that.
I mean, if
Amber's
the jury
created
gets
an
this case
abuse
at like
hoax.
2
But there
p.m.
is
But
no
she is.
abuse hoax.
and they come
I
back
don't
at
need
5
to
p.m.
tell you
Eastern
all of the
and
evidence
say,
that Ben did of
yeah,
beautiful
we
job of just taking you through
we
all of those different
side
things.
with
But I
Johnny.
will
May wanna
point out
think
a
about
couple
it.
things
Deuces.
for you. And
Yeah,
that
did she just give
Amber
credit
and
to?
Bonnie
Awesome.
Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
Elaine's she can't help herself.
So
Elaine can't help herself.
normally you don't want to object during closing arguments because it's a
Yeah.
real dick move.
But you can't
if
let
there's-
opposing counsel lie.
Right. If there's a blatant misrepresentation of fact or law, you have to object. Notice they
Mm-hmm.
did not object during David Rottenborn's or Ben Rottenborn, whatever. They did not object during Rottenborn's closing argument at all. They have no seeming desire to just be a dick and interrupt. But Elaine is misrepresenting facts and law, and she's lost every objection so far.
Yep.
We'll see what happens here. But I mean, she clearly lost the last one. She had to go correct her representation to the
Right.
jury.
I wasn't just saying what I was just saying to you, but
But I am saying it, just not in that way, but in a different way that makes it okay for me to say it. I would never
Johnny
say
should just get up and bitch slap Elaine. That would be funny.
I would never want to be the person who in closing argument says, I don't need to show you all of the evidence. Like, what do you mean you don't need to show me the evidence? Like, that's all. All I heard was, I don't need to show you evidence. Because when you say all of the evidence, I'm thinking you're not showing me any of the evidence.
Right.
I want you to tell me what evidence I'm supposed to do
Right.
to link this claim to the jury instruction.
Correct.
And the stuff I'm going to talk about now, well, that stuff's not in evidence.
So this is this objection in sidebar. This looks bad, especially if Elaine comes back with some sort of change or worse, a correction after this long one. That's going to be a mess.
Well, the
But-
judge has to correct.
But here's the problem: the way she's delivering this. Does anybody know what she was talking about?
I can't remember what you were saying 2 minutes ago.
No, not at all.
Dr. Bonnie Jacobs notes is reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period.
Turn your
Dr.
mic on,
Spiegel
Elaine.
confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed
Dr. Schmiegel.
yeah,
Precious.
Your Honor, objection.
Jesus, Elaine can't get 2 minutes. 1 minute.
If you're misrepresenting testimony of a witness that's in the record, and you can assume that Ben Chu and his team have the transcript sitting there, they're clearly prepared for this area of testimony. They know exactly where her.
Confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2000.
She learned later that she was
When
abused
she went
earlier.
back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that.
I'm sticking with this comment.
You remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through.
Oh, let me correct it. Sorry.
Took photos, she took everything she had, calendars.
Let me correct that.
Put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to.
They've been able to not refute.
I did on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now,
Yeah.
let's talk for a moment about the.
For those who might not like the other word thing, I was a little too
They have
harsh.
said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice
It's like
job.
COVID abuse. You don't know you have it until someone tells you.
Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any
Publicity.
Money?
Any of this.
Money, publicity,
I
fame.
call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money because, first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for
Yeah, but it
abandonment,
fucking helps.
for adultery, for anything.
Especially on
she doesn't
settlement.
need an excuse.
Lying liars.
Percent of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle
And why
Mulrooney
didn't
was that Amber completely cooperated. with
Lawyer, liar, liar, lawyer.
But if John
Yes,
Depp
it's just
really
that.
heard from him, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. She's entitled to 50% of everything he earned during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936.
But she
in
signed the
evidence.
postnup.
Page 69. It says how much he made in 2015.
So if she didn't have to do it, but
Remember
she
that
did
Mr.
it.
Spindler,
Why did she do it?
Who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for
She
example.
actually got that because you asked for
She was
after
entitled to
tax
that
money, you
So
dildo.
she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Literally,
Your
That
Honor,
would've been
we're going
entitled
to
that.
object again.
Look at how frustrated and flustered she looks when he objected.
Getting 14 million, because remember, she got the 7 million in cash, but she also was absolved of $7 million of debt liabilities that Johnny Depp took on. And it's all demanded to be post-tax dollars because otherwise she would have to pay taxes on the tax liability that Johnny Depp took from her. That's how that works. She would have been taxed on approximately $7.5 million of income for Johnny taking on that debt. So since it was all post-tax dollars being delivered to her at a rate of approximately $14.5 million, she actually got around that $30 million figure when you come down to it in just pure income amounts. It's in the when their expert was testifying to that, they objected furiously because it was true. this is the reality of what was going on. They really don't want these
Elaine
facts
can't help
out
herself,
there
man.
as to how much money she actually
messes
got,
up.
how much debt relief she
The judge
actually
says
got
stop.
from this.
She
'Cause
continues
she
to
never
mess
wanted
up.
anything less.
The judge says stop. She continues to mess up. Misrepresent. She continues.
It sounds like Elaine. Is Elaine there?
No, wait, this is like the most intelligent thing we've heard all day.
I know. That sounds like Elaine's closing. On a different day that's not this day, could we?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my 4-year-old. She was telling me that she got her hair braided.
Which has already exceeded expectations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's a sweetie. No, this and again, all these objections do not look good for Elaine, especially with the rate that she's losing them and coming back looking flustered to the jury.
I wish they were showing this bench. I mean, Elaine must be gesticulating like crazy,
close
frantically.
to getting admonished by the judge, I think.
So if you do the math, Amber's entitled to
Moving on.
What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity.
No, she
doesn't.
No, she doesn't.
Or she intends to give it to charity.
But both the corporate designees for ACLU and
She
the
doesn't.
hospital
She doesn't
said
give the.
donation and pledge are interchangeable. These are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it. And
They should not be talking about this at all.
Now
What's
she's
the advantage of talking about this?
This is bad. It just reminds the jury that she had the money for 13 months and never gave it.
The excuse sounds inane. It's just reminding the jury of what she didn't do.
That was the initial.
What I just said.
He was trying to take credit.
That's no, I'm on the right side. The
Both
Lord.
the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber.
She had the money for 13 months,
Elon
folks.
Musk also made
13 months.
Why are you talking about donating money? Why would you say this?
Those organizations. At the end of the day, she's
Because you're Elaine and you're kind of an idiot.
in payments to them. But then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is.
Oh, I hope so.
She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said
With
that.
what?
So, and I
Got no
listened
money.
from both
Could it
the
be
ACLU
contingent? Is that why Elaine's so frantic?
They haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants.
I need my 33%.
But she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations?
She
did. How much? How much was it?
$1 million?
Now, Mr. Mandel testified that
Howie?
Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him.
She hasn't
Mr.
given $1
Depp
million
got on the stand and says he
to
does it
anybody.
anonymously.
She's given 300, I think, of her
But
own
Mr.
money,
Mandel would have been the one
350,000.
writing the checks. And he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages because
Yes,
I promise you,
Jeff,
I'm
you're
gonna
right.
go pretty fast
Lawyers
here.
are obligated
No
to
kidding.
present the client's case in the best light
There's
possible.
a few different
That's
types of damages, but one
not
of the things that the court has tried to do
obligated
about
to lie
told
or
you that
misrepresent
because
the
we have
facts
defamation,
or
it's
talk about
ambiguous,
facts
and
that aren't in
therefore it's very
evidence,
difficult to
all
prove
of which
these.
Elaine has
And
done.
so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't
So
want to have
Amber
to get
deserves
in the
$100 million
middle of all this
because she
documentation.
says
They
so.
haven't
We don't have to
released it.
prove
So he
that she
didn't read
deserves
anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his
Pathetic.
deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason.
Why would he say we never negotiate?
So he
She
just
must mean renegotiate.
admit to any of these things. But
And he didn't
He
say
said-
that.
He said it's not our custom to
Listen
renegotiate.
carefully to this, was the email to James
Elaine
Bond,
is
the
definitely the
director,
person who would ask to see her
Jason
manager.
Momoa, her
All the way
co-star,
down to
who
the
said they
haircut.
guarantee if
Definitely
they
the
are in the
person who would
film,
ask to see
she
the
is
manager.
going to be Mara in the film. Why
That's
did
not
they
an
do
evidence.
that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked
Look
out?
at this, Camille.
Statement.
This guy's like, are you insane?
Not enough acting skills. Gosh, no.
Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser. our expert on
The
IT.
Dookie
Took these
Howser.
through and tracked how they track the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory
I
statements.
think there's more than that in the past
Took
hour,
life of
Elaine.
its own. They started get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time.
Even though they
She
kept her
lost
contract.
2 different opportunities that were being discussed.
She's still on the L'Oreal
The most
contract.
significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was
She was
the
in it.
biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from
And
Mr.
she's
Depp
been in Aquaman
admitted this
too.
was her blockbuster.
And
This
they
was
paid her
her
for it.
mega. But what happened instead?
No, they did not.
No one said it was her blockbuster.
And in that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She
If
got
the devil's in our way, we will run right over
because
him.
of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do
Wait, so
publicity
she got all
for
those
the
things
She
after
wasn't
the
allowed to,
after the defamation?
She
It was
hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal.
Don't try to figure out what she's talking about.
Elaine, I
She
understand. I feel for her because I know she's got to talk fast.
And then they
Because
gave her
they're
a hard
running
time
out
about
of
Aquaman
time
2.
because the other
And
guy used
instead
to
of the
like
career
15,
trajectory
25 minutes
of
per
the
time.
other comparators, who
But
all went way up.
she
And
sounds
by the way,
crazy.
all the
Sounds like a
experts
crazy person.
admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very
That's not
good
what they
information
admitted.
to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said
I
everybody
can't remember what you said 5 minutes ago.
producers don't
Look
want
at
to
Camille trying to figure out what the hell she's talking about.
That is true. That the issue with everything that Elaine's saying is it's hard to remember
So,
any one thing.
Catherine
So
Arnold-
I guess
she-
Elaine's going to burn through every minute of her time. So the
estimates
last
on this,
people
and
who
she
I
turn to
remember
hear from
more
is
that she got
Epstein.
called over to the
Use
side
Crazy.
3 times than I remember.
Horrible
what she
time
was saying.
Ambers, but use those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities, but she used the base that Amber had. So she used the 4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie.
waiting
And what
for
she
the judge
estimated
say,
on those, and she
"You're out
went
of
through
time."
those details, is that if you took
I was
that
waiting for that,
last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between 47 and $50 million that she could have had instead of her star being completely extinguished.
Which
And
no
that's what's
one
happened to
believes.
her. The emotional
Yeah, no one
distress
believes
damages
Amber's worth 50
are
million.
even more extreme here. And that is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything
It's gonna be a lot.
causes her to relive all of it. She talked about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the different
It's only going to get worse after the verdict.
anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most.
I'm starting to think they might come back to the verdict today.
Look at Amber. The wall
Yesterday,
is not.
and when she took the
You're not
stand
long for the
before,
wall, darling.
It has destroyed
The
her
wall
life. This
awaits.
has consumed her. She's getting.
Why do you
death-
say that?
Her daughter.
Too
they're
easy?
Threatening to put her
Yeah,
daughter.
I
in
mean,
jail.
Lots of public figures
Lots
in
of
jail.
Elaine.
Now she
It's
shouldn't.
everywhere.
That's not
It's
right.
Media, the
But
social
lots
media.
It might be like that, when you're rushed at a restaurant and you give your order and you say, and we'll take the check right away, miss. We're ready.
Now, Johnny
We're
Depp
ready for the check.
sued for $100 million.
I agree,
for
actually.
$50 million. And we sent a message back saying, fine, we're going to sue for $100 million.
What
Look
the
we've
fuck?
done to her. We're not asking you
Wow.
to give $100 million. We're asking.
What?
What?
you The damages in this case.
That's literally exactly what you're asking.
That sounds like malice. That sounds like abuse.
Malicious prosecution.
We do ask that fully.
We had no rational basis to
Yeah,
ask for
she
100
just
million.
basically said
It was
that
spite.
Both in terms of
Johnny
Which is
asked
randomly
for
picked
50,
the
so we
number as
said
high as
fine.
we
We're going
go.
to ask
very
for 100.
last point is
She needs to be savage
You surely
for
have
this
those in
unread.
this case.
I'm
We've
very-
asked for 350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that.
That's the legal fees.
Thank you.
I mean,
That was
that is a
nuts.
stunning admission that your damages
Ladies
number
and
was
gentlemen, we're going
frivolous.
to do We still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you. Okay?
Oh, that's so
All
good.
right,
For
so go
Depp's
ahead
game.
and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other, and do
I'm
not
not
do
going to remember any of this after lunch. And then
That
they get
is so
45
messed
minutes
up.
response. That's fantastic for Depp.
Yeah. I mean, that is so messed up to say we're claiming $100,000, but we really don't want $100,000.
We were sending a message. We were sending a message.
she
Like
just
Amber
took
sent
a-
messages to Johnny.
She just took a whiteboard eraser to Rottenborn's entire closing, by the way, which wasn't the worst closing.
So let's
let's
come back at 2:10.
But who remembers it after that?
And just
Garbled
for the
fucking
record,
mess.
plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes.
Oh, they have some time. Okay.
Defendants have 6 minutes left.
I didn't
for
take any time
rebuttal.
off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars.
Yep.
It's all
You
from-
fucking morons.
Okay. All right.
They were
thank-
shocked. They were just shocked. They only had 6 minutes left.
Oh my Lord. That was bad. Like really bad.
I mean, you,
Well,
you can't.
that team, you got to
can't-
give them more than 6 minutes of stuff to respond to.
You cannot let Elaine Bredehoft into your legal team. Like you can't do it. She's insane. If you do, she can't touch opening or closing arguments because she can't make them. And this rambling, rolling nonsense. What the hell was that?
And that was high speed rolling nonsense.
What the hell was that?
I joked on Twitter. Well, it wasn't a joke. It's true, but I was being snide on Twitter. I said I wouldn't hire Elaine Bredehoft to buy me coffee.
Okay. I'm going to grab some lunch.
Seriously, it would
I
be
will
cold
post
before you fucking got
anything
it.
you guys
Come
put
back
up
cold.
here for
Oh,
comment.
no.
That's funny.
What the fuck's your problem?
But I will catch him, I promise.
I have a
I'll
little
have
bit of
my,
adult
my,
beverage in me at this
tablet
point.
Oh,
downstairs.
no worries on that.
I'm exasperated.
What the
I
hell?
can see if any comments
What the
pop
hell
up
was
or
that? It
something
was a
that's going on.
complete waste of time.
But
I mean,
need to get
here's the
something
reality.
to
You
eat.
have now they didn't have
'cause
to
that
preserve
little bit that I
a
snacked
ton
on
of
was
time for
not
their
enough,
rebuttal
and
because
I
it's
wanna get
limited in
something
scope
else.
to their
So
counterclaim.
I'll be right
So they
with you
don't
guys.
have to do
Listen
their
to these.
rebuttal time
Ricada and these
as
guys
part
are
of their
fantastic.
counterclaim. So their main closing argument was going to be the bulk because it was addressing both issues. So that's fine. But 6 minutes, and you heard what Rottenborn's response was. Huh, well, that time against the sidebars couldn't be counted against us. I didn't count any time on the sidebars.
Yeah.
And the judge guaranteed it. She's not going to be loosey-goosey. I mean, she just told the jury, I can guarantee you it'll be done in 45 minutes. Well, that's 39 for Depp, 6 for Heard. That's 45 minutes.
You're done in 45 minutes, period. And she's not, I think she will literally cut them off mid-word, is how it sounds.
It's been abysmal time management since the get-go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's actually a wonder that they got their case done when they did with the amount of time that they had left. I mean, because they had a couple, probably something like 30 to 45 minutes left in their case time.
Well, I think it was DUI guy that said you said they would probably give her 3 to 5 minutes per person.
Only on cross-exam.
I'll be right back, Jeff. I won't be gone long.
Yeah, to avoid the.
I'm just going to go. I have to go downstairs.
I
I'm
gotta
in
hit
my
the bathroom.
office
I'll be right back,
upstairs,
gentlemen.
in my bedroom. I'm
Speak
going
away.
downstairs. I'm going to make a sandwich.
It's
so
our
I'll be right back.
stream.
But
Hey,
these
everybody,
guys really
like
are
and
fantastic.
subscribe to me because I'm fucking awesome.
Subscribe to this guy.
Yeah, and that guy too. And this guy over here. I'm not used to this like reverse image yet. No, Law and Crime, he's the man. He's leaving us in here. So, hey, good for him. Like and subscribe to him if you haven't. This guy and this guy over here, and then me last. It's kind of said Andrew's not here because I'm sure he has something he could plug.
Hold on. Before I go, guys, real quick, to grab something.
This has been
cool. Thanks, Jeff. I'm going to switch over to
an example
the
of
Legal
how
Bites
to
folks. So they
not
got
do
more
a
people talking.
cross-examination,
and
how not
offering.
to do a
So
lawsuit, how
stand
not to
by.
present a case in
I'm gonna
chief,
switch over
how not
real
to present
quick.
closing arguments. Amber's team has just sort of shown how not to do every aspect of a trial.
Was just she came in like a wrecking ball. Like like after the first 10 minutes, Ben like built this tableau.
Come on.
A nice painting, a nice scene
Share.
where he was this verbal abuser, and we could believe that he's an abuser for those reasons. And Elaine came through with the wrecking ball and just bashed right through it. You know, she was like,
every single thing Amber said is the truth. Let me repeat to you all of these allegations.
Yeah, that was bad.
With nothing to back it up.
That was bad.
Let's ignore all
That
the
was
evidence
bad.
and mistake the evidence so that it helps us. And I just found that to be horrible. I hated every single thing that Elaine did, and I think it completely ruined everything that Ben did, which was actually pretty good given the case that they had.
Do you know what I just remembered I hated about Rottenborn's argument? I'm not saying this is a bad argument necessarily to the jury, but I hate it as a kind of visceral level, is the if you make a decision in this case, you're telling other people outside this trial X, Y, and Z. That making it a message trial is just so anathema to what you actually should be evaluating here. It bugs the crap out of me.
That would be objectionable in a criminal case. Send a message to the community would be objectionable in a criminal case.
If you find for Johnny Depp, you're telling everyone else that their stories are, not good enough, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, God, evaluate Amber, evaluate Johnny. That's what your job is.
Yeah.
But I also
Yeah,
feel like
this whole-
Rottenberg, like he contradicted himself in the beginning a lot. He'll say one thing and then say, or he said, the op-ed was not about him, but he did do these things to her. And so he kept going back and forth with that on the statements of trying to say that you can't find Amber liable, basically. And so I definitely didn't like that part. And it was at the beginning of his statement. So I felt like that might have thrown the jury off a little bit.
I guess I was impressed by the technical legal minutia of what his argument was trying to be in focusing on the law, because he does have that. And we've been saying this consistently throughout, that he has this pure legal argument at the end of the day.
He does.
There is a space for it.
And he used it.
So, at least to me, I thought he was making it. And I agree with Bree's point about the contradictions. At least for me, I felt like he was trying to have his cake and eat it too. And I felt like it was working. Natalie might also be right about the second part of it being better. Yeah, but even if she is right, I think it just went on way too long in the end. I think.
Oh yeah,
it was a mess.
If you wanted to argue that like the first 10 or 15 minutes was good and like a part one, and then he switched to what you think, and you thought that 10 to 15 minutes was great. Okay, fine. But then it just went on forever, and it became droning and irrelevancy, and I long since lost the plot somewhere in there.
Oh, I totally agree with you on that. It went on to you. It's the contradictory defense that us defense attorneys in criminal really try to stay away from, where it's like there's two theories under which my client is not guilty. And I'm just using my own experience in criminal. We try to stay away from that because that works with judges. It does not work with juries because they're like, well, which one am I supposed to believe? And then also it gets too long. And so it gets boring. And he ran into all of those. So you know what, Kurt, I was so taken over by how bad Elaine's was that I forgot that I was getting bored at the end of Ben's. I mean, Elaine stunned me, but you're right. You're absolutely right.
Well, maybe the Wi-Fi not did me a favor.
And I apologize. Ben was boring, repetitive, and droning, and then Elaine comes in here and is committing lawyer sins, basically, and everyone on the panel is freaking out a little bit. Apologize for speaking over you there for a second.
Yeah, Mike, what did you see?
Well, I didn't get to see Rottenborn, but I get a sense from hearing you guys. That is crazy that they keep going back and forth on this issue of is the op-ed about him. Just concede it. You're not winning. Nobody believes you, and you're crushing your credibility for everything else you say. Concede it. It's about him. She did on the stand.
Well, what's funny is they all practically did. It's like an abandoned part that they just bring up again. And I would be remiss.
Elaine comes in and gets nutty. I just saw the last bit, and I'm like, I thought it was just horrible. But so did you guys.
She'd already lost it by that point. Yeah.
But I'm sitting here thinking, well, maybe I missed some great part, but apparently not. Apparently
no,
not.
I would be remiss if I didn't point out that Ben Rottenborn's big grand finale of his portion of the closing was an ode to America, the Constitution, mom, and apple pie.
Oh, jeez.
I think we have to give Hogue his due because we kind of like we're like pish posh Hogue. No one's gonna do a First Amendment. That's such a terrible argument. Why would you do that? And you were like, it's coming.
It was so funny that last paragraph. I was like,
who in their right
in
mind would do
fairness,
that?
I didn't think he was going to end with it. I thought it was going to be in the middle somewhere. I didn't think it was the grand finale.
And
He
he
needed-
did
he needed
mention it
special
a
for-
little.
Oh, it's sorry. I was gonna say he just needed some special like Fourth of July fireworks to go along with it.
Well, I think Kurt had in the private chat something along the lines of, "I'm just surprised he didn't add Memorial Day in somehow."
Yeah, Memorial
Or
Day
maybe it
this
was someone else,
weekend.
Kurt. I don't mean to ascribe
Essentially
things.
criminal.
Yeah.
Sean.
The best argument would have been, from what I'm gathering, is what Rottenborn said, which is consider him beating up the cabinets as abuse. Say that puts you in fear and that's abusive, and let's play with the definition of abuse because we can prove that. That's the only factual basis they have in the record.
Yep.
So roll with that. But Elaine is not on that plan. She will come and blow it up every time, just like you said.
Elaine is defending her own case. Elaine has her own strategy and she is off in the woods doing her own thing. That's how I feel about this. And I would hate to have Elaine as a co-counsel. She just is doing her own thing.
What does that conversation
Elaine
look
in the
like?
wild.
She is the
Well,
captain of
Amber
her
might,
own ship.
Amber might be rubbing off on her because they're sitting next to each other the whole trial, and
They
she
were made
just
for each other.
literally
She is
repeating
the
Amber's
perfect lawyer
case.
for Amber.
Or sometimes you pick the counsel that you most like feel some sort of connection with.
It was a match made in heaven, I'm telling you. Just all
Elaine
Elaine all the
believes
time.
Amber
Elaine in
100%.
the wild. Do you guys want to hear some Runkle tweets?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so
Can
there
we
was
get a
some
reaction at 6 minutes versus 39?
Oh, I hope so. I haven't seen them all yet. So let's see here. Let me find where we left off. Okay. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Okay, the exactly what she testified to. Lots of people ask me about jury reactions to Amber Heard's facial expressions. I can see the back of her hair. It's a nice hairdo, but conveys little about her emotions. Noted the
definitely
halo braid,
angelic.
though. Bold look.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He says, Juror H shows real warm, affectionate look when Camille gets up to speak. Whatever else, she really likes CV. Okay, Juror H. To be fair, it's totally understandable. Camille Vasquez is a force of nature. Very true. Now
if
back
you like
to court.
Camille, I mean, she eviscerates Amber Heard for a living. So if you like Camille, that says something, I think.
I think so. You can't like Camille without feeling a certain kind of way about.
If you're leaning Amber Heard every time that she's doing that, it feels like if you're leaning Johnny Depp, chat or panel, if you're leaning Johnny Depp right now, how do you feel when there's a good point made on the other side? That's all Camille does. So it's hard to imagine you as a tremendously pro Amber Heard if you're a big Camille stan.
Agreed.
So then he said, now back to court, more comments later. And then now going into lunch, he says, this will be unpopular, but the Heard team did really well on closing. Rottenborn hit the legal argument really, really well. And that's exactly what he needed to do. This is why, we've got all kinds of different opinions on this stuff, right?
Well, Ian can't be polluted by us. He can't hear us right now. So he's in a vacuum.
Elaine's end of things was a lot less. Also, she seriously had to fight with jurors who are not happy that their lunch was getting delayed. They wanted out of there so bad during the objections, and she was surprised at how much time she burned.
Yeah, and she seemed to complain about the calculation. I think she thought the sidebars were counted against her.
And the judge said they weren't.
So yeah. I don't know if I'm surprised that she's surprised. Anyhow.
Well, she was using a smartwatch because she checks it like 4 times during her testimony. She's doing like this. I think, I mean, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, she was talking like the Micro Machines guy during some of that closing.
Sound and fury signifying nothing.
Then he says Elaine's end of things was a lot less. Also, she seriously had to. Oh, sorry, I got that. The question will be whether Elaine erased all that Rottenborn accomplished. That remains to be seen. Jury was very focused on instructions. They're taking their obligations seriously. Time management issue is likely to be a whole thing. Capital letter.
Shouldn't
and
be.
He actually wrote "thing" with a T. On hearing 6 minutes left, what about sidebars? Judge wasn't counting time in sidebars. It's bad when you're begging for a couple extra minutes.
I can see it being a problem, but it shouldn't be. The judge has been very clear throughout the entire trial.
They're doing her a favor. The less she talks, the better. Honestly.
Ben Rottenborn went so long.
Yeah.
I literally
Yes.
thought when he passes the hour mark that he's just going to be their first closing.
Me too.
And then they're going to do something else on rebuttal. When they hand it off to Elaine, I go, "Oh, aren't you going to come close to spending your full 2 hours?" And lo, it was so.
Elaine
I
was
felt
speaking
like,
so quickly, so she felt the pressure. I'm sorry, Brie.
Oh yeah, she kept saying that she was gonna go really fast, but by the time Rottenborn was done, I thought that they had already used the 2 hours. So yeah, throwing Elaine in there and then her speed talking definitely didn't help.
I want to compliment the judge on jury instructions this morning. When I got in this morning, I thought, oh my God, jury instructions. And then when they start, like, I've tried a bunch of cases, it just put like a stress in my stomach, because whenever I'm doing that, it's like I'm stressed out and I don't even want to hear it. But she read those things professionally and quickly. Not so quickly that she was like making light of it, but she just blew through it like a pro. And I'm like, thank you, judge. Well
So
done.
fast on those jury instructions.
I have a prediction for Elaine's career.
Oh?
Uh-oh.
I don't think Elaine's going to be settling a lot of cases anymore, because that's what's kind of like on her bio, that she settles a lot of cases. She's not good in trial. Why would I be afraid to go to trial with her? I'm taking her to trial every single time because she's
Let's
not
go
good
to
in
trial,
trial.
Elaine.
Let's go to trial, Elaine. And you're losing in civil when you're going to trial, but
Well,
I'm
maybe
taking her to trial.
Well, Natalie, maybe she still settles a lot of cases, but the pendulum on the terms changes a bit.
Yeah.
You know what I see
suck
for her?
factor gives me a
This
huge
is more
discount.
This is more inside law stuff. I see her getting being a law professor because of the profile of this, using
totally
that
gets
to
that.
like become a law professor somewhere, because they'll say, oh, she was in this trial and she's
Mhm.
famous, and the law school will like that.
Mhm.
And yes, her career is kind of toast because people are gonna be like, I'm not afraid of you. So I think that's the avenue for Elaine.
But do you think that Elaine will play videos of herself in this trial in her class?
I bet she will. I bet she will.
Carefully
She's going to start
curated.
teaching trial advocacy. It's going to be the best course ever.
Carefully
I'll tell you
curated
what she
video.
won't
Don't
play. She
do
won't play
this.
the legal bites analysis of her performance. That's what she won't play.
I actually think professors that makes so much sense, because I was thinking media analyst, that doesn't work for her.
Professor works.
So
I'm surprised at her mentioning the umbrella guy again, that umbrella guy in her closing, because it's not.
no.
Maybe she doesn't realize. Oh, she did. Maybe she doesn't realize. I don't think that would ever connect with a jury that's not supposed to be on social media. Twitter is a very distinct place, and even though we're all on Twitter, not most people are not. And so whatever you're talking about there, I don't think she's landing anywhere with the jury. That's just my prediction. And she wasted time, very limited time, talking about that umbrella guy. But shout out to that umbrella guy. Good for you.
Living in her head.
Absolutely.
Living in her head.
Mhm.
I mean, honestly, like he's been one of the folks that in the Justice for Johnny Depp community that has like worked, like he's been one of the biggest ones that's been putting out so much content over the years, and at times when it was very unpopular too. So to him for getting all these shout outs from Amber Heard's side, because I don't think that they realize just what they are doing is that they are actually doing a lot of good for him.
You want to shout out my law channel? I just would. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
That guy on civil law, he's the worst.
On how they feel about their claims. There seem to be a lot of those tells to me too, that they just do not seem confident in their claims. They don't seem confident in their client. And
well, you don't need to be misrepresenting the evidence in the law if you feel they support your case, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It's oh God, what a mess. What a mess for them. Okay, here we go. Tara Olson, do you think Depp's team? No, read that one. Robert says, love the channel. Question for all of you all. How would you all structure your closing arguments based on the instructions we just heard? The teams had all night to prepare, so how would you all prepare? How important is closing in trial? Well, I mean, that came in obviously before the closing argument started, but long story short, I wouldn't structure mine the same way that Ben Chu and Camille did personally, but that's not a criticism of what they did. It's just that's not the style I would go with. But I would structure closing arguments for Johnny Depp around the fact that I guess that this is a hoax. I'm not sure how to clearly distinguish what I mean in the differences between the two, but one of the most important things he did, that Ben Chu did, that I do agree with, is walking through the jury instruction. I think that is critical in how you do this. And so you go through, you present the arguments and or the evidence that links to each jury instruction, very specifically on defamation. And then you hit her on the lies as much as possible. And
I always like more of a narrative structure than they used here. I mean, if not the entire closing necessarily, but to kind of frame the jurors' minds. I would have said, listen, Johnny came to this relationship looking for love. He thought he was in love. He didn't know what it would turn into, but we've heard what it turned into. And it was the opposite of the love that Johnny was so desperately looking for. And frame it in that sense. So, Johnny's, that's really his position, right? He's a good guy, never hurt anybody, has his failings like anybody else, but came into this with the best of intentions. And this bitch turned this into a fucking nightmare for him. And that's why we're here today. That's why you all spent 6 weeks here. Of course, not in those particular words, but
the other point you might hit is that you've heard a lot of testimony about substance abuse. Johnny Depp has had substance abuse issues since he was 13. He's told you every single time. He's never shied away from substance abuse. Now, there were times when it was misrepresented because it would kill you if you took as much as they had claimed, but Johnny Depp has never claimed that he did not do drugs, that he did not consume significant amounts of alcohol. You've heard testimony after testimony after testimony that he's consumed so much drugs and alcohol in his life that you might not even be able to tell when you're around him, because he kind of acts the same. So we're not trying to get away from that, but they're going to convince you, or try to convince you, that drug and alcohol abuse equals spousal abuse, but it doesn't. It doesn't. You've heard testimony from experts that it does not cause spousal abuse. And you can't just assume that without any other evidence, because this is where they're going to focus on his substance abuse, that he's suddenly an abuser to this one person when he's been on drugs his entire life. So hitting out
what changed here? What changed in this equation? It wasn't his drug use. It wasn't his alcohol use. One thing changed. Amber Heard entered stage left.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think I would play on the him being a victim of not physical, he mitigates the physical abuse in his recordings. So I almost think play into that. Like, we're not alleging that Amber Heard caused significant physical damage to Johnny Depp, and he hasn't done that here, and he hasn't done that in private either. Her physical abuse of him was part of her pattern of mental abuse. It was part of her means to control and dominate his life, to keep him from being Johnny Depp, and to draw all the attention in the room to her, because that's who she's been, that's who she is. And that toxicity overflowed when he left, and she had to try and rope him back in. And the way she could put him back under her control was a public accusation that was false, built on a house of lies. So there, some sprinklings of those things, I think.
Yeah, so I would have liked maybe just 5 or 10 minutes of that kind of narrative structure to frame things, and then dive into the concrete details, which they did cover very competently, especially the jury instruction part, critically important, as you say.
Yeah.
And you want to show the jury an absolutely clear path of what they need to do in order to arrive at your client's favored verdict.
Right. And I really liked a big praise when he talked about the implication. I've been saying from the start of the trial that my kind of theory of their case is that they know that the 3 statements standing alone are weak. they're weak. But those 3 statements are meant to invoke 2 prior years of accusations that failed. And it's not, so there's problems with, you can't sue on the old stuff because it's outside of the statute of limitation. And in a lot of states, I don't know if Virginia has it, but there's a first publication rule. So if it's just a mere republication of a statement that was published outside of the statute of limitations, you don't get to do it because the first, the first publication is when the statute tolls. So you don't get to do that. So what they have to do is incorporate by inference all of the statements that she's made, all of the accusations, and yes, the domestic violence restraining order, and show how she tried it through the courts because it would shield her. I mean, they made this argument that it would shield her from defamation, tried it in the press, tried it through TMZ. None of those things worked. So then she does the op-ed, and you heard from our expert that it was targeted to the industry. It's from the Washington Post, and it's from someone purporting to be a victim. That's all the power. And they did that, but I think crystallizing that that implication argument and bringing in everything into these 3 statements is critically important. Suzanne Davis says, thanks for the coverage. You're welcome. Mark Leon, I plan to make a super chat at Legal Bites today, but after watching DUI guy blow $4,000 and not get a seat, eventually due to that unnecessary trauma, I'm leaving it here. We benefit from hearing a multitude of views.
I'd also suggest there's some subtleties around the effectiveness or efficacy of closing arguments or weaknesses of closing arguments, and that, you know, sometimes if you have a split jury, it can come down to which of the jurors feel stronger about their position, right? Which are going to be harder to move off whatever position they've adopted. And if
What the heck is going on? Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm surprised as to why you can't hear. Stand by.
Going into Saturday so they can go into next week. So I think they'll bleed over into next week. And if it's a huge amount of people to 1 or 2 other jurors, the pressure is going to be there just to comply and get out. That's exactly right, I believe.
Yeah. And a lot of times jury rooms come down to the strongest personalities outweighing the people who aren't as invested. And we've talked a little bit on this channel about the possibility that people are less invested than normal because at the end of the day, it's very possible these people see 2 rich assholes suing over islands and yachts. Yeah. And
I can't express how angry I would be if I was on that jury and they took 6 weeks of my life away from me to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah.
At $30 a day.
$30 a day.
It's a solid 30. You probably get a ham sandwich at lunch, though. Did you consider the ham sandwich? Okay, I'm trying to get some of these really big chats that have come in today.
Wow, that's a big one right there.
A new one?
Something in red. I assume they're color coded.
They are, and I'm going to get to that one. There was another red one I read earlier. I'm just trying to.
Sorry to interrupt, but Sabrina just stopped by, and she's officially paid in full. I gave her the wristband, so transaction complete.
Very cool. Very cool.
Nice.
I'm glad she got what she dealt for, or what she dealt for. It's unfortunate that you were prevented from getting what you paid for, but that's not her fault.
Not her fault. She was not privy to all this. But I just wanted to say about the trial. So I actually was firmly convinced that there would be a 0% chance of a verdict today. But after talking with you guys and kind of thinking about it some more and listening to these closing arguments, I don't know. I'm actually changing my opinion. There is a possibility that the jury
Me
goes
too.
back.
I know.
And
I was
they're like-
with you because I actually scheduled stuff to do this afternoon because I just assumed there wouldn't be a verdict, and I'm like, oh crap, I'm going to be out in my car when the verdict comes in.
But like, imagine, since they have to be unanimous, there's going to be 7 of them, and it will be interesting to see who gets picked as the 2 alternates. That's probably not going to be a game changer a whole lot, but it will be interesting because I have some bets in my head as to who's going to be the 4 person potentially. But when they go back, I mean, imagine, the first question they're going to ask is like, who do you think is right? Who do you think here is the winning, reigning, throughout this whole trial individual? And if
I'm
they're
gonna go for a
all,
ride in my
say,
car,
immediately
guys.
can say like,
My
they're all
daughter,
on the same page, they can immediately start
needs to
maybe
take her
talking
car in,
about
and I'm helping her
damages.
out. So we're gonna go for a
And
ride.
the whole conversation, they're going to skip quote unquote liability portion of it. They're not even going to discuss whether or not the elements of defamation have been met. They're like, look, there's justice that needs to be done, because jurors can do that. They don't have to follow the law. We all know what that's called. And they'll just start crunching numbers for Johnny, for example, or the reverse, start crunching numbers for Amber. Anything's possible.
If they're sensible, the quick solution to damages is, find against Amber, find for Johnny, give him $1, and go home for the weekend.
Yep.
And in case there's confusion in the chat, I don't know. I haven't seen any confusion in the chat, but in case you don't know, like the jury instructions and the checklists and the yeses for all the blanks, those don't matter. Like those don't matter at all, because they could just write yes. I mean, they don't have to actually do like an analysis. There's no show your work. This isn't, 9th grade geometry class. They don't have to proof their verdict here. So
We'll
they
never
can
know.
They can all go back there and say, the foreman can literally go back and say, look, guys, pretty obviously a win for Johnny. Does anybody disagree with that? Or you'd say, that guy's a monster. Does anybody disagree with that? And if everybody says, no, we're on the same page, done. You've done the liability portion for the jury. That's all they need to do. And then they go, yeah, okay, so what the hell do we give them? And then they decide.
I mean, any prudent foreman's first thing he's going to do is say, hey, all right, how about a quick show of hands? Where are we all at? And if all the hands are for Johnny, I mean, then I like to say, I mean, I always like the argument to the jury that, hey, if you find for my client, you guys could all be home for lunch.
Not in this case.
Oh, for dinner.
Dinner. And the judge doesn't serve dinner. She already said that.
Turd Herdison with a big chat says, Turd Herdison, it's a funny name. It is. Thank you very much. David Woodman says, Nick, here's a pledge of $3.5 million. Use it well and get some good scotch. Oh, I'm going to buy the best scotch with the pledge. Thank you so much for the pledge. I love that they're like, well, I mean, her pledge hasn't expired. I mean, she spent $6 million on this case, but her pledge hasn't expired, and she totally intends to pay it all off. It's like, but did she? You're telling these people that she paid it and that she didn't lie, but now you're saying that she hasn't paid it, and so she's got to pay it off later.
So weak. By the way, I wonder if Elaine and Rottenborn accepted a pledge in payment for their legal services.
Yeah,
you actually do kind of wonder, because when you look at this case from a business perspective, it's an opportunity to pitch your, whether they get in a public trial or not. They wanted no cameras in the courtroom, but the outcome was going to be public. So if they pitch, if it's pitched to them as represent Miss Heard, you're going to be the most watched law firms in the United States, and you win, you write a ticket. And if you win,
they didn't want cameras. Heard's team fought against cameras in the courtroom
vigorously. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Tell.
Yeah. Alan Song says, thank you for all you do, enjoying the streams, even all the way out here in Hong Kong. Very cool. Thank you so much. Naughty 86, 1 a.m. in Australia, enjoying a spiced rum, cannot look away. I have a plantation OFTD rum, which is 138 proof for 69%, which I'm going to have a shot of when the jury finds in favor of Johnny Depp. I keep imagining a Sweeney Todd scene with Amber going down the chute. There you go. Thank you.
That's
Enjoy
abuse,
that.
sir.
That's a lot of liquor in that alcohol. This is from Grant. As one of those weirdos who used to watch court TV since at least OJ for fun, I am loving the Law Tubers coverage of this trial and others. Discovered you during Rittenhouse. Keep it up. Peace from Ramtucky, Minnesota. Look it up on Urban Dictionary. Why does the Minnesota town have an Urban Dictionary entry? Joe Johnson says, I only support who I believe in. Keep up the great work, Rackets. Tell my wife Laura to be safe coming home from Memphis. She is
Yes, I'm in the
watching.
car,
Laura,
rolling,
be safe
raw
coming
high.
home from Memphis.
Don't
First of
worry,
all, you
I'm not
made
going to
it
be
out of
looking at the
Memphis,
screen while I'm
which is-
driving.
That's key
I'm
right
hoping the
there.
screen doesn't fall.
knowing is half the battle. But seriously, be safe in your travels. Of course, make good choices. VFX Jess, thanks for covering this trial, Nick. You are awesome. So is your panel. Thanks for always making me laugh and also bringing great takes and understanding of the law during the trial. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. Tofu Poncho. She could totally redeem herself by leaving active court, shaving her head, putting on spiky biker leathers, and in a church screaming, "It's better to burn out than fade away." Fold Kurgan. And
There
just
can
like
be
that,
only one.
all this PR is wind at her back. Miss Jake.
Solid take.
My son is graduating today after years of struggling with mental health and due to COVID lockdowns and the challenges of schooling during school closures. Can I get a toast for this exceptional young man? Sure. Let me pour some more of this private select Maker's Mark
As will I.
that I've saved just for such an occasion. So here we go. To the son of Miss Jake, to young Jake, congratulations on your achievement, struggling through real issues, mental health issues, of course, but also compounded by COVID lockdowns and the decisions of others. For persevering and soldiering on, may you do so ever into the future, as that is your lot in life as a man. Cheers, brother. Good luck.
Appreciate you.
Okay, next we've got
More drinking.
Ron Whites. Thank you, Nick, and all your
More
friends for the
day
best
drinking.
legal unbiased coverage I have ever seen. Cheers to you all. Please make a toast to Johnny Depp, his children, and his bright future. You just said unbiased coverage. To Johnny Depp, his children, and their futures, whatever the outcome of this trial may be, may the world see the evidence and choose their
Amen.
own outcomes.
Amen to that. For real, though. For real, though. I'm with you. Nope, sorry. Finger in front of that.
All right, next we've got David Hayter says, so Johnny Depp text that's not addressed to Heard and wouldn't have been seen if it wasn't subpoenaed constitutes emotional violence now. We are screwed as a society if that is the standard. Yes, his text to Paul Bettany were presented as abusive things he said to Amber Heard.
Even though he didn't actually say them
One
to
of the
her.
things that the jury had to be going, huh?
Ridiculous.
And that was during
ridiculous.
Rottenborn.
Yeah, they don't have a case.
Got
They do not have a case, guys. I mean, it's bad. And now they only have 6
trying to
minutes
get
left.
these big ones, especially during the break. I
That's
really do
crazy.
appreciate people sending in all super chats, and all of them will be read throughout the course of the day. Jury Watch will have significant time to cover most of those, but I appreciate all of them. Darius Harvey, he's been going for over an hour and it feels like 3 SMH. Yeah, his wasn't snappy. But I mean, I would choose Rottenborn over Elaine Bredehoft any day of the week to do my closing argument, my
These guys
examinations,
don't
and
have
my
a
cross
case.
examinations.
Yeah, I mean, Rottenborn
guys
was
do
at
not
least,
have a case.
frankly,
It's
I don't think
bad.
he has
It's
a
very
strong
bad.
case to work with, which
Yeah.
always makes things challenging. But at least he was workmanlike in his closing. Elaine was just like, all right, who put the amphetamines in her coffee this
I
morning?
don't know why.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
he was working like, and he
took too
focused
long.
on something that he
took too
focused on in
long, bro.
opening, which
Oops,
is
sorry.
he made the First Amendment argument. Now they should have
I'm turning the
elicited
camera back off
testimony,
so I can drop without killing
much
myself.
more testimony about the First Amendment. Amber Heard should have said frequently that she was exercising her First Amendment rights to speak out on public issues of domestic violence. And that, incidentally,
said.
Mr. Depp got wrapped up in that, but that's only because he domestic violenced me. And had he not punched me, there would be no implication of domestic violence against him. because I was just merely exercising my First Amendment right. But they didn't elicit that testimony.
No.
And you have the ACLU. You have the ACLU lawyer as a witness, and you don't have him talk about free speech issues. You don't have him talk about how the ACLU piece was an exercise of their free speech and their constant chain of advocacy going back 85 years on protecting the civil rights of all Americans. And civil rights today means not only free speech, but also includes domestic violence. And that's why they're doing this. Like, why don't you have that testimony if that's a core part of your case argument?
You know, it's such a weird thing because it feels orchestrated.
There was a way
this whole First Amendment stuff, but it's so stupid
long gone now.
and off key that it almost feels like the lawyers couldn't be thinking this. It doesn't feel like something the lawyers would come up with. It feels like something that Amber Heard might have thought up and thought, yeah, hey, that sounds like a good idea. I'll say I'm an American when I take the stand on rebuttal, and then you guys talk about the First Amendment. That'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels ham-fisted. And I mean, First Amendment protections are strong, and that's why it's so hard to prove a defamation case, is because the court action against speech is an implication on your freedom. So you do have to make sure that there is no freedom of speech there. But it's not being done well. But at least he's doing it, and it's being done better than the other argument. So Maiden Iron says, I just want to thank you guys for the great commentary. Nick, I've been following since Rittenhouse, and I try to watch every night show. You're funny as shit, so please never change. I don't have any intention of changing. Oh my gosh, there's other. So I addressed yesterday, and I'll talk more about this later, but I addressed yesterday a top 10 YouTuber like award or LawTuber award. And I asked them to remove me from the list. They've now modified it to a top 100 award and created the Rekieta Commission on what happened.
Get it, Rekieta. Get it.
Who are these people?
It's like trying to escape a group text. I just want out.
Use the left lane to take the Texas 121 southbound.
They're trying to unsubscribe from a porn site.
It just can't be done. Why am I getting this in the actual mail now? Niku Yasha, are we sure Elaine is not Gail? Because she sure sounds like her. Oh, yeah. No, Gail's much more clever than Elaine.
Wait till you start getting FedEx envelopes about LawTube. Sign for this, sir. It's like, no, I am not Nick Rekieta.
I don't want them. I don't. I just want to get online and make jokes and tell stories. That's really it. Okay, well, hold on. We've cut to the helicopter view of the courthouse.
Helicopter view.
You sound like a bad alarm
Is that
clock.
the sound of the helicopter? Good Lord, I wouldn't want to be in that helicopter.
I thought somebody's alarm was going off there.
Wait a minute. Is this is the courthouse, I guess? Guy, it looks like the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston. Is this active shooter? Because that's not the court. Yeah, this is the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston. I know this place.
They're not an active shooter.
A lot of big hats.
Come on.
It's Houston in the summer. Gotta block that sun.
It's
Killer.
the helicopter kind.
Baby killer.
Oh, they're catching some news going on.
Let me get this out of here.
Some news going on. Yeah, get rid of that.
Smell of napalm in the morning.
Anybody watching
If
that?
they've got some like breaking news coverage, I can't imagine they'd.
Oh, it might be the NRA convention. It's probably the NRA.
That's what it is. Yeah.
I didn't go this year.
Are they breaking news for the NRA
I'm not
convention? Are they
interested in,
serious
like,
right now?
Potential breaking news coverage of the NRA convention.
No,
that might
Beto O'Rourke is supposed to be there doing a protest. I've seen these anti-gun protests at the NRA convention. It's invariably 12 or 14 people show up briefly and then go out for lunch and never come back.
Oh, it's going to be really bad this year because of the Uvalde thing, the Uvalde school shooting. So it's going to be like, you can imagine that thing's going to be juiced up and covered in completeness.
Oh, they always have plenty of media coverage.
It's amazing how the gun grabbers.
Events like Uvalde, they have plenty of media. Often there's more media than there are protesters.
Yeah.
The gun grabbers always
But,
come out
again.
after
I'm
a
not
shooting.
interested in
It's
whatever.
so
I switched source
morbid.
feeds, so
It's
we'll
just morbid.
have this ready to go when the court comes
It's
back.
like they gleefully wait for these
go.
things. It's
So remove that
disgusting
for
and
now.
morbid.
Now it's ready. Well, now I've got it set
Should
up so
not
that we'll
happen.
hear the sound before the picture. Really now says Elaine is going to be out of a job. I would never hire her watching this trial. Also appreciate you and LawTube been considering getting my JD. Well,
I don't think Elaine will lose
I
a job.
will
She'll
give the
just be
same advice I
relegated
give
to
to everybody who says a
depositions.
statement like that. Do not watch Law YouTube and decide to get a JD because you like the Law YouTube thing, or because you like watching legal trial, like these specific high profile legal cases. Odds are the overwhelming majority of lawyers will never see a case like this. So if you
Right.
want to practice law, however, if you want to do that, go get your JD.
And
that's
a
what
little
you wanna do.
grift, if you'd like to get a taste of what law school is like, you can take one of the law
Oh, yeah.
self-defense law school courses, criminal procedure, criminal law, evidence, and constitutional law, right there in my URL, lawofselfdefense.com/law school. We got enough students signed up that it's a definite go. So
Awesome. Congrats.
That's awesome.
Vladimir Tepes Dracul says, great work as always, panel. From Rittenhouse to now Depp Heard trial. Job well done, and cheers to you all. Raising a shot to you. Stay humble, stay true, and thank you for all that you do. Hey, cheers, man.
I am on the way. No, guys, I'm driving. I'm in my car, and I can't have my tablet up while I'm driving. So
Lieutenant Heavy Metal says,
I
love
thought
you,
I'd be
Nick.
able to
No
kinda
homo. You got to keep legal vices
try
around,
it,
but he needs
force
a
it to
separate
stay
English
up on the
bulldog cam.
dashboard, but it won't. So when I get
that's
where
up
I'm
to him.
going, I will
That's up to
stop
him.
and turn my camera back on, and we can all watch
Next,
together.
we've got
That's
N. White. Can you please
crazy
explain why Johnny has to prove that he
that
didn't abuse Amber in order to prove defamation?
Amber Heard's team
Well, he
only has
doesn't.
6
That's
minutes
just the
left
position
for
that they're
rebuttal.
taking and trying to convince the jury.
6
Remember, these are
frickin'
arguments.
minutes.
Closing arguments are it's very carefully chosen wording. This is a closing argument. This is where you take the evidence and you try to persuade the jury that the evidence means what you want it to mean. That's the whole point. So it seems like he has to produce evidence of he has to produce evidence of something that didn't happen. Maybe I've misunderstood this one thing. So technically in defamation, under the law, you have to prove the falsity of the claim, which anybody who knows anything about logic and proof knows that you can't prove most negatives.
Right.
How do you prove
Right.
you've never punched someone? You can't prove you didn't punch someone, but you could easily prove if you did punch someone. If there's a picture or a video of you punching someone, easy to prove you punched someone. But if there's no evidence because nothing occurred, and the excuse is always, well, just because there's no evidence doesn't mean something didn't occur, and you have to somehow prove that it didn't. It's impossible.
Well,
So-
I think a lot of lay people get confused. They when we say prove a negative, they have in their head that you have to like disprove it to some certain degree of absoluteness. That's
Yes.
not what's required. You have to convince the jury that it's more likely than not that it didn't happen, which is quite a different question. I mean, we disprove things to that standard every day in the law.
Right. And that's where I was going is the standard of proof in these things is 51%. Is it more likely one way or the other? And in this case, do you believe Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard? Now, David Rottenborn is trying to make it out into one instance of any kind of abuse, verbal, physical, mental, economic, I guess, any of these types of abuse. That's not actually that doesn't pass the spit test or whatever. The jury.
Well, it's not what the op-ed was about, and the op-ed is the basis for the defamation. The op-ed was not about he punched me once.
Right, and that's what I assume we're going to get that on the rebuttal is they want you to believe that one instance of Johnny Depp yelling at Amber Heard constitutes emotional abuse, and therefore her op-ed about being the face, the ambassador to Congress for domestic violence,
Ridiculous.
is not defamatory.
Absolutely
That
ridiculous.
One word of unkindness in their entire relationship is enough. So you have to ask yourself, if you've ever said one unkind word to someone, does that make you an abuser? And more importantly, if you've said one unkind word to someone, does that qualify them to stand up in front of the world and say that they are representative of all victims? When you see a victim of abuse in your mind, what do you see? And is it someone who an unkind word was spoken to once? Because that's what they want you to believe.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have to make the argument. You have to lay it out for the jury. That's what Rottenborn is trying to do. He's trying to convince them of this thing. But, they're reading this statement. They know what it says. They know what she meant. She didn't mean that Johnny Depp yelled at her. She hasn't testified that Johnny Depp yelled at her once. Their words and their presented evidence, whatever it may be, are incongruent. Her narrative is that he beat her consistently throughout their entire relationship, so
For 5
thoroughly
years.
that she can't
Exactly.
remember the instances between the abuse. So thoroughly that she confuses the one picture for two different incidents because it happened, quote unquote, so often. So this one-time nonsense is garbage, and they know it.
Exactly right.
You
That's
got to make
exactly
the
right.
argument, and that's, to his credit, that's what he's trying to do. They just need to go ahead and counter it. Raider fan Keith, I would have, as Johnny's team, made a point to show why her ex-friends all had a dog in the fight. They would all lose their lavish lifestyle on Johnny's dime once he left her. I don't know if I go there, because that might encourage them to keep her in danger for their own self-serving needs. So
yeah, I wouldn't go there, because it just frankly reinforces the counter argument that all of Johnny's witnesses were testifying in favor of him in person because they stood to gain.
Yeah. Just rehash what
How you
Camille
doing?
said. Yet
My
again,
daughter will be here in about
you heard
20 minutes. She's the
every
one who has an
person in
appointment
this
at 1:30.
case,
I'm just waiting for her.
except Amber Heard, is lying.
Appreciate you. Thank
They're
you.
all motivated to commit a criminal act of perjury under oath in front of you, all because they wanted to save Johnny Depp. All of them, without exception, were willing to do this.
Including Kate Moss.
Yeah. So
I did like the reference by, I guess it was by Chu, that Johnny's witnesses showed up in person.
Yep. No, I think that was good.
Physically
And,
showed up.
It hit home too, because on their argument, well, the only reason they showed up in person is because they're on the payroll. I mean, they either knew that line was coming or that line stung, and they needed to. Her team felt like they needed to address that. I think it's very good. It's very telling.
What do we have, about 10 minutes before they come back? Was it 10 after the hour? Is that what they said?
I haven't been keeping track. Maybe chat knows.
How did this lunch break go by 5 times faster than the hour that Elaine spent talking?
It wasn't as rambling.
Oh my God! Well, 5 times faster.
Bobbin says, how effective are
Rottenborn,
closing
sure.
arguments and convincing jury to weigh
Rottenborn
in
was
on your
awful.
side than
Like,
the
bro.
actual evidence and witness statements available to them to draw their own opinion?
That was terrible.
I don't think they're so distinct. An effective closing argument takes that evidence and it puts it to your side.
It's a tapestry. You're weaving all that into a coherent narrative for the jury if you're doing it right.
I think that's why they call it a summation. You're just summarizing what you've said to put it in a compact little package, all wrapped up for them to open up in the jury room.
All right,
And
everybody.
it's really
I made
important,
it.
especially because Johnny's team went first 5 weeks ago. Some of this testimony is five weeks ago. It was 6 weeks ago with the break.
6. Yep.
So they
That's
need to
right.
bring them back, for some of the stuff.
That's
They need
right.
to remind them what they've seen. You've seen a lot in this trial. You
Yep.
actually saw this. And the juror may have gone, I saw that.
Yep.
That's crazy. That happened in this case. Oh yeah, I kind of remember that person. So that's why all the recall to evidence is there, because you got to remind them there's too much that has happened. Ryu 8210 says, second ever super chat. First one was to yourself earlier. Thank you. I offer you a recommendation: Wolfburn, Northland, and Kilkeman Bourbon Sherry Oloroso cask. As a Scot, good whiskey deserves good whiskey. Maker's Mark ain't bad.
I get this thing to sit up properly
being a
now.
good lad. Look, I don't drink Makers generally. It's a little too sweet for me.
Yeah.
This one is not bad. This Private Select, it's 108 proof. I got it for the meme of the trial. Is the only reason.
I've had this on my shelf for like 2 years. Like you said, it's such a high corn content that it's really sweet.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
last night I did polish off
Yep.
this Kilkeman, and this was a
Sonaig is a good
Welcome those who are with me.
yeah. So
Good to see
I'm a
you.
fan.
From inside my car where I do most of my videos.
I'm still gonna be really, really nice to Andrew because I want that Pappy.
I'm back in my happy place.
There's a really good. It's the Glenlivet Nadura
bastard.
The Glenlivet Nadura Oloroso is a fantastic. If you're talking about Olorosos, it's great.
Yeah, anything with the Oloroso casks are just, I mean, it's just wine in a whiskey bottle.
Yep.
Oh wow, nice.
Actually, I think there were two.
I'll be
I think
down
of
for
the
that.
Glenlivet Naduras that are really, really good. One that
I
was
would be
pretty
down
good.
for that.
Jolzy Barracuda says, lawyer during custody, quote, the law does not care what you or anyone thinks or feels. It's what can be proven. As a nurse, I've decided to go to law school, studying for the LSAT now to help nurses that are now able to be charged for murder for human errors. Yeah, that was a crazy case. That one, I can't remember the parties, but that one just resolved very recently. I think, was it Kurt who was covering that one pretty heavily?
That was nuts.
I feel like that was maybe Kurt, but maybe it was Nate. I can't remember.
That was a very, very, very good comment about it's not, it's what you can prove. I routinely tell that to clients we have meetings with. I'm like, I completely agree with you. You may have the best case in the world, but whether you're right or wrong does not matter one iota. It's what you can prove.
Yeah, and people misunderstand what proof, what we mean by proof, because there's something called evidence, which are like the building blocks of what you'll argue in court to a jury. Whether or not something's proven, that's 100% inside the head of the jury. It's what they decide is proven to whatever legal standard they're told to apply, whether they actually do that or not. But that's the difference between evidence and proof. Evidence are the building blocks you use to construct a narrative to convince the jury that something's been proven. But whether or not it's been proven, those are the people in the jury box who make that call.
Restless Medic says, Amber Heard looks like she's going for the halo look with her hair today. She sickens me with her narcissism and entitlement.
It's the big Madonna painting with the big halo in the background there. Yeah.
Jonathan Sherwood, 45,000 watching and 4,000 likes on the video. Come on, guys, like the stream to boost those stats. Of course, we are at 67,900. Oh, wait, no, over 68,000 people watching right now. And there are considerably more likes. There are about 20,000 versus the time that was sent. But it is much appreciated. All your likes really do help. If you do like the stream and the coverage, please click the button. I know it seems weird, but YouTube's algorithm is how we live and die on the platform. And those clicks, they help us a lot. Roten says, I cried during Ben's closing because I felt like he was fighting for me. Watching this trial opened some severe mental and physical actual scars from abuse I received years ago.
And he has a very, very good voice because it kind of has that little quaver in it anyway. So you don't know if he's being emotional or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
I've got, people are asking if the Runkle's back in the courtroom, apparently. And they're asking if the court's back. It's not back just yet, but it will be probably momentarily. But I'm watching, and like I said, if any noise comes through their mics, you'll hear it before I switch over.
I saw someone in the comments ask about what's that case where the ruled that the police don't have a legal duty to protect the citizens, any particular individual citizen. That ironically is Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, a Supreme Court case, and I happen to live in Castle Rock. So that case originated right here. It was a woman who was a victim of domestic abuse, ironically enough, who called the police for help. They didn't provide it, and her abuser ended up killing her, and that's what gave genesis.
Killed their 3 kids. She wasn't.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough.
And to be clear, the kids had a restraining order too. And she not only told the police what had happened, she reported where he purportedly was. They never once sent a squad car in a span of, I think, 12 to 13 hours. He was at an amusement park. He alleged he was at an amusement park. She told him they wouldn't even send a car to the parking lot of the amusement park to look for his license plate of his truck. When he said he was heading back to his apartment with the girls, they wouldn't send a car to the apartment. They told her to just wait. They went to lunch. The dispatcher went to lunch. They never dispatched anyone. She went to the apartment. The police never showed up. And then eventually the guy shows up in his truck at the police station and did suicide by cop. And the 3 girls
All right,
were
ready for the jury?
Were deceased in the truck.
She's got the glasses off.
It's one of the Scalia decisions that I find most offensive, honestly. I like a lot of Scalia's decisions. That one, I get some of his points, but I just disagree with the principle. Specifically when it comes to restraining orders that say that they must enforce them.
Yeah.
That was a big one. Greg Thomas says, we will all remember this as the day that Amber almost defamed Captain Jack Sparrow. Awesome channel, Nick.
Can you guys
if you're
hear me?
interested in law until finding your channel, keep
Let
up
me
the good
know.
work.
Give me a
Thank
thumbs
you.
up if you can hear me or not.
Not-ins, no Tinsy says, thanks for the coverage, Nick. It's been great. Check out at Cowgirl on Twitch for a wholesome VTuber experience.
Right.
There is no such thing.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right,
No
rebuttal
stop
arguments.
for me, Jeff. I'm right here in my car. My daughter was taking their car and to get the
You
brakes
okay,
worked
Camille?
on, so I'm helping her out with that.
She's trying to turn the mic on.
So.
Oh, she's reaching behind her. Yeah. The gallery. Everyone in the gallery is looking at her butt.
Hello?
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Speak for myself.
The tech guy was getting real excited.
Yeah.
He was going to be able to help her with that switch
Sure.
for just a second, but then it worked.
Let me help.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's
Back
counsel
my car.
has mischaracterized the
My
record
special
multiple
place.
times.
Boom.
Lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Symes and Haddon,
Nice.
who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada,
That's a long
who
list.
testified clearly that there was
Pretty
no
much.
impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp.
That's what they said.
And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record.
That's facts.
Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied
Well,
6
because
years ago
once she lied, she had to keep
on May
lying
27,
for her, as far as she's
2016,
concerned.
when she walked into
It was
court
such a big
in
lie.
Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated. And
Yeah,
you
she was lying
watched
about that too.
You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too
Yep,
far.
did that.
She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people.
This is great.
When Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his
Oh, it is
mistake.
for most lies.
He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. These followers are
Nice.
caught in lie after lie.
Yep.
The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an
Time
opening
is a
statement, and I
fact.
said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people. And there's Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our US Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country.
Correct.
A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would
Forget
be
the
tasked
UK.
citing once and for all
American law.
Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base the claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying?
Yeah, good.
Solid.
Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence.
That's
This
right.
case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world.
Wept.
Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former
I
police
love
officer.
that they have
Ben
Camille
King,
up
who
here.
worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Symes.
Note to Elaine,
Howley,
argue 10th Amendment.
training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose.
That's
You've
true.
seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has a burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here,
That's good.
there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record.
Nothing.
Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD.
She does not act like a person, period.
Involved in some OEA training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently,
A
of
hoax.
Ms. Heard lying.
There it is.
Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD.
Try and hit all this in 6 minutes on rebuttal chat.
Diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD.
Amber's team only has 6 minutes to rebut all this.
Before administering the test, she
Elaine's
admitted
going to stand up for 6 minutes, make that high-speed rewind sound of a
2 years
tape.
after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable.
That's true.
Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements.
That's true.
In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be a much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood. And Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard.
Testifying for a paycheck.
After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims.
Mr. Scratchy is thinking about his Memorial Day plans.
Sharon Shell presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements?
Right.
And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements. Buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and face our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience.
Of course she did.
Another 20 full
Publication
minutes.
occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter.
She said, "I just published this to talk about this subject." And also, of course, it's to reach a new audience because it's her Twitter audience.
Yeah.
This
And
is
I think
the
they're going to
tweet
let
I want you to read
Camille
the
speak
statement.
this
Retweeted
whole
the
time.
Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers.
Yeah.
Bingo.
And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the
You're
title.
muted, Legal Vices.
She said proudly, "Today I
Just
published."
say Rottenborn's
op-ed
arguments in this
in the
regard made
Washington
no sense.
Post. The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement.
Yep.
Ms. Heard
Certainly
tries to
looks
make
like new
something out of
material
the
to
fact
me.
that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship.
Yeah, good
And
point.
it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen.
Right.
What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it?
Oh, good line.
We are not here.
Long pause.
I saw that.
Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
There you go.
On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016.
And she testified about it at length in the trial.
Her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse.
Here it is.
That
Yeah.
story
I'm with you.
was a defamatory lie.
I'm with you, Jeff.
Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations.
Believe or don't believe.
And you all did.
Or Yoda.
She gave the performance of her life, telling you story
Performance
story
again. God.
and not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it,
permanent
or you believe
injury.
none of it.
Yep.
Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person
Go for the
who
kill.
would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about?
Oh.
Bingo.
You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
Boom. That's it.
Oh, there you go. That's it right there. Exactly. Yeah.
And what is the actual meaning
That's
of
the
Ms. Heard's
choice to
op-ed?
make.
Yep.
It's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty
Look at that
word.
expression on her face.
It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative
Thank you.
of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators.
This is that narrative
Words
you're talking about.
matter.
Yep.
This is phenomenal.
The broader view of how to see this
I've
case.
shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp. With
It's
some
not just two
very
people in the courtroom, it's a
vivid
larger issue.
language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either.
I do.
But as you
Sorry.
also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is.
And it's
Mr.
not
Depp
abuse.
owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence.
Maybe throw the First Amendment back in their face.
Ms. Heard tried to distract you with text messages
Sure he did.
showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a
They're gonna
dark
get 39 minutes
None
of
that,
this.
I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse.
They got 6
Hitting your
minutes.
husband is evidence of abuse. Mr. Ronborn talked about the burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false.
I like the Ricada guys too. That's why I decided to stick with them.
That she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established.
Nice.
You may have noticed
The highest burden, she just, boom, knocked it out.
sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her.
Yes. Oh, no.
Mr. Rottenborn
That's
tried
a
to
fucking
credit
burn.
Mr. Depp's
Made
witnesses
some
as
Amica cream.
success were all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keaton Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll.
Why is she smiling?
Officer Melissa Stein
Look at her.
isn't on his payroll.
She
Morgan
doesn't
Freeman
smirk though.
isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson,
Oh,
Morgan
gosh.
Knight. None of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are
That's
wrong.
like too bad.
Let's talk about the Boston plane.
Should have stuck with her.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely,
Great point.
utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp,
To get back to this point, Jeff, I'm glad they had the lunch break.
been with her
She had
for
a chance
years.
to organize
Of course, he
everything.
apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st.
He almost looks like he's praying.
Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence.
About 6 more minutes.
Heard herself.
She got 6 more minutes. Damn.
Herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere. The face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos. Just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as the representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy, I need a cigarette. That
6
was
minutes, right?
Oh, look at that hug.
brutal.
Yeah, great job.
Yep.
I mean, I have zero criticism of that. I mean, that was
Rottenborn.
Nothing comes to mind.
that was magnificent.
6 minutes.
On the clock.
Timer here. Yeah, look at your watch. It's confidence inspiring.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see,
The jury doesn't
on his
remember him either.
payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with them, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for?
Bro, their
Why would they
depositions
be
were 2 years ago.
corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true.
Dr. Hughes
You
isn't
know
their
that the
theory of the
evidence that you
case, you
see
liar.
all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes, not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp or Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false, that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued.
3 minutes.
He had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise.
But she's still alive.
To throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire.
Camera starts to overheat.
That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable.
You mean Amber's dumpster fire?
Exactly.
Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak
Oh my
about your
goodness,
life.
freedom of
that the
speech.
First
We'll be
Amendment
back to
protects.
this.
Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back. Thank you so much for your service.
All she had to do was not die. I mean,
Thank you,
not
Mr.
lie.
Rothenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case. to
There's
both the
literally
plaintiff and the
nothing he
defendant.
could do.
In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict.
Oh, now they
In other
pull.
words,
Now
your
they are
verdict
pulling
must be
too. Let's see who
unanimous.
they are.
The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an
I got rid of the foreman terminology.
that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that
Hopefully my
laptop
phone
will
doesn't
have
overheat again.
just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You're not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately.
Do we have to go back, Your
Okay,
Honor?
so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page.
Form is like, we already know what our
form, which is
our
for
verdict is, Your Honor.
damages. So, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay, all right. Now, for the tough part. You may remember at the
They just
beginning,
pledge damages.
I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates.
Came across the parking lot.
We still have 2 alternates left,
I ain't going in there yet.
and the numbers were placed in the envelope in the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you.
If I were the
Can you
alternate, I'd
imagine
be
being
pissed.
an alternate
You mean you knew
all
from the
this time
beginning?
and getting
Wait
released?
in your life for weeks on
Here
end
we
here.
go.
And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter.
Here we
I know
go.
how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an
Well, maybe
alternate, you
feel
will
me
not
better.
deliberate, but you are still under order of this court, not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time. And you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations,
Sorry
I
about
will
the
call you
noise.
back for service. And you will join the deliberations and they'll start again and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right?
All right,
So,
DUI guy.
At this
Wait,
time,
3 and 14.
those
I don't
jurors
know who they
excused
are.
now, so the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations.
3 and
okay?
14.
Thank you all. Okay.
3 and 14. 3 and 14. 3 and 14.
DUI talked about this earlier. DUI guy. If juror number 8 ends up being the
They
foreman,
screw you with a different
they're
number.
going to be out of there today.
Well, it's because
Juror number 8 apparently is a powerful
because they
presence.
had
And,
well, Ian and Rob,
they
just
have
watch their
it.
tweets. They'll say who it was. 3.14. That's Pi Day. That's funny, actually. 3 and 14. I didn't even think about that. 3, like they have these little things that they wear around their
Targets?
their necks, huh?
Targets? No, just kidding.
So it'll always be at the top of the hour. So for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be at the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. I would ask that at least one attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys
Nice how
for the
inclusive she
kindness
is.
and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it.
Number 8.
It's a great deal to me. Okay.
I think.
And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay. So yes.
The stenographer.
Well, that's a first. Okay.
That's a first.
Is that Elaine? Yeah.
Do you appreciate the gallery, Elaine?
That is one thing on which Ms. Petterhoff and we respectfully disagree. Agree. Completely agree.
Oh.
Completely agree.
What did she
Well,
say?
we're good. I'm glad on the last day we finally haven't agreed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach? Sure.
She wants to get photographs. Oh.
All
Ron,
right, pay
we were just
attention.
wondering why
So-
DUI guy's not here today.
I am here. I'm right here.
Welcome back, Legal Vices.
Hey.
Back in the.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
with
So
you,
let's
bro.
see. Pay attention.
Yeah, the
Ian
phone
Runkle
overheats
and
when
Rob.
Camille's on the screen because she's.
Um,
I got some beef with Ian Runkle.
What do you do?
Not actual beef. I just have a. He said this will be unpopular, but Herd's team did really well on their close, and I vehemently disagree. I
Wait,
do not
where?
think-
Where did he say that?
He tweeted about an hour ago.
Oh, you didn't mean the rebuttal.
I full on disagree. I don't think they did very. I don't. I think Rottenborn started out okay, and then I think they completely lost the script.
Yeah.
But it's a legal argument. I think he's thinking like a lawyer and going, "Wow, that is a really polished legal argument." The jury is going like, "Yeah, I remember the First Amendment. It's something about religion, right?"
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's extremely ineffective to argue law to a jury. I've always found facts and emotion win the day, and Vasquez and what's it called? Chu. They had both.
And Camille, on that rebuttal was, I mean, damn near perfect. I don't know what you would have done differently than what she
that I
did.
missed the end of her
She
rebuttal.
established the narrative. She pointed out over and over and over again how ridiculous this is. Like how ridiculous you must be to entertain this notion
That's
that
true.
either
She did.
Johnny Depp or that Amber Heard didn't defame Johnny Depp, or that he in turn defamed her. And she tried to put in there, she slipped in there the idea that if you fine for Johnny Depp, you necessarily can't fine for Amber Heard, because there is the idea that the jury could, of course, fine for both of them. Both of them could win each of their respective claims. That's a possibility. But she pointed out the lunacy of doing that. Like, if you fine for Johnny Depp, then Amber Heard's stuff was a hoax, which makes the statements true.
Yeah.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, that was just a. I could not think of a better way to do that closing argument.
Great job. Great job.
Excellent.
Man.
Nothing from Law and Lumber in an hour.
Yeah, they're probably just getting out of the courtroom still.
They have to. So the problem with that courthouse is whatever brick it's made out of does not allow signal to get through. I'm dead serious.
Impermeable to Wi-Fi.
Get to an elevator. You have to go downstairs. You have to five flights because you're on the 5th floor is where the trial is being held, courtroom 5J. Then you have to walk outside to the courtyard.
Okay, guys, let's talk about what you think is going to happen with the jury now.
Maybe turn on your phone until the signal comes back on.
I'm
so
probably
you got to give
going
them a
to
little
keep
bit
this
of time.
thing going till about 5
enough.
my time.
Yeah.
Man,
because I like to hear if there's any jury instructions that come back. Or anything
But I'm
like
refreshing both of their Twitter feeds.
But I don't think this is
because
going
I want
to
to know who
be
the fuck
a
number
deal
4
that
was.
lasts
Number 3 was
until
the young
Tuesday.
chap, probably. And number 14 might be our island fellow, my favorite, who's our by our count is number 9. That's why I said number 8 or 4 are going to be 4 persons. Probably number 8 by our count. But number 3, if it's 1, 2, 3, then it's obvious. But number 14, it has to be the last one. It has to be the last one because it's also, but it's okay. It's okay. The jury will survive without. Number 3, if it's the same 3 that I'm thinking about, if it's the young chap with the glasses and the mask, that's the one that I like. Number 6, I eventually started being able to get a read on, and I got some more intel from Chanley from Court TV. But number 3, I swear, is a fucking rock. And I think he's young, he's inexperienced, he doesn't know what he got himself into. And he's like, okay, but my job is to be fair. I need to listen to both sides. And he doesn't have enough life experience to separate the sheep from the herd. That's just my own personal opinion.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, when you're young and you just are still learning about the world.
I'm still young, my friend, but continue.
Do you remember when you were young, Mr. Branca, several decades ago?
I don't remember.
So, I mean, are you suggesting he won't be able to tell lies from the truth, or?
No, it's just based on his reactions as he was watching witnesses from both sides. He is by far the number 1 most objective person I have ever met. Because even like 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 2, 1, they all showed their bias. 5 was very hard to read, but eventually, if you pay attention long enough, even 5 gave away like signs here, signs in that direction. But 3, and it's even more more difficult by the fact that he's got a mask, he's got glasses, he's got long hair that kind of covers, you know. It's
cousin
but he's gone. He's out, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
3 and 14 are gone.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I guess the place to watch for a verdict announcement would be Shanley Painter's Twitter. I think that's going to probably be one of the quickest ones. Court TV is going to report that right away.
Yep.
So I'm gonna pull up a Twitter page with just her feed open, not her feet. Shit. Just her feed.
That's
open.
gonna be clipped. You do realize that, right, Nick?
Now that I've had my power nap, I'm all saucy and salty again.
Welcome back. The other day you had your head down, but you were like looking at something.
No, that
and so-
time I was burying myself in the
Camille is what you said.
Hicksville
Jeff. Camille
trailer
is
palace.
a boss. She is
This time I'm
amazing.
confident.
They picked the right
full out
person to do the closing
Nice.
argument and the rebuttal.
It was weeks like
to
today
her
in the office.
closing
I was
argument.
really feeling the sleep
And she
deprivation
used
effects of
just
this
about
trial.
every minute she could.
Literally,
I
it's
hate that I missed
now
it.
it's 4 o'clock
I'm
in the
go
morning.
back and
here.
watch it later.
Go till 4, sleep 2 hours, wake up at 6, go to the office, power out all day, come home, grab a bite to eat, get on Legal Mindset, do my stuff, come here. And today was like really, really muddled. Like it was taking me 3-4 times longer than normal to process things.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got slow processing. Okay, I'm sending Dr. Spiegel.
I'm going to leave this running, guys. Take
Diagnose
a quick
you
break
with,
just to go see
with
how my
years of
daughter's
drug
doing.
abuse.
Yeah, got
I'll
that
have
drug
this
abuse
thing up and
going.
running and be right back with you.
Shanley Painter says, so this is her assessment. Team Johnny Depp started closing arguments day strong, with the jury looking quite attentive, giving thoughtful and pensive expressions, taking in exhibits, taking in the jam-packed gallery, rare or no notes taken at all. And then she says, now it's Amber Heard's time to present this team's first closing. We know Camille Vasquez will be giving Johnny Depp's rebuttal closing. What do you think so far? And then she says, the next thread is overall jurors glued in early to Team Amber Heard closings, with Benjamin Rottenborn's dramatic opening remarks using a softer voice to repaint the narrative of who the abuser was in the relationship.
So all I'm commenting on
Holy
is
shit.
behaviors and traits that are consistent with the
Oh,
diagnosis.
they
and
ended their stream and it autoplayed. Sorry. Yeah, again, very few, if any, notes are taken so far. During Heard's first close, most jurors just watched and listened. I didn't denote anyone looking tired, even with the marathon morning. As Elaine Bredehoff started arguments, jurors number 2 and number 8 smiled at her. Juror number 8 jotted more notes during Heard's close than Depp's first close. She also looked quite a bit over towards Depp during observing his reactions, if any, to Rottenborn. During one of the many sidebars, juror number 2 chatted with juror number 1 and smiled. You realize, DUI guy, that you and Rob and Runkle and James have caused this, right? Like, you realize that you have done this to Chanley Painter.
Really?
These like jury notes that she's giving. Do you think that you guys did not cause that?
I don't know. Has anybody ever done that before I did it?
Man, I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
I've never heard of it, and it was my idea. So the way it went down was when Ian and Rob and I sat there last Monday. I didn't bring any notes with me, and that's when we met James, linked up with him the following day. But Ian and Rob were not there on Tuesday because they couldn't make it in, and I made it in. And I was like, well, they were taking notes yesterday. Maybe I should start taking notes. And as I'm taking notes, I'm like, wait a minute. What if I tweet this shit? Has anyone ever done that? And that's when it came to me. And I went from 800 subscribers or followers or whatever to almost 100,000 now.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think there's I would say that you forced Chanley Painter to do this job that she probably doesn't want to. Like, she was like, oh, I'll go do this thing.
Well, we can
Out of the
easily
court.
verify it. All you have to do is go back in time 2 weeks and see if she's done that. And if yes, then I didn't cause it. And if no, then I caused it. Bottom line.
Gosh, I hate scrolling back on Twitter.
Yeah, it's annoying.
What was 2 weeks ago? The 13th and earlier. Oh, here we go. So April 22nd, tune in today with her picture at the desk. Thank you, Kim. A retweet. Thank you, Emily Baker. Another one of her video. Legal Mindset. Her owning the green shirt thing. This is the beginning. Tune in. Yeah, the mystery continues. How do you think Johnny Depp did overall in the witness stand? I'm telling you.
I may have created a brand new thing. That's pretty cool.
No, you're framing it wrong. Like, I mean, I know it's good for you to frame it as I created this new thing that people are into. You have forced a woman to do something she didn't want to do. That's
In
what
what way?
actually. She didn't want to sit there fucking typing out jury reactions on her Twitter. This is Chanley Painter, former Miss America contestant who looks hot on camera, who went and got her damn JD so she could sit in front of that camera and talk about what happened. And now she's in there, tweet. Oh, it's got to be so fucking irritating
I'm
for
making
her.
her work. I'm sorry, Chanley. That
Oh,
was an
my-
unintended consequence of my goodwill.
All hail DUI guy, the first man in history to do this.
I would be so
No good deed goes unpunished.
So fucking mad. So fucking mad if I was her. And now, like, the order comes down from Court TV corporate. Like, these jackass YouTubers are in there tweeting away and people are following them and paying attention. Get your ass in there, Chanley, and start tweeting. You know that's what happened. Oh, God, it's so funny. It's perfection.
But if I may make a little side comment, and this is what I'd like to know, because there's a difference between a smile and a whelp smile. I want to know if during Heard's first close, most jurors watched and listened. I didn't know. As Elaine started arguments, jurors 2 and 8 smiled at her. Was it like a smile, or was it like a
Just letting you guys know, I have my daughter in the car with me. I'm taking her home because we get an hour and a half. Before they finish working on her car, so
I'm very
you'll hear from me soon.
dissatisfied that was not mentioned, but that's okay. It's a learning curve. She'll be better than me because she's gonna keep doing it.
It just makes me happy.
Hold on a second here.
That she's forced to work more than she did before.
Well, no, I mean, yes, that's funny, but it's the idea that these media organizations, I mean, Court TV's been doing this since OJ. Like 1992 or whatever. Court TV was doing this, right? And because you went into a courtroom and started tweeting, they now have to change what they do because you're just a guy, right? Like you went to a courtroom, you're like, oh, I'm gonna look at some jurors and start tweeting about it during these breaks. And now they're like, God,
I'm sorry, have I been watching a different fucking trial? What is going on here? Why is Runkle Rottenborn did surprisingly well with his 6 minutes? They shouldn't have been hiding him under a rock for so much of this trial. Did Amber Heard like fucking convert Runkle into her camp all of a sudden? I don't understand what is happening here, Nick.
Is it compared to Elaine? He was doing good.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Rottenborn, he had 6 minutes and he did what he could do. It wasn't anything of substance, I don't think. But he didn't like come out and say Amber Heard did it. Like he didn't do that at least. But Camille threw 95 pitches, right? And he had 6 swings. And instead of, I think he chose the smart thing. Instead of swinging at any of them, he just turned and did his own thing, which is what you had to do. Because if he picked any 1 or 2 issues to speak into, the jurors got to be thinking, why didn't you speak about the other one, though? Why didn't you talk about this? Why didn't you talk about that? So, I mean, I'll say with his 6 minutes, I think he did fine, but it doesn't make it like particularly helpful to the case. Let's see. So yeah, Runkle says Vasquez pounced on the openings. EB left with her misrepresentations, and this allowed her to basically suggest that not only is Amber Heard incredible, so is her counsel. Would not have been an opening but for Elaine Bredehoft. Major error on Amber Heard's team side. Well, Elaine Bredehoft is the major error on Amber Heard's side, other than Amber Heard. And I would gather it's because Amber Heard probably hired Elaine Bredehoft and Elaine assembled the team, is my guess as to what happened. Gentlemen, I wanted to throw it up to the panel. Popcorn
I'm sorry.
Planet. Oh,
Can I, before you get into that, Nick, just real quick on the topic we were just on, Yeah, it's confirmed. I just checked. I scrolled back. May 25th was the first time she mentioned juror number whatever. That was literally Wednesday this week.
Oh yeah.
Mine
Yeah,
was
dude.
on the 17th or something. I can't remember.
Literally, of
Crazy.
course, Court TV saw you, Runkle, and Rob getting tons of attention. I can't stress enough for the chat. This is the juice. This is the spice. Court TV is the media coordinator for this case. So what they get is they run the camera feeds. They facilitate the pool feed that everyone plugs into, which means they pay for all of that.
Yeah.
They, in exchange, they get Chanley Painter in the courtroom whenever she wants to go. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have to wait in line. She gets a badge to get in automatically. And they get a cameraman who has the exclusive license. This is the only place they have an exclusive license to take photos for Court TV. So that's in the order. That's what they get. No one else gets to bring a camera in. So that's the exchange. So they have to pay a lot of money for this because they have these cameras running. They have to pay the staff to be there. They have to pay Chanley to be there. They have to pay the cameraman, and they have to pay the guy working the thing. Plus, they have to pay for all the equipment and any upkeep and maintenance costs. What are they getting in return? Their live stream. I mean, what's it at right now? Well, I don't know if it's even up right now. Let me see. But they've been low 5 figures, 10, 12,000 people. That's the thanks Court TV has gotten.
I checked a couple of days ago and they were incredibly low. Like Entertainment Tonight Canada was higher than them.
They're 11,000. 11,000 is what they got. Now, you look at Law and Crime, who made their smart purchase and gets 1 million concurrent viewers. Great. They got that. Bites, I don't know where she is today, but well in excess of 60,000 viewers, I'm sure. You have Asmongold, a non-lawyer over on Twitch, laughing at this thing. 150,000 live viewers over there. I mean, everybody's doing better than the people forking out the money to cover this damn thing. And it's the funniest thing on earth. So what they're watching in real time is that legacy media doesn't know how to capture anyone's attention at all. And they're looking for anything they've got. And so now they're paid in court correspondent, hot Chanley Painter, who's a lawyer and beautiful, right? Like this is a double whammy, who's in there to be on-screen talent, is now not tweeting about her on-screen appearances that were happening like 3 times per day. Now it's just her tweets about the jury reactions because that's what they found out people wanted to see. And it's because of guys like you, Runkle, Rob, and James from Court. You guys did it. They couldn't figure it out. That's the funniest shit in the world to me. Wait.
Apparently because of DUI guy, I got 1,000 subscriptions while I was taking a nap.
Nice. Nice.
I got a trail of love that follows me, and Nick too, by the way. You're gonna get a lot from his channel too. Go subscribe to these guys. Free book, Legal Vices, and of course Nick. You guys know.
Everybody,
free book. I love it.
That's what it says on your thing.
No,
yeah,
free book.
Everybody's YouTube channels are linked in the description. You click on their names, takes you right to their page. You click subscribe. That's how it goes, guys. This is how we network. This is how we network on YouTube, and it's I of course appreciate very much all the panel contributions, and so I would appreciate it if you would contribute back to them by giving them a subscription, checking out a video or two or all of them, and that'd be just swell.
Yeah, and I'm not at all defensive about free book. I am attorney free book. Don't worry about it.
I don't know your name and I don't know your channel, so I have to read.
Andrew,
I'm not going to read a lawofselfdefense.com / I'm like, subscribe to free book. He's just got named.
He's Andrew is his name.
Andrew. Nice to meet you, Andrew. I've seen you before.
No, I mean, this is insane. I started this 2 weeks and 1 day ago, and I'm at 15,000 subscribers, and it's literally because of Legal Mindset, Nick, Legal Bites, and DUI Guy. That's I've done nothing but just like freeload and ride coattails. And this is an awesome community. Everybody's great.
That's how it goes. But my ultimate thing is, guys, it's like 1 or 2 bigger trials away, not bigger than this, but just generally like attended to trials. And there's going to be like a 3-lawyer panel who've gotten fucking paid their hourly rates to sit and watch these things on Court TV or Law and Crime or ABC. They're going to start doing it because they're bleeding money. And that's
I don't know why they haven't reached out to an Emily or Legal Bites or, well, Nick, I understand why, I guess, but some of the other lawsuits, I mean, these people are right there. Just bring them on board.
Oh, wait, number 8 is gone. I'm sorry. So 14, so 15, so the Islander is still there. Okay, I just saw Ian's tweet. He wrote, best info I have on jurors sent home is that it includes 8. She seemed sympathetic to Johnny Depp from many of her facial expressions. Okay, I'm officially unfollowing Runkle right now. I'm done. Are you kidding me? This guy did a full-on blown switcheroo and then whatever.
He was swayed, I guess,
Okay.
right? Like that's
All
the
right.
idea.
All right. I was not ready for that. I was no wonder why he couldn't talk to me yesterday. Like I tried to make conversation and he was just very aloof.
I just can't watching those closing arguments for me. I mean, the closing arguments were a clear win for Johnny Depp's team. I don't see any other way around it. However, Rottenborn opened, which I thought his opening was kind of okay. It was destroyed. Everything he did was destroyed when Elaine Bredehoff put on the microphone. And she spaghettied for an hour and 10 minutes or whatever of their time. I don't know if it was that long. I think Rottenborn might have gone over his budget, but she just spaghettied. And I forgot everything he said because I'm not sitting here taking notes.
Elaine was like one of those TikTok videos with the bungee jumper who forgets to hook on the bungee cord. I got this.
Yeah. It was a disaster. Oh, hey, we've got some wisdom coming in. Andrea, how are you?
Cheers, guys.
Oh, Andrea, welcome.
I am just so glad that finally the truth is out and the world sees what we have been seeing for years. It's a glorious day to celebrate.
How did you? I mean, I have a guess, but how do you think it went?
I was so pleased. Primarily with Camille's rebuttal.
Yeah.
What
God, it was
perfect
perfect.
finish.
Poetic.
My God, that was a thing of beauty.
I was like, Fairfax Police Department, I'd like to report a murder.
Well, she did what you need to do, which is just take the most effective points that your opponent was making and just systematically undermine them. I think that the problem with Ben Rottenborn's argument is that he simply doesn't have a coherent theme. He's trying to accomplish too much. He can't hang his hat on the First Amendment and also hang his hat on, Amber's version of events. So he doesn't know what to concede and what not to concede. And it just ends up, from my perspective, being a kind of shotgun approach of spitting facts and spitting law in a way that did not clearly lead to a reason to vote for his side. I thought that one of the most effective things that Camille did was disrobe him of that flag. He was trying to drape his case in, say, no, that is my fucking flag, because you don't get to lie about people and you should be giving people their presumption of innocence. Loved it.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
No, great stuff. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, it was. I thought their the opening closing argument, Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, I thought it was very good. I was a little surprised by the transition in the middle of that first argument. I thought they were going to split it off, argument rebuttal, or closing and then rebuttal. But I was weirded out by it, but that doesn't matter. But I thought for me there was a big difference when Vasquez handed off the argument to Chu. It was like, here, I've set up the story. Now you make it stick. And then he went point by point through the jury instructions. Here's how this stuff matches up. They finish up. They have 40 minutes left. Very good. Rottenborn goes up and he starts with their basic defense on this technical legal argument, which I think you're not in appellate court here, buddy. This isn't going to help you. And you've lost on this argument in front of the judge. I don't think you're going to convince the jury on the legal thing, but you got to try because I think it's better than the facts. And so he tries to do it, and he sets up something. I'm still foggy on what he said, because what happens next is he transitions to Elaine, and I don't know what happens. Like she erased what he said to me because I couldn't follow her like spastic approach to the argument.
Well, what's that old expression, right? If the law is on your side, you pound the law. If the facts are on your side, you pound the facts. And if neither are on your side, you vomit on the jury for 45 minutes.
Yeah. And if Johnny Depp's on your side, he pounds Amber Heard in the fucking face. No, it's
in a way not to cause injury.
Yeah,
metaphorically.
Yeah.
But
she
she
took the
starts-
rings off to hide the marks.
With total respect.
She reminded me of when my younger kids will tell me a story, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and I'm like, I don't need 90% of these details, and I'm not sure how any of this logically. I don't even know if this is the same month you're talking about. Just it's and this and this and this and this and this, and I was like, it was so disjointed, and there was no cohesion between them, and then we find out you got 6 minutes left. Oh, and they get blown out on, I think, every objection, which looked bad to me. I don't know if the jury saw it bad, but for me, I was like, you're getting your asses kicked on objections in close.
Well,
Ooh.
major line skirting by Elaine repeatedly with the asking them to draw inferences from the evidence they are not supposed to draw. And that specifically with like the Bonnie Jacobs text, you don't get to accept those as substantive evidence. We're not even supposed to hear about them as substantive evidence. Oh, she's just crossing lines at any opportunity that she could get.
Yeah. She flat out misrepresented testimony, and she
Mm-hmm.
misrepresented the law on multiple occasions. That blew my mind.
Thank you for that comparison to children telling stories. That was absolutely a perfect corollary.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, I just forwarded you a tweet I saw from the Court TV gal about the jurors. I don't know if you guys have already discussed that or not, but
where'd you send that?
Twitter DM. I think I did.
All right, Ronkel just confirmed it's 2 and 8 on the list that we have created on Twitter with the help of Lumber Law. When he wasn't able to get in, I think Tuesday, he created a flow chart that's been circulating the internet. 2 was the young, what we believe to be mildly either autistic or something. He's got some sort of deficiency. We don't know what it is, but he seems to be very cogent. He's paying attention. He knows his stuff. He laughs at the right time. So it may just be very, very mild. And then number 8 was the one that I like to refer to as our Irish Catholic lady. She was very sweet. She was very sympathetic towards Johnny Depp. And again, you got to remember, they all have to be unanimous. They all have to be unanimous. So numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, they all have to agree in one voice. This is the verdict. And we have at least what I think to be like, again, you can never be certain of these things. This is literally a guessing game at best, but human reaction, when it's natural and if it's captured by the human eye and relayed properly, you will be able to give a better assessment than somebody who is not in the room watching all this stuff. So I'm in a very unique position, and I know it's like, trust me, you guys, like, I got this. Like, it's like the stupidest thing ever to say. I know I don't, but from the intel that I have gathered, and I just tweeted it, I think we're still in a very good position. I'm really, really going to miss 8 because 8 had, like, I think potential swaying powers. 8 is the kind of woman that could maybe convince you to, like, if you're Jewish, to be like, change religions potentially. Like, she just has that type of
ready to go
she seems
upstairs
really
back in my
sweet.
office.
Pretty
She's
sure that's a
stay with
Meatloaf
me.
song, isn't it?
I'm just saying. Is it? I have no idea.
The Jewish woman who got me to change my religion.
It sounds like it to me, man.
Whatever. I don't know. Anyway, she's the kind of person who could convince you to join her religion. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Because she's like, she looks very sweet. She'll make you like an apple pie and sit you down at her table and tell you about, you know,
her cult.
Whatever cult it is. Yeah.
There's a good REM song, "Losing My Religion."
There you
Man,
go.
it just sounds like that. I won't do that song. Like to me,
Won't do
I would
that.
do anything for love.
I would do. Yeah.
Whew.
Good to see you, Andrea. And I have
Good to
this is
see
like
you.
this is a totally irrelevant question, but it's been a curiosity point for me. The fish, explain.
The fish are, so this is not really my story to tell because this is an artist friend of mine who made these fish. She's a metal worker and a painter. She makes amazing and cool things. If you go follow her on Instagram, she's at Heidi Elkington. Really amazing girl. So she's a little slip of a woman who is my boxing partner. She's my sister in spirit. We have shed blood of each other. She has kicked my ass for years. I love her more than anybody in the world. And these are just part of having her here with me in this process.
Cool.
Very cool. Very cool. I see a new series of videos in your future. Getting my ass kicked by my best friend. Here we go. Check this out. Someone sent me this. This is honestly exactly how it felt. Like, what is this? And I think Camille really hammered this concept home. To buy their story, and whatever anybody thinks, this is something that's not taught in law schools very effectively unless you get a special teacher or a special school. Storytelling. We communicate to people by telling stories. And if you want to communicate an entire relationship that is years long and complicated of these people with lives that are not like these jurors' lives in any way. I mean, every fact they hear, they're like, well, shit, I want an island. Well, shit, I wish I owned 18 houses. I wish I didn't have to drive because I had Joe's wife to drive me. This is what they're thinking every time, is every fact they hear. So you have to be able to communicate to this group of people, and you don't know any of their background specifically. I mean, you might have a couple voir dire questions that help you out. You have to communicate just on the human level, this story of this couple. And if you can't tell that story, if you can't develop that narrative, what are you doing? Like, you can spew facts at them, but they've just sat through 6 weeks of facts. And if they just hear more facts, they're going to be bored. So you've got to craft a narrative that they can listen to, that they can relate to, and that they can believe. And whoever crafts a better story, it goes a long way towards getting a result.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to go live on my
100%.
channel. Thanks for having me. I've been here for like, what, 6.5 hours now? So I really
Yes.
appreciate it, my friend.
Yeah, buddy. All right, man. Thanks for hanging
Legal
out.
Vices. It was great meeting you, my friend. Congrats on all your
appreciate
new
it.
success. Andrea, good to see you again. And
Very good
free
to see
book.
you.
Free
Next
book.
time. Bye, guys.
See you later.
Free
But yeah, it's telling that story. Oh, hey, 2 minutes ago, several motorcycle officers rushed to the front of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard courthouse, jumped off their bike, and ran inside. No word on what this is about. Being monitored.
Free donuts.
So that's new. But no, you've got to tell the story. And I think they had a real problem telling the story on Amber Heard's side. It was just, it just didn't flow. And if there's no narrative flow, what's the jury supposed to be following? But yeah, any other observations that you had, Andrea, since you were not here with us the whole time?
I just think overall, coherence in that narrative, both sides are, I think, a little bit more deficient on the narrative than they could have been. This did not end up being a real clear storytelling trial. But overall, I do think that the coherence of the message that's being sent was much clearer from Team Depp than it was from Team Heard. They're very clear. Amber Heard is lying about all of this, and that damaged Johnny. It damages people who are real survivors of domestic violence, and you need to punish her for doing this. That's
Coherent
very clear
and credible.
and
Right?
credible and easy
Yeah.
to understand, easy to relate to. What we got from Team Heard was just much more of a mishmash. Is she actually the abuser? Is she not? You haven't addressed these audio recordings. Like, how am I supposed to reconcile what I can hear for myself with my own ears with you
Yep.
trying to tell me, this story of Amber Heard that just doesn't mesh? So it's not clear if this is a First Amendment case, if this is a justice for domestic violence survivors, if this is a, Chicken Little sky will fall on DV reporting. If you vote against Amber Heard, it just was all over the place, and that's what I think is ultimately its biggest deficiency.
Yeah, and you made a tweet earlier that I fully agree with, and have offered a similar sentiment that the biggest mistake that they made in this case was filing the counterclaim. The counterclaim, and to then come out today and effectively neuter your own counterclaim by saying, well, we sent a message, but it's not actually, please give us $350,000 or whatever they asked for. It's like that's it. Because
that was bad.
You've put your client's mental health at issue when 5 minutes of conversation should have convinced you that she's in the loony bin.
Yeah.
And you weren't going to get anywhere with it. And I think they know that claim is just fucking bonkers.
I mean, the worst thing that happened to the Amber Heard defense was Amber Heard. I mean,
yes.
I think
Yes.
Camille, one of the many great points Camille made was, look, she didn't call her a lying liar who's lying to all of us, but she made the point. I mean, listen, when her first claim of abuse is not sufficient, there's an elevated claim, and then there's an elevated claim, and then there's an elevated claim. Things that any normal person would have claimed from the start if they were true.
Yes.
So apparently they're increasing degrees of fabrication that she feels compelled to make because her first series of lies are falling flat.
Yeah.
Imagine if they hadn't filed the counterclaim and there's no diagnoses and there's no mental health at issue.
Yes.
And
I'm back in my office.
In that world.
No Dr. Hughes, no Dr. Spiegel, but instead, the only witness that they call for Amber Heard, they make their opening arguments. They're like, Amber Heard stood up against domestic violence. We know she did. She got a protective order against Johnny Depp. This happened. She was named as an ambassador for domestic violence by the ACLU, and she's invited to speak to Congress. Then, so these are true statements that she made. This is the truth. And they're going to try and make this about everything except the truth. But this is the truth. What was said here. And then the only witness you call is that makeup artist to come in and say, yeah, I had to come in. She had 2 black eyes. She had a bruising and swelling on her nose. I had to apply an anti-swelling ointment we call Arnica cream. It helps to alleviate immediate swelling. I got ice on that thing right away. And then I started working magic. I started doing what I was paid to do. I had to offset the color. First, we laid foundation on her face, and then I had to start offsetting the colors that were left over showing through on the bruise. And these are the ways that we do it. I applied shadowing to her cheeks to draw away from her from the potential shadows under her eyes. So I shadowed heavily on her cheeks because it focuses the attention away. And I had to put a heavy waxy lipstick on over her mouth because she had a cut on her lip from getting punched. I'm witness to Johnny Depp's abuse, to the results of Johnny Depp's abuse.
Thanks,
and
Jeff.
if that's
Appreciate
the
you.
only witness you've got.
And I agree.
only
The verdict
statement
is
she
immediate.
stood up against
Announcement will
domestic
be
abuse,
by 5.
And then she got a restraining order.
Per the judge.
Like,
So
done.
that
The case
means
is over. You
it's
win.
$339
And then you ask
right
for
now. Let me do
fees.
this real quick.
Like that. If that's what you're going to end up
It's
doing
$339
anyway.
right there now, Jeff. So if
what they did, making
the
this about
announcement
everything,
comes in
because then like Johnny
at
Depp could try and
5,
parade person
they
after
would have
person
to
after
come
person,
to an
and you get to
agreement
say
on a
they're
verdict
desperately trying to
by
show you
4
that none of these
p.m.
people witnessed
Eastern,
the
and it's
domestic abuse.
3:40 right now.
And we can agree.
So
none of these people witnessed any
I'm
domestic
thinking they
abuse.
could probably
Of
get
course,
one
they're
by
not
5:30,
motivated to
because
lie.
5:30 was the
These are
normal
honest
court
people.
time,
But here's the
They'll be
person
done
who
for the
did
day.
witness the domestic abuse and
So
the
they're in
effects of it.
there.
And there
let's
was
see, it's
more
3:40
domestic
now.
abuse
By
behind the scenes. He was
4:20,
controlling. He
a
yelled.
little less than an hour from now.
Financially controlled her. He
think-
dominated her. He didn't let her.
Yeah,
Didn't let her
we're
leave. Didn't want to
good.
let her leave the relationship. But
The
this is what
verdict will
happened.
be read by
And she had to
5:30.
get out, and she had to wait for
So,
him to go to Europe
We'll see.
to do so because she was
I
so
hope so.
scared. If that's your case, I mean, I think they would have won that case 10 times out of 10. Would have taken a week. But yeah, they couldn't do it. She had she had to get that last bit in.
Yeah.
I've said consistently throughout this
I
trial.
heard someone talk about that. I think
Amber
it's
Heard
true
is her own worst enemy
psychologically.
in this. We see
She
it with
just
the
could not
counterclaim.
allow
We see it with
Johnny
this
to be the
very
person to get the last word, and I agree with that. I think I mentioned that earlier. Uh-oh, did I lose? Oh, I lost it. I lost the stream. What happened? Uh-oh, Nick Riccato's stream went off. Let me switch you guys over real quick.
This is the first moment we've had Natalie swear, though. So I'm really. Yes.
Something happened to Nick Riccato's stream.
Natalie. Mark is the guy where we can play Hollywood Squares now.
Right.
One of my favorite things.
Muffin for the win.
One of my favorite things, the Spies Like Us, the doctor. I always do that with other Natalies. Is Natalie.
I don't often run into that problem.
I could see that.
But I
I
do.
don't
I
run into
do
that problem
know-
that much either, to be honest.
I do know others with my name. However,
feel like Mark recognized
it's just it's a much
Yeah,
smaller
I got 'em
community
back.
where you run into them.
I got him back. Legal Bites is cool, but I like Riccato.
Okay.
Sorry, Legal Bite.
Detective Steve, so did you watch the police testimony in this case? And if so, what did you
I love you, but I'm going back to Nick there. Alita.
things that can be fun as, abusive or
Less people, easier to kind of follow.
by Johnny Depp.
I think she could have won it on actual malice easily. That this was her legitimate perspective, and even if other people might disagree with that, that doesn't rise to the level of actual malice.
But
that's
this is
not
who
Amber Heard.
she is, right? That's who Amber
Yes.
Heard is. She
That's who she
she
is.
can't let good enough lay, right? If you make her angry, she will strike at you.
Yeah.
She's
That's-
incapable of acting in her own strategic interests. She's just a very short-term, reactive type
Yeah,
of
it
personality.
really was.
This is
Jeff,
something we
YouTube was
have
a little weird.
observed
I was
for
able to
years
kind
now
of
with
refresh
how she
that,
engages
that,
in the litigation,
that
how
tab,
she
and
engages on
finally
social
get Nick
media.
back up and running.
It's just consistent with everything Johnny and Dr. Curry have told us, and it's why she is the author of her own destruction.
Yeah.
Well, I was likening it to police officers falsifying evidence when they know they've got the guy. They know that this person did the crime, but they just want to be extra sure, so they put a couple of extra nails in the coffin that makes you go, okay, now that's just absurd.
It's actually much the same thing. In my experience, when officers are doing that, they're not doing it for that particular case. They're doing that. This is what they always do. It's actually their normal practice. And so they end up doing it even at times when they don't need to do it. Amber Heard, frankly, Amber Heard has met the enemy. Amber Heard has met the actual abuser, her own abuser. And it turns out it's Amber Heard.
Right. Right.
Just an update from Runkle. He says about the police thing, hearing reports of a disturbance in the courthouse. It's not at the courtroom. So it's somewhere outside of the courtroom, whatever it is.
Probably some pro.
This is lunatic day. This is Super Bowl, baby. This is what everybody's been waiting for.
Probably is.
It's the final day. There's a shocking possibility of a verdict today. I didn't think there was at
There
all
should be.
until the arguments happened, and I'm like, this is nasty. Like this is potential. Like I can see a juror coming in and
After
going,
that closing argument,
no, I
don't see why there
100%
wouldn't be.
see this Johnny Depp's way. I think it's harder if it's Amber Heard's side. I think they have to really consider legal arguments that they might not be fully prepared to make. But I think if there is a general sentiment of Team Johnny, I think they could hammer this thing out this afternoon without much issue. So, ugh. Kevin Hooker sent a sticker. Thank you for that, Kevin. And High Grit says, thank you for all the awesome coverage of this case. You guys did a great job. I just had to say, I noticed Camille break down a little at the end of her argument and have to admit, I almost cried. Ben Chu did too. And this is one of the things that I've been seeing the past couple of days, especially.
The way he walked
Johnny
Depp through how to fill out that
seems to
form.
care a lot about Johnny Depp.
And
And
this is all we got to
it
do.
really came through on Camille's cross-exam of Amber Heard on rebuttal, because she tore her apart and she looked happy to do it.
Yeah.
Like you would, I don't know, peel the skin off your enemy in the Middle Ages or something, right?
Camille did not like Amber Heard.
Like you found the person who kidnapped your kid and you've got a hammer and you caught him off guard. Like that's what it
was. Skills.
Yeah. It looked like she was happy to do it. And then when it was done, you got this feeling around the Johnny Depp table that they like him. I haven't gotten that impression from Amber Heard's team.
I mean, it's an unusual case in many respects, right? Because often when you have this kind of civil litigation, the truth is somewhere in between what each side is arguing, right?
Exactly.
But that's not what we have here. Either you believe Amber Heard and Johnny Depp is an unbelievable monster, or she's utterly lying about everything. And obviously Depp's team has drawn their conclusion. They believe that's her, in which case she's a horrific monster trying to just destroy an innocent man's life.
Yeah, and I think that was a very it's kind of a gutsy thing to do on the client reputation front, because
why
in the abstract, if Johnny Depp loses this case,
what she did,
one could infer that the jury determined that they believe every salacious allegation against Johnny Depp.
So in her mindset,
so it is that high stakes move.
What is the best way to get back?
It's also a smart move because they're trying to latch onto this bullshitty theory that one shove amounts to what Amber Heard is talking about in her statements, and they came out and they just basically put it on the table and they said, no, we're not saying this at all. We're saying that literally zero things that she said are true, and you can't trust a single word of what she said. Not one.
Mm-hmm.
There was no punch, no slap, no push, no kick. No bottles, no choking, no hair pulling, nothing.
Right.
I mean, it's akin to a criminal defense arguing against lesser included, right? Your Honor, we want the murder or acquittal. That's it. We're in all the way.
Yeah.
Well, I'm interesting. This is something I've thought about for the past week or so. If we remember back to almost day one, they had the safe word, the couch thing.
Couch.
Yeah. So I mean, if they have a safe word for when they're fighting, and that means we stop and we go to our corners, does that mean everything up to the point someone says couch is a consensual part of their relationship?
Mutual combat.
Yeah. Are they agreeing to this? Are they into this? Are they into if they agreed to fight physically or verbally until someone says couch? That's just I've been thinking about it for a week now. It's been irritating me.
Legitimate, very legitimate.
Well, that's maybe again. This I think Camille's rebuttal was based on what was offered at close, what was offered by the other party's close. I think her rebuttal was literally perfect for what she had done. One of the things I could have maybe seen at the beginning of close is kind of an allusion to that sort of idea of a tumultuous mutual relationship, and saying, they're going to try, maybe anticipating the argument because it was kind of obvious. They're going to try and tell you that any instance of emotional or physical abuse, any one little thing, any touch, any yelling, any nasty word amounts to abuse.
Right.
Let's talk about that for a second. You need to listen to what you've heard in evidence here. That means that Amber was a frequent abuser of Johnny Depp. If that's the standard we're going by what you've heard in audio recordings, not words of someone else, not spoken through the grapevine, not some rumor or self-serving comment, but actual words on a recording. You can hear her talk about hitting him, hear her talk about
you sure
pursuing
can.
him, controlling him, and calling him nasty names. So if that's their theory, then she's as much of an abuser as him. And if that's the case, can she stand up and call herself a victim? Can she stand on the bruised bodies of women throughout history and say that she is the representative of abuse? And when you picture abuse, do you picture Amber Heard? Because I don't.
And that could have been a theoretical defense here for Depp, right? They could have basically conceded, abusive behavior on his point and argued, look, all right, so he punched her once, but he was provoked, or it was mutual combat, or it was, the nature of their relationship, and try to wave it away. But they didn't take that approach.
Yeah, they didn't.
He is adamant. He has never struck a woman. And I think that is something, quite frankly, that resonates with a lot of men. This is something that I have talked about a lot as a woman who gets in a boxing ring where there are not a lot of other women. You spar with men, and there are so many men who are so inhibited against hitting a woman. It is so hard to get good sparring as a woman. This is not the world that Amber Heard seems to believe that I think most people live in. Most of us know that men are our protectors. Men are there they want us to love them. They don't want us to be afraid of them. It's just not consistent with how most of us, I think, live in the real world. And so Johnny Depp insistent, he is not that guy. We know that guy is an aberration. That is clearly not him. I think that is something that any man on that jury who is not himself an abuser is going to be able to relate to.
Yeah. Well, and I think, frankly, in a weird way, even the abuser, because I think a lot of abusers don't consider themselves abusers, right? No, I just lost my temper.
Point.
I just lost my temper. But
she made me do it.
Yeah,
she made
there's
me
something.
Do it.
So I think it plays either way. But no, it's such a good point that this men are monsters narrative that works really well on Twitter. It works really well in social media campaigns or in even mass media campaigns, right? Yeah, it's a meme, either again on the small scale or on the corporate scale. But a whole bunch of women are married to a whole bunch of men who don't hit them. And they may fight and they may scream at each other and they may hell even throw things or slam a door, but they know that person's not going to come up and actually punch them, throw a bottle at them, violate them with a Maker's Mark bottle. None of that is actually on the menu for most people. And this idea that this is kind of within someone to do is kind of foreign to the average person, I think. Certainly there are people who suffer abuse. Obviously, it happens, and it happens way too much. But even the people who are in abusive relationships, I'm guessing, find that that's the minority of relationships that they've experienced in one way or another. They find themselves in this situation and they may have trouble getting out, but they're horrified that they got in the first place.
Well, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I mean,
are you a biologist?
I don't know what your definition of biologist is, but I mean, if we accept everything that Amber says is true, why is this the only woman in 58 years of this man's life has he done this to? Yeah. Has he done 1/10 of this to?
100%.
Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense.
There is one person in that courtroom with a history of chronic domestic violence, and that is Amber Heard.
I guess you guys were watching me wondering why my lips are moving on camera, and I'm
with that. This is the first one.
So
what their argument against it is
one
what?
of the things I just said to
well,
her that I wanted to make sure you
look
guys
at those bags of weed.
Yeah, his substance abuse, and it's like
because weed makes everybody aggressive and violent.
You've heard that
proof. Here he is sleeping. Here he is sleeping. Here he is sleeping.
Smiling a lot in that case.
And you've got testimony that this dude has been on those substances since since he was
Somebody's
13.
been paid off. They found the jury, they paid him off,
He's
threatened him,
58.
whatever.
He's
Well,
yeah, he's
if
like
she gets a win.
he's popping mom's pills
If
at
it's a hung
11.
jury, I
And
still
the
do the same thing.
justification
Couple
that
of jurors
how
got paid
Amber
off,
treated
and
him
they
that
got
you
paid
can
to
hear
just
on those
hold the
fucking
line,
audios
not
because
say
he's
anything
got an
different,
addict
not
problem
do
and
anything
that
different,
she's
not change their
therefore
vote for Amber.
justified
And so they have to come out and say,
treating
sorry,
him
we
because
can't,
it's
we can't,
somehow
we can't come to
benevolent
decision,
on
decision,
her.
judge.
What a
That's
bunch
what's
of
going on, right?
self-serving,
If that
disgusting
happens on
horseshit.
Amber's
I'm
side.
sorry. Anybody
But
who
the
has
closing
suffered
arguments
with
from both
addiction, with people
Camille
that they love
Vasquez and
suffering
Ben
from
Shue,
addiction,
and
it's just
the
disgusting
rebuttal
to
close
hear
from Camille
that
were
a
so
person that you love
powerful.
is struggling. Her
I don't see
position
how the
is
jury couldn't
kick
come
them while
back
they're down,
in favor of John.
and
But you guys tell
Take
me
photos
that
of them
maybe
that
I'm
was is justified and
I'll mute
admirable.
and
Yes,
listen.
take
And if
photos of him,
you comment
embarrass
in
him.
the
I love
comment section,
that
I'll make sure I
comment
put the
that
comment on the
Camille
screen.
made. What person does this? Great question, Camille. Who fucking captures somebody at their worst so that they can text it to their friends and then share it to the world? That tells us all we need to know.
Yeah, my wife takes pictures of me falling asleep because I'm a narcoleptic, and it's funny that because like for a while, especially when I was working a 9 to 5, it was every family gathering, every single one, sit down in a chair. Even if we're in direct sunlight, I'd sit down in a chair and get cooked, get sunburned. She'd walk up, she's like, "Where the hell's Nick?" And then oh, there he is. Oh shit, take a picture. But it was always in jest. She would never ever take an embarrassing picture of me sleeping. Never with like ice cream dripping down or like laying in some kind of pseudo unconsciousness on the floor next to the bed, or covered in vomit. She would never do that because who does that? That's awful. But Amber seems to do that a lot.
It would
Well,
be
apparently whole
funny if
Twitter
Camille
seems
got
to
up
think
on
me sleeping is funny.
I bet
it would have been funny if Camille got up on rebuttal and started by saying, "Well, there's our example of vomitus."
Yeah.
Oh, what a disaster. Ms. Jake says, I showed my son your eloquent graduation toast and he was touched. He wanted to make sure you know it meant a lot to him, even if I wasn't already. This proud mom is a Rackets fan for life. Hey, thank you, Ms. Jake. And you should be a proud mom. That's fantastic. The fact that you've got a little person into a big person through high school and they're still alive, I think you should get a fucking medal every time it happens. So
yeah, no, my son's 21 and he just got in his first car accident last week.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm here in Korea. He's been living with my sister since high school. And she was like, "You got in an accident?" I'm like, come on, sister and I, how old were we when we got in our first car accident? He made it 5 years without an accident.
Good.
I take that as a big effing win.
Yeah. No, it's just, it's like, well, one, you didn't kill him, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the first hurdle.
Oh no. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, your kids
Little
are still
scumbags.
are still relatively young. Like I look at the thing that my kid doesn't know. If he would have done half the shit I did as a kid, I just would have killed him and started over again.
Yeah, exactly. Jonathan Diaz says, how come when Amber goes pee pee poo poo on the bed sheets, she's hailed as a hero, but when I do that, I get sent to the loony bin? Don't do that. Poo in the loo. Yo, poo in the loo. Okay. More. There are many super chats. I will be trying to get to all of them. I mean, we're basically here for jury watch. I've pledged to be here until the jury goes home, whatever that is.
And I'm looking over here and watching the sun come up over here on the right here.
See, we're in opposite corners. I'm celebrating with champagne at 12:59 p.m. over here on the West Coast, and when we're done, I'm just going to sleep till Sunday. So.
Oh yeah,
this is what I'm drinking.
Knocking back those Topo Chicos like it's.
We're doing the same, bro.
I apologize. I plan on sticking in the train today.
Perfect. So appropriate.
About 4:30 my
I'm
time.
matching Nick.
I'm central.
To be fair, I look, I can't stomach the square bottle
That's
maker.
about an hour and a half from now. I figure if the
I have a
jury
mild amount of
doesn't
respect.
come back
Amber
with a
can
verdict
stomach it, but
in the next
never
hour and a half.
Oh, come on now. We don't need
today,
to go
or
there.
even 2 hours. So maybe by 6 p.m. Eastern.
ATN DeGaulle
If the
says,
jury
"Sweet baby
doesn't come
Jesus,
back
I think Camille's sweater
with a
trumps
verdict
Dr. Muffin's glasses."
by Then thank you, Jeff.
No simp
If
chat.
they don't come back with a
No
verdict by
simp.
5
Sonia
p.m.
Hems,
Central, 6 p.m. Eastern,
the only
there's
real
not gonna
star
be
of the
one of
show,
them. So I'll
credible
stick
and
around
authentic,
until then,
in
or
white, a
until
vision of truth and
maybe these
purity
guys
in
will
this
say,
pantomime. I
hey, the
cannot
jury went
applaud this
home.
perfection
Like, maybe the
enough.
jury's gonna go home in an
Impeccable
hour.
evacuation.
You know, which would be 5.
Evacuation.
If the jury decides we're gonna go, we haven't made a decision today, we're gonna go
The
home.
immaculate evacuation.
That means they'll be back Tuesday,
Yeah,
just like you said, Jeff. But
maybe
I
they had
think
an impeccable
the jury-
evacuation. I don't know.
if I was
I
the
don't want to
foreman,
know
I
about
would
that.
use the
Look,
idea
Didn't
of
appear bloated.
people
I'll
wanting
give
to
her
go home
that.
to dinner as a way to get the verdict today.
Her
to
no,
make sure
her
it comes out
suit was
today.
very nice today. It was
That's what I would
good. The white's an
I would
interesting
use people
choice,
being
like in
hungry
general, but it
as a
worked
way to
really
make
well.
sure
I
we
thought
get this thing wrapped up today.
it kind of with the cameras, white does this weird thing with cameras where it kind of glows a little bit. It's awkward, but
I would say never wear white on camera, but
no,
she would be okay.
She did just fine. No, it was a good outfit today. Sonia Hems, wait, I just read that one. Philip Sola, during Camille's closing, Amber's mouth is the same shape as Judge Dredd. Someone should put his helmet over her face.
Oh, no. Harsh.
Damn. Sonia Hems also says, execution, not evacuation, in regard to my previous super chat. Oh, that makes way more sense. Running on 3 hours of sleep a night due to living in New Zealand with this trial running at the same time. And some laughy faces.
Cheers to you, my friend. You're a true warrior.
Yeah, that goes just from being a finishing move to just a movement.
Sonia Hems follows up with, did a major super chat that changed and didn't register, or that charged and didn't register. So sometimes YouTube does that. Sorry about that. I think putting the true star of the show in white as a messenger of purity and truth is impeccable perfection. This is fabulous. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Lily Phoenix, hi DUI guy, hi everyone. Excited for today in your commentary. Let's finally watch Camille the Vampire Slayer finally stake the heart of this blood-sucking hashtag end it, hashtag end the curse.
For real.
Damn. Jimmy the
I
Hand
ain't mad
says,
at you.
Amber
That's
Heard
true.
as
That's
Magenta.
facts.
I asked for nothing. The jury as Frankenfurter, and you shall receive it in abundance.
Nice. Nice Rocky Horror Blast there.
That was a good one.
I've never watched it. Never watched it.
What? You got it's very.
Ralph T
weird.
says
I
Amber
watched
with
it. I was
glasses looks like the
I kinda
girl
wish
that
I
was
had,
tossed
but
by her
I'm
pigtails
glad
in
I didn't.
Matilda.
For a cultural perspective, I'm glad I
The
did.
gym teacher.
He
whatever
hasn't
she-
seen Rocky Horror, but he's seen Matilda.
No, we read. To be very clear, we read the book in elementary school, so I remember the story and I know the movie was made, but I didn't see it. Don't put that on me. The only movie I care about right now is getting some time to go watch Top Gun. It's all I want to watch.
It starts here in Korea Wednesday, and Wednesday's a holiday, so sweet. I'm seeing the first show Wednesday morning.
I'm like everybody who like Critical Drinker is saying it's great. Chrissy Mayer saying it's great. I'm like, okay, I've got to see this because I was worried they were going to screw it up, and it sounds like they didn't.
Oh, that's true. I want to see
Leah
it too.
Weber says, let's go to 500,000 subscribers. Love from the Philippines. Hey, thank you. Speaking of subscribers, I rarely ask, but if you are watching the show and you're not subscribed and you like this channel, I would appreciate it if you do. But if you don't want to, that's cool. If you're just here for Johnny Depp and it's going to go away at some point, you don't have to. But if you like it, you know, maybe if you subscribe, you'll find something else you like. Because I got all kinds of options. Hey, Jamawaz says, remind me to never get on community.
Uh-oh.
His bad side, she's killing it. 11 Bravo Crunchy.
Oh,
Mommy Camille
he's
can
almost at
represent me
450.
any
Good
day.
job.
She's looking fine today. By the way, my actually moment, the piece of furniture she's standing at is a lectern, not a podium. Sorry, I shall endeavor to be less of a basement dwelling nerd.
Come on. Stop. Oh, I accidentally hit it again. Sorry.
He is correct.
You shall endeavor, but you shall not succeed.
Oh, wow.
Timothy Reaper.
Oh, Nick, are you having issues again with your stream?
Braun a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's when
yeah, she has gone a little SS with her.
Good, we got back on.
Yeah, she did the Kim Jong Un Day. And,
yes.
Yeah. Kai VR. Hi to the panel from Germany. Hello, Kai. Mr. Ikeda. I saw you first on Friday Night Tights and have been following your live streams from time to time, especially now for this trial. Only know the U.S. law system from TV shows, so it was great to see it play out in reality. I'm guessing it played out a little different than the TV shows.
A little bit different, but
Well,
not
all
much.
in an hour, but
yeah.
But thank you. Welcome.
That's what I always love about Suits. They have some intensely involved commercial litigation thing, and they go to trial in like 2 weeks.
Nash McGraw, should these two closing arguments have been swapped? Elaine and Rottenborn's? Yes. Elaine should have spaghettied first.
Yeah.
If you're going to have her do it, first of all,
yeah.
After opening argument, they should have kept her dumbass far away from the jury.
Well, that's what we said at the beginning of this stream. Is I said she needs to go first so that he can wash the taste of Elaine out of everybody's mouth at the end of this thing.
You did say that.
I feel bad for Rottenborn. He's a decent lawyer. He's a good guy. He's just lashed to her and baby Rottenborn.
No, he was by far the superior lawyer on this team, and has been from day one. There's something, in Amber Heard, I think, that can't let her have a man as her lead attorney. So she had to choose this woman, again, unable to act in her own interests because ego drives everything for her. But I think you started to see that crack with her recall on the stand during her rebuttal case, where she let Rottenborn handle that rather than Elaine. That might have been just a little acknowledgement of the reality of that situation.
And again, to me, this just reinforces that Amber Heard's worst enemy is Amber Heard. I mean, she's strikes me of the personality type where no one ever just substantively disagrees with her. Either they want to get her in bed or they want to be her friend, and she's gorgeous and they want to be in her social circle. So when she says inane things, they just nod their heads and they pretend it's true. And anyone who can't deal with her like that leaves her social circle. So she's not exposed to people like that. Right. I expect when she was dealing with Elaine did not challenge her on anything. Elaine was nothing but 150% sympathetic, you poor thing. And Rottenbottom might have said, well, that might be tough to argue in court. And Amber Heard would not want to hear that at all.
Yeah, I got that impression too. To me, it looked like Elaine was hired by Amber Heard, and then Elaine put together subsequently the team that would be built up. However she did that. But that she was lead counsel, so to speak, that she was the client advocate and the client liaison.
That's a good point.
Maybe based on the relationship that they developed, whatever that may be, Amber Heard wanted her to run some of this
the way it did.
Probably because if she is,
but if Elaine was lead counsel,
that advocate
can have
that she would be heavily motivated to.
She should have given other people more.
Not dirty, but
more time to talk.
I
love Ray. I caught that too, bro. Rottenbottom was hilarious.
Not give into that measured approach of this might not be.
I with Johnny Paws and with Mr. Rotten.
I feel like maybe Rottenborn's free speech arguments to some extent, but technical defamation arguments, I feel like maybe those were a compromise. That's how he would have run the case. And he advocated for it hard, and they said, no, we're going on this other stuff. And he's like, well, we got to throw this in too. It just all felt very, very, it didn't feel cohesive at all.
I was talking to my daughter about this, and I didn't understand anything
vision
Rottenborn said. I didn't remember anything he said after
try to get your client to have that come to Jesus moment. You have to admit you're wrong. You have to let us control the narrative. You have to let us, or you're going to go down in flames. And I don't think they had that with her.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to realize that we're the ones who do it. Sorry, go ahead.
And you have to look at this client as well. This is the classic nightmare client. She's a lawyer shopper. She has done this consistently. We saw how her divorce lawyer was different from Eric George, who was her first lawyer in this case, who was different from Roberta Kaplan, who was different from Elaine and this team that she's eventually settled on. This is a woman who shops for somebody who will do it the way she wants and tell her what she wants to hear. She's paying for validation, not for legal advice. It's great for their bottom line, but not the best from a soul and integrity standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, and the reason why people end up being attorney shoppers is because they don't like the advice that they're given.
Exactly.
Or the lawyers don't like the client and say, hey, we're not a good fit. You just move on.
And we've just seen nothing but projection from Amber. I mean, it's become trite to point that out. How often she accuses other people of that, and so this accusation of Johnny of surrounding herself by enablers, to me, is Amber Heard telling on herself 100%. She will not tolerate anyone around her who won't accept her bullshit unquestioningly. That's why her friends have abandoned her.
Because no one can accept it indefinitely, right? People's patience gets exhausted and they move on.
Yep.
And I love, that's what I loved about Melanie Iglesias' testimony, that she literally told her, I'm done with you. She's just couldn't take it anymore. And I just have a feeling that is a very, very common story in Amber's life.
Yep.
Well, everybody has that feeling right now because literally no one showed up for her except her sister. Like her sister
the kicked dog. Her sister, the kicked dog, as Kate James called her, showed up for her.
And by the way, the fact that people respond to Amber that way, reasonably enough, would only positively reinforce this psychological issue she has about hating people leaving. Everyone's always leaving because she's driving them away, but then she's alone again, and because everyone left, and she can't take it.
She doesn't recognize she's driving them away.
Her responsibility, her karma, in her outcomes in life. And that is suffering.
Everyone else is the problem.
That's my Buddhist message right there. I mean, if you want an illustration of suffering, there you have it. That's karma in action.
True.
Do you think she was she trying to cry today?
Oh yeah.
You think?
But all the tears were on the outside of the courthouse.
Andrea, I didn't talk to you yesterday. During her annihilation on rebuttal in the rebuttal case when they called her, was one of her worst statements not that I'm not up here snickering and chuckling or whatever? And it's like, lady, you have no connection to reality. Everybody's watching you. The jury is watching you when you come up and you lie to them like that.
Yeah.
Like, oh God. She reminds me of the guy in Chicago, right? Like who's cheating on Lucy Liu, and Lucy Liu comes in and he's got the women in bed. He's like, "What are you gonna believe? What do you see or what I tell you?"
Me or your lying eyes?
It's the Shaggy defense. Wasn't me.
Yeah, me, right.
Nice. It makes sense if you understand Amber and her pathology and her personality is essentially seeing herself and her perspective as infallible. In Amber Heard's eyes, she is a god. And that means reality is what she decides it is. It's what she says it is. And how dare you fucking peasants question her, with your own petty interpretations and experiences of things. I don't think it's so complicated when you're looking at this type of personality to really understand, like, is she actually delusional, or does she know on some level that she's full of it? And it's such a difficult question to answer. I personally think she knows it. On a very deep soul level, yes, she is aware, and that's what drives her anger and her rage and her fury when people don't accept it, because she knows all she has is her manipulation, and so when it doesn't work, it infuriates her.
Well, people can know, they know and don't know at the same time. They know, but they're like in a constant state of denial, except for rare exceptions. We all know what we look like naked, right? But we put clothes on when we go outside. So it's like that. I mean, much of the time she's living the clothed false, how I present myself to the world life. And it's not until she has these occasional, usually triggered breakdowns by people not doing what she wants them to do in the way she wants them to do it, that, to put it the way she described Johnny Depp, the monster comes out. Her monster comes out.
Yes.
That's very interesting. Go ahead.
I was just waiting for the defense to all of this being, you've heard testimony in this case that our client is fucking insane. And so she actually isn't, she couldn't be acting with knowledge of the falsity because she literally has no grasp on reality.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she honestly believes this bullshit, okay? Like, I'm not here with you, but
Can't be Malice, right? Can't be Malice.
I think Andrea's point is very interesting because to me, I look at her as someone who is fully involved with her pathology. And that's just my thing. She just doesn't.
She is.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think you hit it on the point with its denial that characterizes it. She's not schizophrenic. She's not hallucinating this stuff. She's not behaving like that. She knows, and that's why she engages in this attack and defensive behavior, this denial behavior, because she simply will not admit it. She will insist that you accept it, and she will fight that until her dying day.
Yeah,
that's just crazy.
I don't know what the. I mean, it's not like a Munchausen's by proxy because there's no proxy in that. Is there just like a separate Munchausen? Or, I mean, I think that like the telling thing was yesterday when Dr. Mommy went off and said she has answered higher on the fake questions for PTSD than 90% of people that have ever taken this test.
Right, but from Amber's perspective, it's less important whether or not Amber believes the bullshit than that you believe the bullshit. You have to convince her that you believe her bullshit.
I agree.
That's how you bend the knee to Amber.
That's why Elaine sounded like she was on 2 times speed when she was talking. That's the fastest I've ever heard her talk, bro.
All right. Well, that's why Nick has the big YouTube channel.
He's like
and Law of Self-Defense has a free book to tell you about right now.
Hey, I even have a law school now of sorts at lawofselfdefense.com/law.
Movies.
Yeah, so as soon as I can work my schedule around it, I'll drop it.
Oh, it's not for lawyers. If you're a lawyer, it's specifically for non. So I don't know if you know Andrea, but I decided to start a bunch of a series of law school like courses. So criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence,
awesome,
constitutional law, just like I was taught it when I was in law school. For people who are interested in that experience without actually going to law school and making that kind of insane commitment. So that's what law.
I love it. Great idea.
I did. If people ask me, do I need to be a lawyer to attend? And actually, it's intended explicitly for non-lawyers. Lawyers have taken all these courses, folks. They did it in law school.
But to give them the true law school experience, you need to take your book and charge them $435 for it.
Right. It's not the true law school experience. It's law school
and then read 15% of it.
Yeah. That was always like we had my evidence professor was Professor Boyce, and it's like and. Coincidentally, the book was Boyce on Evidence for $400.
It's funny, right? Yeah. Well, we already give the book away for free, as some people have noted. So I will say all the certifications we do in our courses are exam-based. So you actually have to pass an exam. You don't just
I'm not going to audit it then.
So if someone has a certification from Law of Self-Defense, they learned something, at least up to the point they took the exam.
I just swear to God that after the bar exam, I'm not taking a blood test if I don't have to. Tests are gone.
Yeah, I remember when I took bar, I took the New York bar and the Massachusetts bar back to back. I did New York in Albany, drove across Massachusetts to Albany in the middle of the night. Took the
same weekend,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I don't know how they do it these days, but we had the state specific, then we had the multi-state exam on Wednesday, and then I had Massachusetts on Thursday. So I'm driving down Route 2 across Massachusetts because I went to law school in New York, so I didn't know any Massachusetts law. So I just applied New York law to the Massachusetts test, and I guess it worked. I passed both of them.
Well, that's the time to take them.
That's insane, though.
To me, I mean, when you've just studied for one and you're ready, like you're primed to pump. I mean, if you would have turned my 2-day exam into a 3-day exam and it'd been
not that big a difference.
Yeah, I would have taken that rather. Like Kurt, Uncivil Law, he's working on the Texas bar right now. And it's like, man, I would not want to be even as far removed, and he's farther removed from the bar than I am because he's been practicing longer. But in my like 6 years, I'm like, I would not want to go back and do it again now.
Maybe I'm the anti-establishment guy, but 3 years of law school was bullshit. The only way I passed
Bree and Amber are absolutely both
Barbary and
narcissistic.
the other, whatever the other one is.
Chaplain.
Yeah, the
I
Chaplain.
think Bree has more control over her narcissism.
I didn't
than
learn
Amber does.
anything in 3 years, so I'm going to
But they're both
take these
insufferable.
courses and learn how to take the
But
test,
I was,
not learn
I
how
don't
to
care for Bree
I
personally.
screwed up so bad on
go out with
Barbary.
her before I
I got done with law
entertain
school,
the idea of
and then
letting
I'm just
Amber.
like,
Amber
oh,
is
fucking great. Here we
scary.
go. Got
That's
some
a
time.
basic
Barbie's going to start up in a
instinct,
little
Mike catches
while.
an ice pick
And then
in your
like
sleep
I
type
checked
chick.
one of my group DMs with my friends from law school, and they're like
She must be
complaining all the
amazing.
time about the
People
Barbary
cannot
class,
get
and they're
enough
like
of that, if you know what I'm saying.
talking about. I'm like, when's this Barbary thing start? I thought it was like, and they're like, we've been doing this for 4 weeks. I'm like, 4 weeks?
No.
Shit. So I only had like I think 2.5 or 3 weeks of Barbary, and so I tried to do the classes, and I was like, well, this
I
isn't
don't
going
care
to
about
work.
the law
So I
classes.
just took all
I
of their
love you,
multiple
Nick,
choice
but I
exams
gotta
over
dip out
and
and
over and over and over.
Dip over to the other guys real quick and see what they're talking about.
85%
I love you, Nick, but just gonna pause you for a second. I want to see if anybody's talking about the trial. I love you. I'm not trying to be rude, but I gotta see what's going on over here at Legal Bites. I might dip into Emily D. Baker's if she's still up and running.
And I think part of it as well was,
The stigma around the case. I don't think you could have gotten jurors to agree to even show up if they hadn't been busted.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Fair.
Anu Baton says, isn't eliminating jurors a perversion of justice? No, because you're supposed to have a certain number of extras that you start with so that you make sure that you end up with
You always
numbers
have
that
some
you
backups
actually
just in
intend
case.
to have a deliberation. Sally S says, can the jury stipulate where the money goes, like charity? No. Denise from Canada, what are some objections?
She hurt me when I went and watched that
should have
dumbass
made,
movie
but
Captain
supposed to
Marvel,
pass on?
but I didn't pay for
Why
that
was
one.
each of these statements objectionable?
I paid for a different movie.
Mistakes
Like,
law,
well, let's
mistakes
say
of facts are your two
hypothetically.
go-to, man.
Let's say
Yeah,
there was a lot of
hypothetically,
that.
I
I
paid
really
to
wanted to
go
object to the
see
Malice definition.
Alito
she
Battle
gave.
Angel,
That was
which I
insanity.
love that movie.
Yeah,
paid
but
to
I
see
wonder
Alito
if he
Battle
let that
Angel,
slide because
but I
it was like, well, they're going to get jury
walked
instructions anyway,
into
and they understand that they need to follow those.
I think he was reading the room based on what they
Wow.
said, and
So
sounds about
you
right.
get my money,
Well,
but
right,
it did
right,
affect my
right.
sensibility.
Darren Colin says, question, didn't the Manson allegations get dismissed a day ago? By the way, Hogue, glad you had a break from the any acquisition news lately. That's funny. Except not really a break because of this super chat. Manson allegations, yes. Yeah, I heard they got
By the way, I'm not saying
RJH00 says,
anyone
enough
should
stalling,
ever
Hogue. Verdict.
accidentally walk
Check
into
outside
the raw
info.
theater
Are all the Manson
when they go
cases
see a movie.
claims gone?
No,
Exactly.
it's
It
just
was
a claim
Captain
against
Marvelous
him for TV by
Whammon.
his
It
former
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just
so
wanted to double check.
bad.
Yeah.
And I don't think that
Oh,
was
it was
a
so
joint
bad.
case. Either.
But at
I
least
think
Alito
it
Battle
was
Angel
a
got my money,
standalone
and I
case.
love
I
that
think
movie.
so.
As you
Yeah.
guys can
Yeah.
see,
And it was a
I'm
statute of
sorry,
limitations issue.
I can
Which
show you here. I
makes
can't believe I don't have her in the
sense.
picture.
Criplord says,
there
so
she
what's
is.
your
Yep.
honest
Miss,
verdict? Curious what Hogue
Alito
would
Battle
honestly
Angel.
vote if he was a juror now that it's all
There she
over.
is. My girlfriend
I would
actually
vote
painted
on
that
Johnny
picture for
for
me.
Johnny Depp on
And I
Headline
love me some Alito
Republication
Battle Angels.
and
That's still one of my favorite
that
movies.
Angle SV, if nothing else, and I would deliberate on the rest. So I would give Johnny Depp the win on just that headline.
I'd probably give it to him on the first two. I wouldn't give it to him on the third, but I'm also not going to fight the rest of the jury if they want to find the third, so that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so they're saying, will Johnny get it all three?
I agree. Muffin
could
Master
give it
says,
to
does
her.
the jury get transcripts
On
of
one of
these
the
arguments if
three,
they
or
exist,
two of the
alongside
three,
the
but not
PP
all
slides?
three. But
Thank you so much
great
for
if
this
they gave
coverage.
them
The whole
on
panel is
all
wonderful,
three counts.
funny, and
They gave
admirably
them the win on
respectful
all
of one
three counts.
another.
It'd be fantastic.
You're great. Thank you. Here's one actually for Detective Seeds.
And I love the way
Gareth
Ben
Wallace,
Chu went
hi
through
team,
that
from New
for
Zealand.
each
Keep up
count.
the good work. Question for
And
Detective.
if you find
Please,
yes
this
on
friend
all
is a
these for
cop
each
who
count,
sometimes has bad days.
give
How do
him
I
the
support
win.
him as a friend? Sometimes
But
he just closes
he's
up.
not in this for the money.
That's actually a very good
You
question.
don't care
I mean,
about
it's
the money.
normal
This is
for
about
police to
him
close
getting
up.
his life back.
Just,
And
I
Camille
mean,
did a
I guess
great
some
job of that,
context quickly. The first time I had a child pass away on me, I had a newborn myself, and I closed up to people that were around me. Just continue to reach out and ask those questions of if they are all right,
That's
and
right.
let them answer, and don't push. And then, just check on them from time to
I
time,
watched
especially on the bad days, and
Seed.
see if they want to get out of the house and go do something. Or for me, my escape is video games. It's always kind of been that way. So just do the best to support them.
Man, you
that
might still
they
be a
need
cop.
to be
I'm not
supported,
sure.
and
I
not
just
how you
recently
feel
started
they should be
watching
supported.
them.
Is my best advice.
Alrighty. Let's see. All right, David from Scotland says, is it possible for the jury to find both claims in favor, and would it be a case of how much money each are given as to who is the winner?
One thing I do like about Legal Bites is
theoretically
a
possible,
lot of
yes.
times her
Yeah.
super chat people
Realistically,
ask
I mean,
good questions.
you have to
and they
believe in
do
two
at least
universes
go
of facts
through
at the
that.
same time.
I do like that.
In order for that to happen, kind of. But it is theoretically possible. And then yeah, it kind of just ends up like how much do you give each one? Simon Tupper says, your take on the distancing from the Depp be heard in favor of the Depp v. Me Too from Rottenborn.
I'm not
Your
sure what
take on the
that means.
distancing?
Yeah, so he tries to make it a big social movement kind of argument.
Oh, Rottenborn, yeah.
And I think you heard me say in the immediate aftermath of his commentary that I find that to be very untoward as an officer of the court's position, because the jury is evaluating the facts at hand in front of them.
Right.
And what he is saying is, beware, if you find against my client, you'll be signaling the world X, Y, and Z. And I don't care whether it's Me Too, whatever your favorite pet social movement is, and it might have all the merit in the world, I do not believe in that argument in front of a jury that is expected to be evaluating facts.
I agree with Hope.
Frankly,
that's BS. Basically, kind of scare the jury into voting for
also
your client
so
because of the Me Too movement. That was bullshit.
Right.
I'm not a fan of Rottenborn.
Caro
I don't even see
Flaw
where he
says,
gets tomorrow.
will the jury be allowed to comment on reasoning after verdict,
So,
even if they are
but she hires
frozen
lazy
as to
people,
identity?
so
Can
it
they
is what it
still
is.
comment? Will the jury be able to, yeah. They just can't be, their information just can't be made public. But they are allowed to go out themselves and make themselves public.
Yeah, once this is over, shit, I'd be trying
Renee
my
Grant
best.
says, if the op-ed
to
was
get the hell
about
up out of
SA,
there.
how can RB make the claim that
Hi, Kelly.
that
Good to
any
see you.
that they only need to find one example of any abuse?
Welcome.
Shouldn't they
Thanks
have
for
to
joining
believe
us.
that he committed SA against her? That is, I mean, you have to look at, yeah, it's a weird argument, right? Because you have to look at each statement individually, arguably, although each statement comes from the same op-ed. So I don't know if the jury is just going to look at them and say, look at these, they all exist in the same universe, right? Like the reasonable reader of this article didn't just read each statement individually in a vacuum. They read them in the context of this entire
Jeff says hi,
op-ed.
Kelly.
So it'll be interesting to see how they interpret that. If they do interpret it that it's that it is all within one context, then yeah, like the fact that if they find that there was no SA, if they find that the title is actually applicable to the elements of defamation, then yeah, that alone is a winner. But they can
That's a
also,
win for
I mean, think of
Johnny.
it this way
I'm
also.
with you, go Kelly.
Johnny
I've been
Depp has 3 opportunities
pretty nervous
to win.
about it
One
too.
in each
However, I don't know if you got a chance to
he
watch.
needs
If
to
you
win
watch
on one to win
Camille's
defamation.
closing and Ben Chu's closing, and then the rebuttal. The closing on the other
Chef
side
Christine says,
it
if the
was
First Amendment holds such weight, why
Rottenborn
ever
did the
have
best
a
he could with what he
defamation
had,
trial? Wouldn't it
and
make the
Elaine came
defendant
and messed it
innocent in
all
any
up. And they
defamation
literally
trial?
only had
Well,
6
fun
minutes
fact,
left to close.
the First Amendment does
where,
not actually protect defamation
Johnny's
because
team
it doesn't
had
protect
39
lies about
minutes.
another
It was a
person.
total of 45 minutes. Johnny's team had 39.
R. Ross is sorry, but how do y'all
Perching at
bill
6
hours
minutes.
and do this at the same time? Been wondering for
And,
weeks.
and that's
Had to
for
ask.
39 minutes.
I have so many
Camille
thoughts on
Vasquez
this.
was
The
amazing.
answer is I wake up really early and I do
It was
law,
crazy.
and then I
If
sometimes do a
the
stream,
jury
and then I
comes
join
back in
Anita,
favor of
and then I see
Amber
what time
Heard,
it is,
as I've
and
said
then I
this
do
before,
more law
Jeff heard me
until
say it,
I
others heard
have
me
to go
say
to
it.
sleep to
If they
wake
come
up
back
to do
in
my
favor
stream
of Amber Heard,
or work. It's been an
the
interesting
jury's been
7
paid off.
weeks.
I
The
don't
firm
see
is
any other
strong.
way
We're
around
having
it,
a great month.
because the
It's
closing
been fun
argument
being
on
here,
the Depp side was
and I
so
love
good.
talking about this stuff.
Even
But
walking
I'm not
them
going to
through the
lie. I don't
instructions
know
of
what
how
exactly
to
my
go
day
about
looks like
filling
without
out
a
the
12-hour stream in the
document
middle. Will be interesting
to see
to
in
feel
favor
that
of
feeling
Johnny.
again.
What am I going to do
It
on
made
Monday
it
during
so
a federal
easy for the
holiday?
jury to just go get that done and get it over with.
Go
That.
out into the
We'll see.
outside. Touch the
If
Might
I
be a
mean,
good idea.
personally, we do flat fees.
We're pro
for the
JD
most
here. We're
part,
pro JD
because
here too.
nobody
But
wants
if
to keep
there's
track of
people in the
billable
stream or
hours.
people
So
who
I
watch
only
who
have
are
like
not pro JD,
2 cases where I
come on,
actually
I'll
have to
put your
keep track
comments
of
up too.
hours.
Oh my
So-
God,
I
that's
am
amazing. That's
so
like
envious. What?
I
Yeah.
know.
It's something that's like allowed by Wisconsin Rule of Ethics. You know,
Amen.
you
And
have
that's
to do
what it's about.
certain
It's not
things
so
in
much a matter
certain
of being
ways,
pro JD or
but
pro
you know,
Amber.
we do. There
I've
are
said
certain cases
before,
we will do
I don't really
hourly,
care
but
for
for the
either
most
one of them. I'm
part,
not
no,
a
we
huge
flat
JD,
fee for a reason because
Johnny
that's
Depp fan.
how much time do you
I care
spend
less
work
about
like
her and
recording
Amber Heard.
billable hours?
I
a
know
day?
it's only one thing, and
Yeah,
that's
it's like
awesome, man.
as
But
the
Yeah,
attorney, it's
seriously, like
I
like
do
can I
care
Well,
about
bill for my
justice
billing
being done.
hours?
Yeah, so I've been doing this almost 20 years, so I'm pretty used to
Oh, we'll
doing my
miss
thing,
you.
going and billing right then.
Put it on your
It's not
phone.
like I do it
Log
every
in on
day
your
or
phone
every
and
week
just
or
keep it
anything like
going
that,
while you're in the
because my
car on your
brain,
way
I
to
can't
your
remember
event.
them long enough, and I lose
Listen
too
and watch
much
on there.
because, you know,
Love to have
ethics
you back.
rules say you essentially
Or
have
you
to
can
go
get on my
conservative on all
Facebook page.
those.
We're friends on
So
Facebook.
I do it
Facebook
on
is
the
still
fly,
my
but like if you were to
Facebook.
add it
You
up,
can pull
it's
it up on
probably an
Facebook
hour
page.
a day.
Have fun.
So
And what are you
It's a
going out
lot.
to eat?
It's a
What are
lot.
you
It's a,
eating?
it's,
What
it's a lot.
restaurant you
Just,
going
thank you.
to?
Hey,
just
I just
detract
can't
your
get too
hours.
mad at having enough work that I have to, you know, fill in my billing sheet an hour a day. So it's annoying, but I have, you know, I have things to bill.
There you go, which is always a good thing. Astorica says, question, I hope this wasn't asked yet, but was JD's team not able to use Amber's words where she admitted that the op-ed was about JD and that she wrote it? Feel it would have been effective to bring up in close.
I think they did say something like you heard her say it herself.
Yeah, I think she said it.
I think that
Camille did
one
say
was
that.
said.
That Amber said it was about JD. She brought
I
that
don't know.
up.
They heard it yesterday. I like to.
So you heard her
the
say it
jury-
yesterday.
The jury's got a handle on yesterday's testimony.
Yep. Camille said that.
Alrighty, Insanity says, if JD loses, does Elaine's misrepresentations make an appeal easier to win?
Well,
in order for him to win an appeal, JD would have to lose first. But her misrepresentations. Well, they did object on the record, so it's preserved later on. So it's possible. Who chooses
Didn't they
the
win all
last
those though?
seven?
I mean, Elaine coming back didn't they win all their objections?
I guess they did.
I mean, I don't know.
That's a good point.
Appeal is real hard, folks.
It is really hard. So generally speaking, when you think appeals, think you're gonna lose.
Yeah, there's a saying: appeals are for losers.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Both
Yeah.
true and biting.
Yes, no, that's what appeals are for losers. I mean, it's really what it is. Is you only appeal if you lose.
That's true.
Alrighty. Denise Leonard says, "Who chooses the last seven?"
We saw
It's
this.
random.
Yeah, but we saw it was cool. She said that the numbers were put into envelopes before the trial. I was like, that's neat. I like that.
That is really cool. That
So
is
it's,
really
not,
cool.
it's not the bingo container.
It's
But
like it feels very Oscars, actually, very fittingly.
yeah, like somebody from Price Waterhouse should come up and be like, it is juror 3 and 14.
We can't trust Price Waterhouse though, can we?
I guess not. I guess not. G says, hey, any chance you could explain to us why any two of the jurors aren't going into deliberation with the rest? Yes, because they always put in some extras in case somebody drops out during trial. As an example, we start off with 11 and ended up with 9.
Yep.
Lahava says, or
Then we're
Yahava.
from
Sorry,
97.
that's an I or an L. I can't tell. Thanks for all of your coverage during the trial. Learned a lot. LawTube end of trial poll. 1, predictions on how long jury deliberates. 2, who wins. 3, how much in damages. 4, how long till Stevie is made a partner. I think
Those are
Stevie
great.
is made a partner like tomorrow.
It'll be December. They gotta get the taxes right, so it'll be December of this year.
Yeah.
Man, you get those taxes, man, at this point. Damn.
You didn't answer.
I know a little bit about the law firms. I think it's December, but we'll see.
I'm willing to make their partner now. I'll eat the taxes.
I'm saying Tuesday, Johnny Depp.
They didn't only answer one question.
I mean,
maybe they asked the others earlier.
Sierra Callahan says, although there were more questions, but I think we got those mostly with the polls. So like, how long until
1 week, 7 million.
Yes.
I got you.
All right. Sierra Callahan says, how are potential jurors selected? I've been wanting to serve my civic duty for years, but have been called 0 times. My partner has been summoned 4 times in 2 years and is ungrateful. Thoughts?
I love this.
I feel your pain. I honestly do. I would absolutely love to serve on a jury, but I know that number one, as soon as I went to law school, that wasn't going to happen.
42.
Number two, I definitely wouldn't be admitted because it's like they're like, "What do you do for work?" Well, I comment on trials. They'd be like, "Get out, just get out right now."
Lawyer who comments on trials, for a living.
And comment on law and fact finding. Excellent.
Yes. Yeah.
Law, jury analysis, Supreme Court cases, Court of Appeal analysis.
That's the only
judges are frequently. Why? Why do you ask?
Okay.
I've also never been on a jury trial.
I got voir dire. I got up to voir dire once. I was very.
I did too. I got called once, and it was right after I had I think taken the bar exam, and so I got all in my mini lawyer suit. And then went in there and I explained to them that I had just finished law school, yada, yada, yada. And then they went on to the next person, asked some questions. And then eventually they came back to me and were like, "You're dismissed." Wouldn't say who it was, but they were like, "You are dismissed." And I was like,
you need to make sure though that if you actually do want to be called for jury duty, make sure where you live. I don't know if this person's a United States citizen or where they're from, but like in the US, you got to be registered to vote. You also have to do things like make sure that your address is up to date with the court system. Because I mean, if they don't have your right address and you're not getting your mail, how would you ever know if you were called for juror? So if it's something you want to do, I mean, you can take a little bit of initiative in that aspect.
There you go.
Jay Lynn says, "Is E telling the jury?"
Okay, I'm going to go to Emily Baker's deal here. I'm going to look up Emily Baker because I think she's talking to one of the lawyers inside the
about the coverage
courtroom.
in social media from outside the trial. Well, Amber already testified to that in her rebuttal testimony. So
Amber did that for her.
Emily Baker.
Yep. Steve McCartney says, in a criminal case, a judge will often give their own comments with sentencing. Any equivalent in civil case when verdict is in.
It's Emily Baker.
Well, the thing you have to remember though is sentencing is also a completely different hearing. That's the way it's set up. Is the sentence is supposed to be imposed, and the judge is supposed to be the one who imposes it. The jury is the one who's able to make the decision.
There we go.
It's a criminal case, but I mean,
somebody handed Ben Chu the case up on a post-it note, and he flawlessly into it.
We're going to go to Emily Baker's show because her show is amazing. And she's talking to one of the lawyers who's in who's actually in the courtroom.
Me and a case detective, but I can't have a case detective hand me the case. Well, that's not what they do. They're law enforcement.
So it would generally just be, in a rare case, it would be me and one other attorney, but that was rare. And then we were still doing everything on our own. So it was nice to see it. I mean, money changes the type of trial you have quite substantially.
But I mean, just the level of trust there, because they all know that they're on top of their game.
Yep.
I mean, I have had, I have worked at firms, and I'm not going to name anybody, but where you assign another lawyer to assist you with the research, and then you get a bunch of cases back, and then I spend time reading them because I'm going, sure, you found me these cases, but are they any good?
Right.
That your professional reputation is on the line when you read that post-it note.
Yep.
Because the judge could say that case is wildly inappropriate. It's been reversed, or it doesn't say what you think it says.
I hear Uncle's been a little on the fence.
This is really a trust fall at a cliff kind of thing. And
legal team.
They are really working well together, and I really like to see that.
It is. It was really nice to see. Do you have time for a few questions, or do you need to go? I don't want to keep you from margaritas. Margaritas are amazing.
Let's handle 2, and then I'll go grab margaritas.
Then you'll go grab margaritas. All right. I'm going to try to make sure that
Margaritas are
I'm going to see if we
amazing.
have any for you specifically. Question. What was the jury's reaction to Elaine mocking Johnny Depp again? Did you see? She got a little bit into that voice in her closing.
I think she was trying to do the voice less because it was less obvious. Or it might just be that, her back is to me, so I can't actually hear her as well as the jury can.
It wasn't quite as aggressive.
The jury at several points seemed to be a little put off, and there were a couple of jurors who I thought sort of made a little bit of a really face at that. I don't think she made. That's never a good idea, right? If they
appalled by that.
The other thing is, as a lawyer, you really want to come in there and you want to be in the position of a trusted friend. You want the jury to basically think, this is the nice lawyer who's helping me get to the right decision. And, because at that point you can convince the jury of all sorts of things, and you can say, hey, because if they trust you,
they need to like you.
Yeah. But if it's not just like, if they think
he was the only lawyer,
if they think you're being unfair to the evidence, or
twisting words, splitting hairs, being slimy.
DUI guy was
yeah. So like when I have a police officer on the stand, it's constable or whatever, so and so. You treat them with respect, because even if you are alleging this person is a terrible police officer who is engaged in multiple intentional rights violations, you still want to be seen as the person who is the sort of the adult in the room.
Yeah.
And you lose that when you do that sort of thing. It's not a good move. So I didn't like that. I don't think the jury liked it either. That's the kind of thing to just purge from your vocabulary if you're a lawyer.
Without disclosing your travel plans too much, will you be in the United States past the long weekend when the jury resumes, if they resume on Tuesday?
I will not. If we get a verdict today, I'm going to be in there to see it. Otherwise, I'm going to be watching it on the same feed as everyone else.
Right.
Virginia is beautiful. I never really thought of Virginia as a possible vacation destination, and it's lovely here. It is.
Also, Tennessee, we still have trees. It's very cool here too. I'm just saying.
I may have to make the trip out at some point, but
see, looks a little like Virginia, and we've got some great stuff. Runkle, is there a tornado inbound? Are you being weather safe?
I don't think there's a tornado inbound, but if so, I feel like a margarita is a great preventative measure.
Agreed, and Rob will take good care of you. He's a local, so Runkle is not just running around by himself. He has, the locals there.
He's a little better looking than Doc
Which is
Brown,
also good, because exhausted Runkle is my attention deficit sort of goes up to 11, which is basically just all of the usual chains on my attention deficit are broken, and I'm kind of just running around. Rob is very level-headed, and that is a good thing for right now.
Do you, and you're running on no sleep, and you've been sleeping on the ground, are you anticipating streaming this evening? And if so, do you want to tell everyone where to find you? Because I really want to let you go get a margarita.
So you can find me at Runkle of the Bailey. If you put that into YouTube, it'll come up with me. There's not a lot of Runkles out there, so it's sort of easy to find. I am planning on streaming later today. I'm going to have to figure out sort of what time. First of all, like for right now, all I'm doing is just waiting on juror watch, because if we get notice, if we get word that they're coming back, we're dropping everything and going back there. And
close.
Yeah. So I don't want to go sort of base camp is Rob's place, and it's a little distance away from the courthouse. We don't want to go that far.
Yeah.
So it may also be wise for me to take a nap in between now and then, and just recover a little bit of brain cells, because
fair.
Agreed.
The two that are left are fighting with each other, and
well, a margarita sounds delightful. Go get a margarita. That is exactly on the top of my list this evening as well. A margarita and some tacos. This trial has made me want tacos ever since Josh Dree testified about his birthday party with tacos. I have wanted nothing but tacos, so I am highly susceptible to that suggestion. Tacos are always a good idea. So enjoy. Well, thank you so much for spending your time with us and joining the chat here. We're still at over 140,000 people in the chat. I'm sure you didn't see that. I didn't tell you when you came in. So where we're at. So, and you guys, if you follow kind of the minute to minute, Runkle is on Twitter at the same handle. So,
and I may pop into some other streams. I'm probably going to be fairly erratic, but for right now, margaritas are the plan. So I'll catch you in a bit. And
streaming, we love it. Runkle, good to see you. Thank you, friend.
Cheers.
Bye. You guys, I'm so glad Runkle was able to join us and give us kind of his takeaways. I'm going to definitely answer a few more questions for you. I know we are all still here and waiting. We don't know. Let's see. It is almost 5 o'clock on the East. We haven't heard anything yet from the court. I don't think we're going to today. I agree with Runkle, so we'll see. If both lose, who pays the lawyers? The people who hired them. We saw a lot of that in the Britney Spears case when James Spears was like, wait, why aren't you paying my lawyers? And then Britney's mom was like, wait, why aren't you paying my lawyers? And then we were all like, pay your own lawyers.
Exactly.
Do you think this trial will set standards? Not in the legal sense, but I think a lot will be learned from a large-scale media trial where social media plays a role
By the
that
way,
is televised.
Emily Baker
I think there was a
is
lot to be
former
learned about
prosecutor
how this
and
trial
defense
was run.
attorney.
I think this
over 15
courthouse,
years of
this
experience.
judge
She is
did a tremendous
brilliant.
job running this trial, and the legal teams as well. But I think that there will be things learned from this with the large-scale attention. Will we see another case like this with this much attention? I don't know. And I don't know when we will, but there will be a lot to be learned about trials in the age of social media, and we're still learning those things, especially when they are streamed like this. Manila said, I worked as a pro submissive at a kink dungeon. Okay, where I regularly get bruises. It is really hard to cover those with makeup. A, I'm fascinated. I need you to write books. I have questions. B, amazing. C, they are really hard to cover. So I love that. Awesome. I love that you shared that. I fucking love this audience so much. I just love this audience so much. Do you ever find out what happened in the morning Johnny had a kitchen tirade? Something happened. Johnny Depp was never clear in his testimony. From what I've gathered from social media, it seems that, and something is happening. There is a black SUV. I don't know if it's the lawyers. I'm assuming. Oh, there's benches. So it's the lawyers leaving court.
They're leaving. Okay. Well,
I don't know if it was the day he lost money or right after his mom died. He said, I don't have the metadata. I don't know when this was filmed. They never quite pinned down a date on that. But from what I've gathered from social media, it seems that it was around that time. Question, what do you mean the laws and Amber Heard's side? Just curious. I feel like it's obvious that she is nuts. Well, I don't think it's obvious that she's nuts. I think there is a lot of room for conversation on that. But aside from that, the law is on Amber Heard's side. The law of defamation is an exception to the First Amendment. And I don't know why they argued it so much, but it is an exception to the First Amendment. And the standard is very high with that malice. I think it's easier in this case than some others because you have some actions like leaking things, like the people cover, where you can find malice. You're trying to find someone's state of mind through circumstantial evidence. It's legally a high bar for defamation. They are hard cases. It doesn't mean they're impossible. We just saw it with Cardi B and Tasha K, and that jury was not out. That case was shorter, but that jury was not out that long, like a day, maybe. So and there was less for them to consider. I'm going through waters. It was less for them to consider. So
that's malice.
Why didn't they mention Whitney's version versus Amber's version of the stairs? Totally different. I don't know if it mattered to them. They talked about it a bit, but they were talking about Amber's lies, and they really focused on Amber's lies.
They did.
Even if the jury decides Johnny verbally abused her, can they announce during their reading that they don't believe the sexual or physical abuse part? No, they can't. They can't say we believe this, not this. All they're doing is filling out those verdict forms. So I appreciate the question, Natasha. No, they cannot do that. Meow, meow.
We're going home, y'all.
Stuck on all of Amber Heard's estranged friends' witnesses. What if they're only testifying out of obligation because they publicly supported her? I don't know. They can't deny they were passengers but bailed. It's interesting to me that in the depositions, they talked about how much she reinitiated contact with them right before the depositions. So with over 114,000 votes, you guys voted that you think the verdict will come in 1 to 3 days at 51%, 37% today, and 10% of you are holding out for 4 to 7 days. Thank you guys. I thought that was very interesting. Rachel XOXO, good to see you. Camille or Salty, who would do it better? I think the two of them together would be a fantastic team. Different lawyers with different styles, but both good on their feet. So I don't know if there's a better. But for this, it goes by case. For this case, Johnny Depp needed a female attorney who could stand around with Amber Heard and not be intimidated by her, who the jury would still like. A male attorney cross-examining Amber Heard the way Camille Vasquez did would land us in a very different place here and could very much turn the jury off. It would be a whole different thing. They needed a strong female attorney to do that. Please ask Runkle of the judge expression when the team objected to Elaine 3 times. I should have. I didn't. I'm sorry. When is it decided who will be chosen as alternates and what decides it? The judge said they put numbers in an envelope at the beginning of trial and sealed it. So that's how they did it in that court. Different courts do different things. Question for Uncle. Any guesses to 4-person? I did not ask. I'm wondering if it's going to be juror number 9 or seat number 9. Juror in seat number 9. Question. What, if any, verdict would you both give if you were a member of the jury? And I think both of us have the same position. It's like we could see them winning on the tweet, and I can't see Amber Heard winning the counterclaim, but also juries come to a decision in a group. Is there any that seemed hostile to JD? I'm sorry that we didn't get to that, but ask him that on Twitter. Did Runkle say pro Heard? He was talking about the juror that he has previously said was pro Depp, so I didn't even hear that. But when we were talking about juror number 9, I know that he believes that that juror is pro Depp. What did the judge mean when addressing the lawyers about let us know where to reach you for jury questions? That is a great question, Jennifer. The jury is allowed to send out questions. And the question will not be dealt with without notifying the jurors or without notifying the lawyers. So where to reach you is whose cell phone is on with the ringer on that will go through immediately. Generally, in a case, if you've got local attorneys, sometimes they have offices right in the courthouse, especially in criminal trials. Often the prosecutors and defense attorneys work in the offices in the courthouse. That's not always the case. Where will the lawyers be? She said, I want you, somebody within 10 minutes for questions. Somebody needs to be able to get to the courthouse in 10 minutes or stay in the courthouse. So who am I calling if the jury has questions? Because they need to run it by all of the other, all of the attorneys before they answer a question, which is why questions from the jury take a while to answer. Hopefully, if juror questions come out, we will get notified because someone will be in the courtroom and will be able to share that info. Nelson said, if you believe she's lying, then her picking public dates fits the narcissism train of thought. And the jury might not even wonder. I just wondered why it wasn't argued more. Can you explain more? I get all 7s must be a yes, but there's 3 statements, and you said you think he'll win on the retweet 1. So can the other 2 be not wins, but he wins on the retweet? I don't know. 3 wins possible. It's possible he wins on all 3 claims. I think it's unlikely. I don't think he will win the print version. I think it's more likely that he will win on the tweet, the quote tweet, the republication, or on the digital version. That's what I think. But there are 3 claims, 3 causes of action, and we will see. But yes, he could win on just one of them. And I think even for him, winning on just one is a win. And that's how the jury signals really whether sexual violence matters to them. If sexual violence, if that headline matters to the jury, he loses on the print version and wins on the online version. And that is how they signal that decision. So thank you for your coverage. I'm struggling with a very bad depression, and your coverage literally kept me going on some bad days. Thank you. Here to have a chat. Love this community and always lean into this community. The chat is often here, and the chat has a lot of experience with getting through hard things. This is a group. The law nerds do hard shit on the daily and share it.
You're welcome.
And that's one of the things I love so much about this community. You're welcome for doing what I do. Hats off for sticking to streaming. You're welcome. I was originally just going to do Depp's testimony and Heard's, and then all y'all were like, girl, where the fuck are you going? And I'm like, I guess we do this every day now. And the mods were like, we ride. Thank you for your coverage. You're welcome. I'm ADHD. My brother's self-medicated ADHD, and my stepsis is only recently treated BPD. I feel so seen. You're welcome. It is true. And that's why I share about my own quirks, because I think it helps us have a conversation without stigma about our quirks. We all have quirks. And I think it just helps to share that. It's something I was ashamed of for a very long time. And now I'm just like, this is who I am. I know who I am, and I'm going to share how I am. And I'm going to try to make that not impact others and try to make sure I set the boundaries that work best for me and encourage others to do the same. It's Shalene Johnson super chatted earlier. She is making incredible content about being a woman diagnosed with ADHD, not as a teen, as an adult, and is making incredible content about it. So if you don't follow her, all of my ADHD peeps, she shares a lot about that. Could you hold a workshop for professional women with ADHD? I don't know if I'm qualified to do that because I'm just a person living with ADHD.
You may be
who's
right.
found the things that work. I'm always happy to talk about it, but
I
a
hope
workshop,
not.
I think of someone who
I
can
hope
actually
not,
teach
but you may be
something.
right.
And I don't know if there's
I was
much I could teach.
hoping
I
to
have a
hear
podcast episode
maybe
where
a
I go
half hour
into
here.
what work was like. It was an Ask
A
Me Anything.
decision has been
And there
reached.
will be a members Ask Me Anything soon. I'm going to do that next month after
don't
we
know why
clear
we
this
would wanna
trial.
go a
And I'm
whole
sure it will come
weekend,
up
though,
then, but
not being able to
we'll
talk
see.
about it, not being
You
able to
talked
listen
about
to anything
2
about
of
it,
3
read
win-loss
anything about
verdict.
it,
I think they
and then
absolutely
have to
could
go back
split the
into
causes of
they can't
action,
be
and
around
he
people
doesn't
who are
win on all
talking
of them.
about it,
I just want
and
to
then
go
have to go
pull
back
the
in on
verdict forms
Tuesday.
online, so
Yeah.
so I know which ones
I'd
are
be
which.
like, we getting the hell up out of here.
Other than listening to all audio, what would you do as the jury? What else should they do during deliberations? Should is hard because they get to decide. I would want to hear audio because I'm curious and nosy, and it's been edited, and I'd want to know. But they're going to have to see if anybody has any strong feelings one way or another and start having a conversation from there. Somebody might be like, can we talk about these photos? Can we talk about these photos? Let's start there. They're going to have to decide where to start. So, weeping. Thank you guys. You know what we haven't done all day? Jesse said, can you shout me out? It's so slow at work and you're making my day go by so much better. Also doing a drawing of you. Where do I send it? You're amazing. My email is public. You can always tag me and stuff on social. Thank you so much, Jesse, and appreciate that. Of course, we haven't done a Bing in a while, and I think now's the time. We are on the road. Where are we on the road to? We're on the road to 600,000. Y'all are wild. Y'all have gotten wild, and I appreciate you. This is the road that we're on. Thank you so much. It's kind of fun to just watch the numbers spiral, and I appreciate it. This is a wild growth chart. I don't know. That's what's happening. It's crazy. We binged. It's time.
Oh, it binged. Move your head.
The words in the chat can share that was from when we hit 100,000 subs. Question, General Law, can you speak to your experience of having been a lawyer and how and if it was ever difficult to represent a person you may not have totally agreed with? I had the wonderful pleasure of being a deputy district attorney. When I did not agree with things, I was able to try to work to make sure that that case did not continue to go forward, because it wasn't I wouldn't say I ever morally disagreed with something. I was a prosecutor, so fighting for victims of crime is aligned. But if I had questions about stories or whether things should be prosecuted, and I had some, I will talk about those in other content. I am very, very tired. And some of those stories are very, very difficult to talk about. And I would need to be set to be able to talk about that. There are cases that I fought for that I thought should not go forward. And that's what you do. You fight for it. It's different than being a defense attorney. As a defense attorney, you might think, this guy is super guilty. But if the police or the government overreached or did things that they're not supposed to do, then that individual is entitled to a defense and should have a defense, because government overreaching also not a good thing. So it's different for defense attorneys from prosecutors, but from prosecutors, you get to be in the position of being able to advocate for cases that should not go forward. And that is part of doing the job with ethics and integrity. And that is very much aligned with my very Enneagram 1 self. Do jurors have to show the reason for their decision? No, they don't. They just fill out that form that we talked about.
They can just go, okay.
When are you interviewing Camille? As soon as she says yes.
Let's fill out this form. And what we don't
we went to the same law school. I very much want to make that happen. I will try to make fetch happen on that all day long. I also am going to be part of a CLE that I will share on all of the socials. If any of you need CLE credit, I'm going to be part of a CLE that will be available for streaming about this case with a panel of, I'm assuming, other attorneys. No idea who else is on the panel, but I will be doing that soon. I need to take a look at the dates, but I'll share that on social. If you are an attorney and want to do that, I will share where that will be available. Question at the end, does evidence just get put away in an archive, or are notes made before it's archived? Jurisdictions may vary, but generally those lists of the evidence are already done, and then stuff goes into archive, and it depends on who archives it, the court or the
It
depends on criminal cases. It can be the agency archiving it. I worked in archives as a law clerk with all of the boxes from the O.J. Simpson trial. It was a lot of boxes of stuff, but those are all the case boxes. The court evidence stays with the court. So, and I don't know how the courts archive it. That is my thank you. Queen of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Emily, for entertaining me and educating me throughout this whole trial. I learned a lot. You turned me into Law Nerd. I will stick around. Thank you. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. I will still be streaming generally on Tuesdays and Fridays. No coffee or no coffee and curse words the last few weeks. No Friday Night Lives the last few weeks. But we will grab a glass of whiskey and do a Friday Night Live again soon.
Rolling with me.
If Depp wins even one of 3 claims, does he win the entire case? I mean, I guess that becomes a matter of perspective and possibly semantics. I think if he wins any one claim, it's saying that she defamed him in some way, and that is a win for him. Or does he have to win all 3? He doesn't have to win all 3. They can award damages on just one. They can award full damages on just one. Defamation's defamation. Those 3 are defamation for the op-ed in print, defamation for the op-ed online, and defamation for the op-ed reshared through the quote tweet. So they could find just 1 or 2. I think it would be more consistent to not find the print version and find the 2 counts on the digital version. I think that would be most consistent.
I agree with that.
So that's what I think.
I agree with that.
Can we all go watch Kenobi or Stranger Things 4 now? Yes. I have not gotten to see Kenobi yet. My family and I are in the middle of trying to determine who's the best Spider-Man. So we've been watching all the Spider-Man movies. I have not gotten to participate as much as I would like. That is after
I agree with her assessment.
I also probably like Runkle.
Not liable on the print version.
Never heard of Johnny Depp still reach a settlement.
On the
No.
online version.
I mean,
and the other
theoretically, yes, but there's no way with these 2 parties. There's no way. They're locked at horns. The jury has it. They've spent millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and alpacas to litigate this case. There's no way. Amber Heard got called Amber Turd in public in court. There's no way this case is settling. There's nothing to settle for. Apologize and say you defamed me. Neither one's going to do that. Deanna said, I think that Amber Heard's team could have actually leaned into her mental illness as defined by Dr. Curry rather than shying away from it and demonizing mental illness. People with mental illness are statistically more vulnerable to violence. That could have been client-led. I also think they could have leaned into, and she believed these things. She believed this is her truth. This is what happened to her. So I'm sorry she's not a perfect enough victim. Ben Rottenborn really tried to get there. No victim's perfect. I thought the beginning of his closing was quite good. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. Too many pictures, not enough pictures. If there are pictures, they're fake. If you tell your friends, if you don't tell your friends. I thought it was a very good argument. I don't know what the jury will think based on the way she testified in court. If she had testified in a smaller way, if she had testified without saying, oh, it's not just one clump of hair, it was hair all over the apartment or hair all over the penthouses, things like that. If that had been
and I just don't think she's that crazy.
More consistent with the photos, I think this would be a different case. And I think that argument from Rottenborn works to a win in that circumstance. I just think her testimony is inconsistent, but this is a double-edged sword, right? If she talks about it too much and says, hey, I do believe these things, and it could also then be career ending for her. And I worry that I think there's those considerations too of what do I want in public, and I'm not willing to take that legal avenue is not an avenue I'm willing to take. Is now a good time to share with the law nerds the news of our lords and saviors, Ralph Macchio, Billy Zobra, and the creators of Cobra Kai? I have no idea what that's related to, but if it's not a spoiler. Please answer so I don't go nuts. Can they find the defamation from misleading info? Yeah, the defamation by implication. As I feel the 2 statements are misleading at best, the defamation by implication, but they have to find it's not true. So they have to say it's misled in a way that it's not true. And we read that. And if you want a breakdown of those, of the jury instructions, again, they are on last week's episode of the podcast on the channel. So it'd be, I think it's episode 142 of the podcast of like what comes next. That's where I break that down. So thank you for the question.
So, for instance,
is there a possibility that the jury can go up to 2 weeks? Yeah, they get to take their time. They can do whatever. Let's see. Nisha said, why do you think they didn't hammer on them doing drugs and drinking with Depp, despite he was abusing he was abusively using and they wanted him sober? I don't know. I mean, they brought up his use and his addiction so much. But I wonder if they realized that was feeling really icky. They made such a big deal out of it, but they did not hammer on it in closing. I know you focus on this case, but when you get a chance, the Markle case here in Florida has gotten spicy. Ooh, I will go check. I only did the first breakdown, and I will go look. Sam's attorney pleaded a couple of times to be let go, and Megan's side now has 20 heavy hitters. Oh dear. I will go look. It's been a while, but yes, that's been on the list. Question: once Team Amber got into time trouble, is that just bad lawyering?
Stay with me.
I don't think it's bad lawyering. I think it's bad time management, and I am not one to criticize poor time management at all. It's time management, but some of that, again, Runkle has softened me to this. Some of that also might be client led, and we don't know. And some of that could be client directed, and we just don't know. During the pretrial jury selection, did the jurors know the parties were celebrities? Yes. And yes, they did. They would have been asked. And again, we didn't see the voir dire process. So just so I'm clear, we didn't see the voir dire process, but they read the complaint. This is the case of, Jonathan C. Depp versus Amber Laura Heard. They would have heard their names, and they would have been voir dired about their knowledge of Johnny Depp. If they'd followed this case, they would have been asked all about that to screen for bias. So what's the next case? We'll see. Probably Jen Shaw for me, but I've got to swoop back all the other stuff that's been happening. Stuff has been happening in the Girardi cases and others. So I've got to go back and swoop through all the law that's happened in the essentially 6 weeks while we've been doing this. So I talked about what I thought for verdict. Janice said, it's been so awesome hanging out with you for weeks. I hollered out loud when you started talking about planners and the llama connection. Planner addicts unite. I feel so seen. Well, I got, y'all clocked my happy planner dashboard earlier. So, and these back here are pens sorted in rainbow order. So, nerd. Can they award $0 to the winning side? Yes, they can. They can find no damages. They can find there's defamation and no damages. What's the latest time it will come in tonight? Well, the jurors get to deliberate until they choose to go home. I think they'll notify the media when the jurors go home for the night. It depends how close they are. If they're not close to a verdict at all, I imagine they'll probably go home around 6:30. So, can WB sue JD's lawyers for the Aquaman spoilers? Oh, they totally should. It's covered by litigation privilege. So I was being facetious. Can the jury ask for documents other than what's put on the laptop? They get all the evidence. So they get the laptop for the digital audiovisual, and then they get a stack of all the documents. They've gotten all of it. Can they ask for anything outside of that? No. They can ask for office supplies, but no. From your experience, how to go about being properly diagnosed for ADHD in adulthood? What type of doctor? Generally psychiatrists run the testing. But you can also talk to your primary, your doctor, and say, I would like to be screened, and go get screened. So start with your doctor, but generally psychiatrists do that type of screening. So Timothy said, my dog stepped on a bee. I now fear most being on court TV, though not my own fault of my own, to be roasted by the internet. Herds experts now regretting their $500 an hour side jobs. They could use some mega muffins. They could love the sportsmanship at the end. I agree. The lawyers, the experts, I did not love Herds experts, but the lawyers there should be a bit of camaraderie. There should be. Thanks for your great commentary. You're welcome. Keeping me company for the past few weeks, working from home. Love from Ireland. Thank you, Georgia. I'm going to do a few more questions. If I didn't get to something, I apologize. I'm going to try to do kind of a speed run. And because then I have got to go. Can we get deliberation tomorrow or on the weekend? No, we cannot. They will resume Tuesday if they don't come to a verdict. Do you think Vasquez keeps bringing up the TRO date to suggest a verdict today would be poetic justice? Yes, I do. I do think they kept suggesting it for that. Because when does that ever happen? That never happens. When does it ever happen that you're closing the same date that something critical in your case happened? The probability of that is so astronomical. I'm not surprised. Have you ever had a client pass out? No. Depp looks pale. He did look a bit pale, but no. And for me, not clients, victims, witnesses, but no. I've never been in court when a defendant's passed out. Her makeup now looks more like a bruise than the pictures. I hope a verdict, they make her pay what she pledged. We'll see what they do. I mean, we will. The waiting is the hard part, isn't it? Amber Heard taking notes was, I think, stress. Where were the texts addressing the incoming and not the outgoing? I don't know why they didn't address it. Sure don't. I hope that the jury, Michelle, hi. I hope that the jury doesn't consider, and it's probable that they will, because Amber Heard introduced the court of public opinion into this trial so heavily with the hashtags and the hashtag data and how much of the hashtags were justice for Johnny Depp, and her saying how much backlash she's getting online. But I hope that they don't. I hope that they look at the law and come to a decision that they feel comfortable with, and that they not just comfortable with, convicted of. I hope they feel that what they are doing is justice, and that is a heavy, heavy weight. Do Amber and Johnny stay around the area just in case, or do they go back home? I think they have probably gone back home. I don't think they'll be there for the verdict. Can you expand on how the First Amendment would even apply to this case? It's speech. I thought it was to protect your freedoms from government retaliation, not personal issues. It's still your freedom of speech. So they're saying, look, freedom of speech is pretty broad, and a lot of our society is set up because freedom of speech is really heavily protected. But defamation is not free speech. Defamation is improper. And so the laws of defamation don't violate the First Amendment because defamation is not protected. Hopefully that helps. Could it be that the stories had to coincide with actual arguments that happened to be on those dates? I mean, yes. It's just an interesting argument. Why wouldn't they want Johnny Depp and Amber Heard in the courtroom to hear the verdict? Optics, PR, circus, general circus outside the court. I mean, that's the environment that was described by Runkle is maybe why you don't want your client to be subjected to that any longer, especially for Team Heard. You just don't want that. Thank you for the safe space for survivors of abuse. You're welcome. Thank you. And you're welcome. And thank you. That's what we do here. We are the Law Nerd community. That is what we do. Law and Crime put up a jury counter. Well played, Law and Crime. Well played. Did she speak out, and did she experience society's wrath? I think both of those things happened. But what she spoke out about was false. So how can the jury instructions be followed? Well, if what she spoke about was false, then the speaking out and facing the wrath is premised on a falsity, and therefore they can find defamation. That's where we're at. Can I get a shout out to my husband, Caleb? Trigger Lynn's husband, Caleb. Yep. He's a journalism major. Can you explain what TMZ tried to do to block Morgan Knight? They filed a motion. I broke it down. When did I break down that motion? I broke it down the day it broke. So it would have been today, Friday. It would have been Wednesday in the afternoon stream. I broke it down at the end of that stream. It's timestamped. They filed a motion to try to either quash the subpoena or intervene, and it was denied. Speaking of Jen Shaw, do you plan on being in the courtroom for trial in July? I need to make sure the trial doesn't get moved. It is my goal. I need to look at how long they're estimating for the trial, because I could end up being in New York for quite a while. But yes, it is my goal. I'm not going to be dressed as cute as Chanley Painter from court. It's not. I am not going to have my girl in the green dress moment. That's not going to happen. Also, it's not streaming. That's not going to happen. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Jane, on her 4th decade of life today. Happy birthday, Jane. Can she really falsely accuse him publicly of those serious crimes like sexual abuse with the bottle without proof or evidence, and then walk away without consequences? If the jury believes it's true, then yes. Then there wouldn't be consequences because it would be true, I guess. So that. All right. Law nerds, thank you. Do they shred jurors' notes when the verdict is in? Patty, I don't know what this jurisdiction will do. This jurisdiction will decide, but I don't know. Thank you for all the compliments on my hair. I was on TV this morning. So it got curled to do that appearance. Jury going home. What could this mean? If there's a note that the jury's going home, it means they don't have a verdict. So if the jurors are going home, they're done for the day. They're just fucking done. They've probably taken their initial, let me go to the social medias, because law nerds, I trust all of you. Though I've been trolled enough. I trust all of you, but I'm going to go look for, I'm going to go look to see if there are any official statements. And I'm not seeing any yet, but if the jury is going home, then they don't come back till Tuesday. So if the jury's going home now, then they don't come back to Tuesday. I'm going to go see if any of the court correspondents are tweeting about it. But Chanley Painter, Depp Heard, jurors are going home for the weekend. They will be brought back into the courtroom to be dismissed for the weekend. So the jurors will come back into the courtroom and the judge will say, don't discuss the case, don't talk to anyone, don't, don't whatever. And then they're going home. So that's it. The jurors are going home. Why not Monday? It is a holiday Monday. So it is 5:15 in the East. That means that they are not able to come to a quick verdict and they are done. So jury watch is over. Yep. Chanley Painter said it too. So yes, we are there. So the jurors are going to come in. That's perfect. Anyone know if Emily answered my question? I answered a bunch of questions. I have no idea. Maybe. Does anyone know? The jury know they have a 1-year restriction. The judge told them when they did the closing jury instructions after closing before they were dismissed to deliberate. So with that, jury will be back on Tuesday. I will be back for coffee and cursey words on Tuesday. If the jury has a verdict early in the morning on Tuesday, if they come back at 9 a.m., though, we start coffee and cursey words at 11. If I need to bump coffee and cursey words earlier, I will. Be part of the text crew, subscribe here, and sign up. I will remind you, because some of you have just come in. I'm